Hey there, storytellers and story lovers. This is HP Story. Prepare yourselves for today's incredible narrative. What if Lily Potter's sister Petunia was magical and raised Harry and Hermione? A quick reminder: your likes, comments, and subscriptions are the fuel that keeps this channel running. Thank you for being awesome. Let's begin this journey together. Chapter 1. The House on Wisteria Lane. Harry Potter woke to the sound of something exploding downstairs. Not again, he groaned, fumbling for his glasses on the bedside table. The digital clock read 7:23 a.m., way too early for Aunt Petunia's experimental magic on a Saturday. Another bang echoed through the house, followed by his aunt's voice. "Everything's fine. Just a small mishap with the magical toaster." Harry grinned and rolled out of bed. Mishaps were normal at number 8 Wisteria Lane. The modest 3-bedroom home in the suburbs of Brighton wasn't what most people would call magical. To neighbors, it looked perfectly ordinary. The lawn neatly trimmed, the rose bushes pruned, the curtains always drawn at a respectable hour. But inside? That's where ordinary stopped and the Potter-Evans Granger household began. He pushed open his bedroom door just as Hermione burst out of hers across the hall, her bushy brown hair even wilder than usual. "Morning! Bet you 5 chocolate frogs she tried that toasting charm from Practical Household Magic again," Hermione said, already fully dressed despite the early hour. At 9 years old, she was a full head taller than 8-year-old Harry and never let him forget it. "No bet. You always win," Harry yawned, trailing after his adoptive sister down the stairs. They found Aunt Petunia in the kitchen, wand in one hand and fire extinguisher in the other, facing down a toaster that was shooting purple sparks and singing what sounded suspiciously like opera. "Good morning, dears," Petunia said calmly, as though battling kitchen appliances was a perfectly normal start to the day. "Breakfast might be a bit delayed." Harry crossed the kitchen to grab the book sitting open on the counter. "You mixed up the incantations again, Aunt Petunia. See? It's supposed to be a flick and twist, not a swish and point." "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Petunia huffed, blowing a strand of blonde hair from her face. 12 years of magic and I still can't get these simple household charms right." Hermione was already reaching for her own wand, Rowan with unicorn hair, a gift from Ollivander when she'd arrived in their household 3 years ago. "May I?" "No, you may not," Petunia said firmly. "Underage magic is still monitored, even if we have special dispensation for educational purposes." "But we're at home," Hermione protested. "And I'm perfectly capable of fixing this myself," Petunia insisted, straightening her posture with determination. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. Whenever Aunt Petunia said that, things usually got worse before they got better. Sure enough, one counterspell later, the toaster gave a dramatic final aria and exploded in a shower of springs and gears. "Right," Petunia sighed, tucking her wand, willow with dragon heartstring, into the pocket of her apron. "We're having cereal for breakfast." The thing about Aunt Petunia that most people didn't understand was that she hadn't always been magical. Unlike Harry's mum Lily, who'd shown signs of magic from early childhood, Petunia's abilities hadn't surfaced until she was 16. Long after she'd built up years of resentment toward her younger sister. She told Harry the story often, especially when he felt frustrated with his own magic. "I was jealous of your mother for years," Petunia explained that afternoon as they worked in the garden. Despite her magical abilities, she preferred to tend the flowers by hand. Said it kept her grounded. "All those summers watching Lily come home with fantastic stories while I was stuck in the Muggle world. I called her a freak, can you believe it?" Harry carefully placed a new rosebush in the hole he dug. "What happened when your magic finally showed up?" "It was during a terrible row with Lily. Summer after her 5th year at Hogwarts, my last year of secondary school. I was screaming at her about something trivial. I think she'd turned a teacup into a mouse without thinking, and suddenly every window in the house shattered at once." Petunia smiled at the memory, patting soil around the plant's roots. "Your grandfather was furious about the repair bill, but your grandmother, she just laughed and laughed. Said she'd always wondered if it might happen." Hermione looked up from her book. She was supposed to be helping with the gardening too, but had somehow ended up cross-legged on the lawn with advanced magical theory propped on her knees. Late-onset magical ability is incredibly rare. The Magical Education Authority only records about 3 cases per decade in Britain. Yes, thank you for that statistic, Hermione, Petunia said dryly. I'm well aware of how unusual I am. Harry loved these stories. They made the parents he'd never known feel closer somehow. What did Mum say when she found out you were magical too? She was ecstatic. Jumped around the room like she'd won the lottery. Kept saying, I knew it, I knew it. Petunia's eyes grew distant. It changed everything between us. Suddenly we were sisters again. But you couldn't go to Hogwarts, Hermione pointed out. No. Too old to start formal education there. But Dumbledore arranged for private tutoring. I'd spend weekends at Hogwarts, learning basic spells while Lily was there. Summers were intensive training with a retired professor named Hector Dagworth. Petunia brushed dirt from her hands. Your mother helped the most, though. She was brilliant at charms. Patient, too. Harry knew this part of the story led to something painful, so he busied himself with the gardening. But Hermione, ever curious, pressed on. Is that when you met Harry's dad? James? Petunia laughed. Oh, I already knew James Potter. Lily had been complaining about his antics for years. But yes, that's when I actually got to know him. He was, surprisingly helpful. Taught me defensive spells that Dagworth wouldn't cover. Said everyone should know how to protect themselves, especially with things getting darker in the wizarding world. Harry felt a familiar tightness in his chest. He glanced at his aunt, saw the shadow cross her face. That's enough gardening for today, she said suddenly, standing up and dusting off her knees. Let's have some lunch. Then we need to practice your shield charms. As they walked back to the house, Harry caught Hermione's eye. She gave him an apologetic smile and squeezed his hand. She understood, maybe better than anyone, the weight of the past that hung over their strange little family. Shield charms were Aunt Petunia's obsession. Every Saturday afternoon, rain or shine, she drilled the children in magical protection. The neighbors thought she ran a martial arts class in the basement, which wasn't entirely untrue. Magical defense was a martial art of sorts. Again, Petunia called, sending a jet of harmless golden sparks toward Harry. Protego! Harry shouted, focusing his will through the practice wand. A shimmering half-dome appeared before him, deflecting most of the sparks, though a few slipped through. Better, Petunia nodded. But you're still not extending far enough to your left. Remember, visualize the shield as a complete half-sphere around you. Next to him, Hermione easily deflected her own barrage of sparks, her shield pristine and perfectly formed. She caught Harry looking and stuck out her tongue. Show off, he muttered but grinned. Let's switch to multiple attacks, Petunia said, raising her wand. Ready? Before either child could answer, sparks flew from her wand in 3 rapid bursts, coming from different angles. Hermione's shield wobbled but held. Harry managed to block 2 attacks, but the third caught him on the shoulder, leaving a tickling sensation. You're thinking too much, Harry, Petunia said. Your mother was the same way at first. Magic isn't just about knowledge, it's about instinct and feeling. Hermione thinks all the time and her shields are perfect. Harry grumbled. Hermione channels her thinking, Petunia corrected. There's a difference between analytical thought and second-guessing yourself. Hermione lowered her wand. Maybe we could try the partner shield? The one where we combine our magic? Petunia considered this. That's advanced work. But yes, let's see how you do. The children stood back to back, practice wands raised. On 3, Petunia instructed. 1, 2, 3. Protego Dio, they shouted together. The effect was immediate and spectacular. Instead of their usual translucent shields, a solid dome of blue-white light encased them both, pulsing with visible power. Petunia's eyebrows rose. Well now. That's rather impressive. She sent a stronger jet of sparks, red this time, that dissipated harmlessly against the combined shield. She tried again with more force. Same result. Try breaking it, Hermione suggested, a hint of pride in her voice. Petunia narrowed her eyes, accepting the challenge. She cast a proper stunning spell, not at full power, but no longer just harmless sparks. The shield absorbed it with a bell-like tone. Interesting, she murmured, circling them. Your magical signatures are complementary. That's rare, even among siblings. We're not actually siblings, Hermione pointed out. Family isn't just blood. Petunia replied automatically, one of her frequent refrains. Now hold the shield while I get a reading. She retrieved a spindly silver instrument from a shelf. It resembled a television antenna crossed with a tuning fork and hummed when she pointed it toward their shield. Fascinating, she said after a moment. Your combined shield is registering at nearly twice the strength of the sum of your individual shields. Is that good? Harry asked, still maintaining his concentration. It's unusual, Petunia answered. Magical amplification typically occurs with blood relatives or among wizards who've trained together for years. You two seem to have a natural affinity. Harry felt Hermione's back press a bit more firmly against his. They'd discovered early on that they worked well together, their magic naturally aligning in a way that made joint spells surprisingly effective. It was one of the reasons Aunt Petunia had begun training them together despite their age difference. Can we try a fence next? Harry asked hopefully. Petunia checked her watch and shook her head. Not today. We've got company coming for dinner, remember? Andromeda and Nymphadora are visiting. The shield dissolved as both children lowered their wands with excitement. Tonks is coming? Harry brightened. Nymphadora Tonks, 7 years their senior and currently in aura training, was easily their favorite visitor. Yes, and I need you both to help get the house ready. Petunia tucked the measuring instrument away. Which means actual cleaning, not practice with household charms. Hermione's face fell. But I've almost perfected the dusting spell. The last time you almost perfected a household spell, all the furniture in the living room rotated 90 degrees and refused to move back for 3 days. Petunia handed them each a duster. Sometimes the Muggle way is simply more reliable. The incident that brought Hermione into their lives happened 3 years after Harry had come to live with Petunia, and it was something they rarely discussed in detail. Harry knew the basic facts. Death Eaters who'd escaped justice after Voldemort's fall had attacked the Granger home, killing Hermione's parents, both dentists. Hermione, 6 years old at the time, had displayed extraordinary accidental magic, momentarily trapping the attackers in what investigators later determined was a time-slowing field. Petunia, who by then was working as a liaison between St. Mungo's and Muggle hospitals, had been called to help with the aftermath. Something about the traumatized magical child with no remaining family had resonated with her, and within weeks, Hermione Granger had joined their household. Now, as they prepared for dinner, Harry watched Hermione meticulously arranging silverware on the table, still occasionally glancing at a diagram she'd drawn to remember which fork went where. Despite living with them for 3 years, she maintained certain habits that spoke of her first home: perfect table settings, brushing teeth for exactly 2 minutes twice daily, and a reverence for books that bordered on religious. Do you think Tonks will show us some new metamorphomagus tricks? Harry asked, trying to fold napkins into the fancy shapes Hermione insisted upon. Probably. She always does, Hermione replied, adjusting a fork Harry had misplaced. I'm going to ask her about Hogwarts entrance exams. Harry groaned. We don't even get our letters for years, Hermione. It's never too early to prepare, she said primly, in a perfect imitation of Aunt Petunia that made Harry snort with laughter. A knock at the door interrupted them, followed by the magical chimes of the security wards identifying approved visitors. They're here! Harry abandoned his napkin-folding duties and raced to the door, Hermione close behind. Andromeda Tonks stood on the porch looking elegant as always in deep blue robes, while beside her, sporting spiky pink hair and a weird sister's t-shirt, Nymphadora grinned at them. Watch her, Harry! Hermione! The 16-year-old metamorphomagus's nose briefly transformed into a pig snout, making both children giggle. "Nymphadora, behave!" her mother chided gently. "Don't call me Nymphadora," came the automatic response as her hair briefly flashed red before returning to pink. Petunia appeared behind the children. "Andromeda, lovely to see you." "Nymphadora, sorry, Tonks, thank you for coming." Dinner was a lively affair. Tonks entertained the children by morphing her face to resemble various professors at Hogwarts, complete with spot-on impressions that had even Petunia struggling to maintain her composure. "And then," Tonks said, wrapping up a story about a mishap in potions class, "Snape looks at the melted cauldron and says, 'I've seen more promising alchemical talent in flobberworm mucus.'" "He didn't!" Hermione gasped, horrified and fascinated. "Sounds awful," Harry said, helping himself to more potatoes. "Actually," Andromeda interjected, "Severus Snape was a friend of your mother's, Harry. For many years." Harry's fork paused halfway to his mouth. "Really? Aunt Petunia never mentioned that." All eyes turned to Petunia, who seemed suddenly interested in her wine glass. "It was complicated," she finally said. "They were close as children and during early Hogwarts years. Later, things changed. But yes, Severus and Lily were friends once. He and I, less so. Understatement of the century," Tonks muttered, earning a sharp look from her mother. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked. Petunia sighed. "There are many things about your parents' lives that I'll share when you're older, Harry. Some stories aren't mine to tell, and others are difficult." The atmosphere had grown tense. Hermione, ever sensitive to emotional currents, quickly changed the subject. "Tonks, will you show us that trick with the teacups again?" Soon laughter returned to the table as Tonks enchanted the teacups to dance across the tablecloth. But Harry noticed Petunia and Andromeda exchange a meaningful glance, and later, when he and Hermione were sent upstairs to get ready for bed, the adults remained in deep conversation. "They're talking about something important," Hermione whispered as they reached the top of the stairs. Harry nodded. "Want to listen?" Without waiting for an answer, he crept back down a few steps. Hermione hesitated only briefly before following. "Sightings confirmed?" they heard Petunia asking. "The Ministry denies it, of course," Andromeda replied, her voice low. "But Moody is convinced. Says there's been movement among the old circles." "It's been 7 years," Petunia said. "Why now?" "The Lestrange's trial has stirred things up. Their continued loyalty, their claims that he'll return." "They're insane," Petunia cut in. "Yes, but devoted. And they're not the only ones watching, waiting. Lucius Malfoy has been making inquiries about certain artifacts. And there's been unusual activity around Hogwarts. The children will be there in just a few years." Petunia's voice had taken on a hard edge Harry rarely heard. "Dumbledore is aware. The protections will be strengthened. The same protections that failed Lily and James? That failed the Grangers?" A heavy silence fell. "What do you need from me, Petunia?" Andromeda finally asked. "Training. More advanced protection spells." "I'm competent, but you're more than competent," Andromeda interrupted. "You mastered in 7 years what most witches learn in a lifetime. It's not enough." Petunia's voice cracked slightly. "If anything happened to them, Mom, we should go." Tonks's voice suddenly joined the conversation. "It's getting late, and I've got early training tomorrow." Harry and Hermione scrambled back up the stairs just as chairs scraped against the dining room floor. They ducked into the bathroom, turning on the tap for cover as footsteps approached the stairs. "That was close," Harry whispered. Hermione's eyes were wide. "Harry, do you think, time for bed, you two?" Petunia called up the stairs, her voice carefully restored to its normal cheerfulness. "Come say goodbye to our guests." They emerged from the bathroom trying to look innocent, but Harry caught the knowing look Tonks gave them as they descended the stairs. Her hair had shifted from pink to a more subdued purple, a sure sign she was concerned about something. After hugs and goodbyes, with promises from Tonks to visit again soon, Petunia closed the door and reset the wards. Harry watched as she performed the complex series of spells, some verbal, others just intricate wand movements, that secured their home each night. The final spell always made the house feel warmer somehow, as if a blanket had been wrapped around the building. "And Petunia," Harry began cautiously. "Who are the Lestranges?" Her wand hand froze mid-motion. Then, slowly, she turned to face them. "You were listening," she said flatly. Not a question. Hermione stepped forward. "We were worried. You seemed upset." Petunia studied them both for a long moment before her shoulders slumped. "Come to the kitchen. Hot chocolate, I think, and then we'll talk. The Lestranges are Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort," Petunia explained as she stirred chocolate into warm milk on the stove. Unlike many wizards, she never flinched at saying the Dark Lord's name. "Bellatrix and Rodolphus. They were captured years ago, but their trial has recently brought attention back to certain concerns." "Voldemort's followers," Harry repeated. He knew about Voldemort, of course. Knew the Dark Wizard had killed his parents, had tried to kill him. The lightning scar on his forehead was a daily reminder. But Petunia rarely discussed specific Death Eaters. "Are they the ones who—" Hermione stopped, unable to finish. "No," Petunia said quickly. "The ones who attacked your parents were never identified. They escaped before Oris arrived." Harry saw Hermione's hands tighten around her mug. He reached under the table and squeezed her knee in silent support. "Why were Mrs. Tonks and Tonks really here tonight?" he asked. Petunia poured herself a cup of hot chocolate and sat down. "Andromeda brings news from the wizarding world that doesn't make it into the Daily Prophet. And Tonks, well, she's good with both of you, and I thought a fun evening was in order. But there's something wrong, isn't there?" Hermione pressed. Petunia took a deep breath. "There are concerns. Signs that some of Voldemort's old supporters may be becoming more active. But Voldemort's gone," Harry said. "Everyone knows that." A shadow crossed Petunia's face. "Many believe he's gone forever. Others aren't so sure. You think he might come back?" Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. "I think," Petunia said carefully, "that it's always better to be prepared. Which is why we practice shield charms every Saturday, and why I insist you both learn about magical theory even before you start formal schooling." "Is that why you're having Mrs. Tonks teach you more protection spells?" Hermione asked, ever perceptive. "Yes," Petunia admitted. "I want to make sure this house, and both of you, are as safe as possible." They sipped their hot chocolate in silence for a moment. "Will you tell us about the night my parents died?" Harry finally asked. It was a subject that, while not forbidden, was rarely discussed in detail. Petunia set down her mug. "Harry. Please, Aunt Petunia. I'm old enough now." She studied his face, then Hermione's, and seemed to make a decision. "All right. But not the entire story tonight. Just the parts you need to understand why we take these precautions." And so, as the kitchen clock ticked toward midnight, Petunia told them about the night that had changed all their lives. "I was living in London then, working at St. Mungo's. Your parents were in hiding. There was a prophecy about you, Harry, though I didn't know the details at the time. Just that Voldemort was hunting for you specifically." Petunia's voice was steady, but her hands trembled slightly around her mug. "That Halloween, I felt something wrong. A disturbance in the magical protections Lily and I had created between us after I discovered my powers. Sister's magic, old stuff that predates wands and incantations. I knew immediately something terrible had happened." Harry leaned forward, hanging on every word. "I contacted Dumbledore, but he was already on his way to Godric's Hollow. By the time I arrived it was over." Her voice faltered. "The house was in ruins. James in the hallway, Lily in the nursery. And you, Harry, crying in your crib with that scar on your forehead, surrounded by the remnants of powerful magic." "What kind of magic?" Hermione whispered. "Love," Petunia said simply. "Your mother's love, formed into the most powerful protective charm known to wizardkind. She used herself as the anchor for the spell," her life as the price. She reached across the table to take Harry's hand. That's how you survived when no one else could have. That's why Voldemort's killing curse rebounded, why he was destroyed. Lily's sacrifice created a protection in your very skin. Harry touched his scar automatically. So he's really gone? Voldemort? Petunia hesitated. His body was destroyed. But magic that dark, it leaves traces. There are those who believe he found ways to prevent true death. Like Horcruxes? Hermione asked. Both Harry and Petunia stared at her. Where did you hear that word? Petunia demanded, suddenly pale. Hermione shrunk back slightly. In one of the books in your locked cabinet. I'm sorry, I know I'm not supposed to look in there, but the lock is just a simple charm and I wanted to understand more about dark magic so I could protect myself and Hermione. Petunia's voice was sharp now. Those books are restricted for a reason. Some knowledge is dangerous, especially for young minds. But if Voldemort made Horcruxes, we don't know that. Petunia cut her off. And I don't want that word spoken in this house again, do you understand? When Hermione nodded, chastened, Petunia softened. I'm not angry. I'm scared. There are branches of magic that corrupt just by learning about them. I keep those books secure because sometimes research is necessary, but I'm very careful about what I expose myself to, let alone you two. Harry, who had been following this exchange with confusion, finally spoke up. What's a whore? What Hermione said. It's the darkest magic. Petunia said after a pause. A way to split one's soul and hide the pieces in objects. Insurance against death. But the price is unthinkable, murder, deliberate and cold. It destroys the caster from within, makes them less human with each creation. And you think Voldemort might have done this? Harry felt sick. Dumbledore suspects. Nothing confirmed. She looked at them both very seriously. This is why we prepare. Not to frighten you, but to ensure you have every advantage, every protection. Hermione bit her lip. Is that why you took me in? Because you thought I might be in danger too? Petunia's expression softened completely. No, darling. I took you in because you needed a family, and we needed you. The fact that you're an exceptionally talented young witch who might one day be a target is secondary to the fact that you're Hermione, and you belong with us. She stood up and came around the table, gathering both children into a tight hug. Now, she said, pulling back to look at them. It's very late, and this is enough heavy conversation for one night. Bed, both of you. We still have shield practice tomorrow. Despite Petunia's reassurances, the conversation left both children unsettled. Harry lay awake long after being tucked in, staring at his ceiling where enchanted stars glowed softly, a charm Petunia had cast to help with his nightmares years ago. A soft knock at his door preceded Hermione's head poking into the room. Can't sleep either? She whispered. He scooted over in his bed, making room for her to climb in beside him as she'd done countless times before when one of them was troubled. At 9, Hermione was getting a bit old for such things, but neither of them cared. Do you think he'll really come back? Harry asked once she'd settled beside him. I don't know. But if he does, we'll be ready. There was fierce determination in her voice. How? We're just kids. Not forever, Hermione pointed out. And we have Aunt Petunia. She's brilliant, even if her toasting charms need work. That made Harry smile. Yeah. They lay in silence for a while, watching the enchanted stars slowly rotate overhead. Harry, Hermione said eventually, I'm sorry I looked in those books. I was just trying to understand. I know. That's what you do. You try to understand everything. Not everything makes sense, though. Like what? She rolled onto her side to face him. Like why Voldemort wanted to kill you in the first place. You were just a baby. Harry had wondered this himself many times. Aunt Petunia mentioned a prophecy. Yes, but what did it say? And why attack your parents on Halloween specifically? And why? She stopped abruptly. What? Hermione looked uncomfortable. Nothing. Just thinking out loud. Hermione. Harry said, knowing her too well. What is it? She sighed. I was just wondering, why didn't anyone check on your parents that night? If they were in hiding, surely someone was watching over them? The question hit Harry like a punch to the stomach. It was something he'd never considered before. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe they were, but got there too late. Maybe. Hermione didn't sound convinced. There's something else bothering me. The way Aunt Petunia reacted when Mrs. Tonks mentioned Professor Snape. And how she never talks about your dad much, just your mum. Harry had noticed this too. Aunt Petunia told endless stories about Lily, her kindness, her talent with charms, her bright laugh, but James Potter appeared mostly as a secondary character in these tales. I think, Harry said slowly, there's a lot Aunt Petunia isn't telling us. Of course there is, Hermione replied matter-of-factly. Adults always hide things they think will upset children. But we're not exactly normal children, are we? Harry grinned into the darkness. Not even close. So we'll just have to find things out for ourselves, she concluded, a hint of mischief in her voice that Harry recognized all too well. You're plotting something, aren't you? I'm considering options, she corrected primly. There's a difference. Harry yawned, sleep finally beginning to tug at him. Whatever you're considering, count me in. Hermione smiled, nestling deeper into the pillow. Always. Morning brought sunshine streaming through the curtains, and the smell of bacon wafting up the stairs. Harry found Hermione already in the kitchen, helping Aunt Petunia prepare breakfast, the normal way, with no magical mishaps in sight. I've been thinking, Petunia said as Harry slid into his seat, that we should take a trip to Diagon Alley today. Both children perked up immediately. Visits to the wizarding shopping district were rare treats. What for? Harry asked, reaching for the orange juice. Books, primarily. Petunia set a plate of perfectly crisp bacon on the table. After our conversation last night, I realized there are some subjects we should cover more thoroughly before you start at Hogwarts. Like defensive magic? Hermione asked eagerly. That, and wizarding history. The real history, not just the sanitized version they teach first years. She sat down with her own plate. And I thought we might stop by Ollivander's. Harry nearly choked on his juice. Ollivander's? But we're not 11 yet. No, but there's no harm in him taking some preliminary measurements. The better matched your wands are when the time comes, the more effective your magic will be. She took a sip of tea. Besides, I need to speak with him about some research I've been doing. Research? Hermione's curiosity was instantly piqued. On wand cores and their interaction with different types of protective magic, Petunia explained. St. Mungo's has been seeing an increase in spell damage that seems resistant to conventional healing. I have a theory it might be related to wand core compatibility. This was the side of Aunt Petunia that fascinated Harry most, the serious magical researcher who published papers in esoteric magical journals and corresponded with wand makers and potion masters across Europe. So different from the sometimes flustered witch who couldn't get a toasting charm right. After breakfast, they dressed in their wizarding casual clothes, robes over normal attire that could be removed easily when returning to Muggle areas. Petunia checked her handbag 3 times to ensure she had everything needed, then led them to the fireplace in the living room. Flow powder today, she announced, taking down the ornate jar from the mantelpiece. Harry, you first, then Hermione. I'll follow. Remember to speak very clearly. Harry took a pinch of the glittering powder, stepped into the fireplace, and threw it down decisively. Diagon Alley. Green flames engulfed him, and he tucked in his elbows just in time as the familiar spinning sensation took hold. He stumbled out of the public fireplace at the leaky cauldron, quickly stepping aside for Hermione, who emerged moments later with significantly more grace. Petunia followed, somehow managing to look elegant despite the sooty journey. Petunia Evans, Tom the barkeeper called out as they dusted themselves off. Haven't seen you in months. How's the research going? Progressing slowly, Tom, she replied with a smile. We're just passing through today. Your usual table is open if you want tea before heading out. Perhaps on our return. Thank you. As they made their way through the tavern toward the brick wall entrance to Diagon Alley, Harry noticed several patrons watching them, or more specifically, watching him. He was used to this by now. The boy who lived couldn't go anywhere in Wizarding Britain without drawing attention, despite Petunia's best efforts to give him a normal childhood. Hermione, noticing his discomfort, casually moved to walk between Harry and the staring witches and wizards. She'd appointed herself his unofficial shield against unwanted attention years ago. "Ignore them," she whispered. "They're just curious." "I know," Harry sighed. "Still weird." Petunia tapped the bricks in the correct pattern, and the wall folded away to reveal the bustling magical shopping street. Despite having visited several times before, the sight never failed to amaze both children: the colorful shop fronts, the oddly dressed witches and wizards, the displays of merchandise that defied Muggle physics. "Flourish and blots first," Petunia decided. "Then Ollivanders, and if we have time, perhaps quality Quidditch supplies." Harry's face lit up at the last suggestion, while Hermione looked equally excited about the bookshop. Some stereotypes, Petunia often joked, existed for a reason. They made their way down the crowded street, Petunia keeping both children close. Harry noticed her wan hand was always free, her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. The conversation from the previous night had clearly left her on edge. At Flourish and Blots, Petunia headed straight for the history section, leaving the children to browse with strict instructions to stay within sight. Harry immediately wandered toward the Quidditch books, while Hermione made a beeline for a display labeled Recent Magical Discoveries. Harry was flipping through, seeking secrets, professional strategies, when he became aware of someone watching him. He looked up to find a pale, pointed-faced boy about his own age staring at him with undisguised curiosity. "You're Harry Potter," the boy said. Not a question. "Yes," Harry replied cautiously. The boy extended his hand. "Draco Malfoy. My father's told me all about you." Harry hesitated before shaking the offered hand, remembering the conversation from the previous night. "Lucius Malfoy has been making inquiries about certain artifacts." "Nice to meet you," he said politely, withdrawing his hand as quickly as possible without seeming rude. "Is it true you live with your Muggle aunt? Father says it's a disgrace that the heir of the Potter line is being raised outside proper wizarding society." Before Harry could respond to this rather offensive statement, Hermione appeared at his side, arms already laden with books. "Harry, I found the most fascinating volume on magical theory and its application to—" She stopped, noticing Draco. "Oh, hello." Draco's gaze flicked to Hermione, taking in her bushy hair and the enthusiastic gleam in her eyes. "And you are?" "Hermione Granger," she replied, shifting her books to offer her hand. Draco ignored it. "Granger? Not a wizarding name." Hermione's hand slowly lowered. "My parents were Muggles. I live with Harry and his aunt." "Ah," Draco said, as if this explained something disappointing. "Muggle-born." The way he said it made Harry's temper flare. "Is there a problem with that?" Draco seemed to realize he misstepped. "Not at all. Simply clarifying. So you two are being raised together? Like siblings?" "Yes," they answered simultaneously. "Interesting arrangement," Draco mused. "Though I suppose with Potter's fame, someone had to take him in." "Lucky you, Granger." Hermione's eyes narrowed dangerously. Harry, knowing the signs of her temper building, quickly intervened. "We should find Aunt Petunia." "Nice meeting you, Malfoy." As they turned to leave, Draco called after them. "See you at Hogwarts in a few years, Potter. You'll learn then that some wizarding families are better than others." Harry didn't respond, but felt Hermione vibrating with indignation beside him. "The nerve!" she hissed once they were out of earshot. "As if your fame is the only reason I'm part of the family. As if I'm lucky to be an orphan." "Ignore him," Harry advised. "He seems like a prat." "A prejudiced prat," Hermione added. "Did you hear how he said Muggle-born? like it was something dirty. They found Petunia in the history section, a stack of books already floating beside her, maintained by a simple levitation charm. There you are. She smiled, before noting their expressions. What's happened? We met Draco Malfoy. Harry explained. Petunia's smile vanished. Where? Is Lucius here? Just a boy, Hermione assured her. But he was rather unpleasant about Muggleborns. Like father, like son, Petunia muttered. The Malfoys have certain views on blood purity. Best to keep your distance from that family. He said he'd see us at Hogwarts. Harry mentioned. Unfortunately likely. Petunia sighed. The Malfoys have attended Hogwarts for generations. But that's years away, and we have shopping to finish. She guided them toward the counter. Find what you wanted, Harry? Not yet, he admitted. Well, let's pay for these history texts, and then you can have another look while Hermione and I visit the magical theory section. An hour later, they left Flourish and Blots with significantly heavier bags and lighter purses. Hermione was practically skipping with excitement over her new books, while Harry had found not only a Quidditch strategy guide but also a promising volume on famous magical duels throughout history. Their next stop was Ollivander's, where the ancient wand maker greeted Petunia like an old colleague. Ah, Ms. Evans. Willow with dragon heartstring, 12 inches, quite flexible. How has it been serving you? Perfectly, Mr. Ollivander, thank you. Petunia smiled warmly. I brought the children for preliminary measurements, if you're not too busy. Never too busy for such an interesting case. The wand maker replied, his silvery eyes fixing on Harry. Mr. Potter. I've been expecting you, though not quite this soon. His gaze shifted to Hermione. And Ms. Granger. A most unusual pairing. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. How did he know who they were? You've been talking to Dumbledore, Petunia surmised. The headmaster keeps me informed of exceptional cases, Ollivander confirmed. And 2 magical children being raised by a late-blooming witch is exceptional indeed. He stepped closer, examining them both with unnerving intensity. Most interesting magical signatures. Complementary, yet distinct. That's partly why we're here, Petunia explained. They've shown remarkable ability with joint spellwork, even using practice wands. Fascinating. Ollivander retreated to a drawer, extracting several measuring tapes. Well then, let's see what we're working with, shall we? What followed was a slightly bewildering process of having various parts of their bodies measured, arm length, finger width, distance between eyes, even the circumference of their heads. Throughout it all, Ollivander muttered to himself, occasionally making notes on a piece of parchment. Very promising indeed, he said finally, rolling up his measuring tapes. Mr. Potter shows strong affinity for phoenix feather or holly, while Ms. Granger leans toward vinewood with perhaps dragon heartstring. But of course, the wand chooses the wizard, or witch. When the time comes, we shall see if my predictions hold true. And my research question? Petunia prompted. Ah, yes. Ollivander's demeanor shifted to something more scholarly. I've reviewed the cases you sent over. Most intriguing. You're correct that the wand core may be influencing the effectiveness of healing charms, particularly with injuries caused by dark magic. The resonance between dragon heartstring wands and curse damage is especially problematic. They launched into a technical discussion that quickly went over Harry's head. He looked at Hermione, who was following along with rapt attention, clearly understanding far more than he was. A movement outside the shop window caught Harry's eye. A tall man with long platinum blonde hair was passing by, his imperious gaze sweeping the shop interior before moving on. Something about his appearance sent a chill down Harry's spine. And Petunia, he interrupted quietly. I think I just saw Lucius Malfoy outside. Petunia broke off mid-sentence, instantly alert. Are you sure? Blonde hair, fancy walking stick, looks like he smelled something bad. That would be him. She confirmed grimly. Mr. Ollivander, I apologize for cutting this short, but we should be going. The wand maker nodded understanding. Of course. I'll send an owl with the rest of my findings. Petunia thanked him, then ushered the children toward the door, pausing to glance outside before leading them in the opposite direction from where Malfoy had been headed. Are we in danger? Hermione whispered, clutching her book bag tightly. Not likely, Petunia assured her. But Lucius Malfoy is not someone I want encountering Harry unexpectedly. He was a Death Eater, claimed to be under the Imperious Curse, but… She shook her head. Better safe than sorry. They made their way back toward the leaky cauldron at a brisk pace, the promised visit to quality Quidditch supplies forgotten. I'm sorry, Harry, Petunia said, noting his disappointed expression. We'll come back another day, I promise. It's okay, he said, though he couldn't help feeling frustrated. Always, it seemed, his life was shaped by the shadow of Voldemort, even years after the Dark Wizard's defeat. As they approached the brick wall entrance, a voice called out behind them. Petunia Evans! What a surprise! They turned to find a tall, severe-looking wizard with dark eyes and shoulder-length black hair striding toward them. Harry felt his aunt stiffen beside him. Severus, she acknowledged coolly. It's been a while. Indeed. The man's gaze shifted to Harry, and something unreadable flickered in his eyes. So this is Potter's son. Harry, Petunia corrected firmly. His name is Harry. The man, Severus, studied Harry with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. He has her eyes, he observed quietly. Yes, Petunia said. He does. Severus finally seemed to notice Hermione. And this is… Hermione Granger, Petunia supplied. She lives with us. Another ward? How charitable of you, Petunia. There was something in his tone that made Harry instantly dislike him. He stepped closer to Hermione protectively. We're a family, he stated boldly, meeting the man's gaze directly. Severus's eyebrows rose slightly. I see Lily's temperament as well as her eyes, he remarked. Interesting. We really must be going, Severus, Petunia said, placing a hand on each child's shoulder. I'm sure you have brewing to attend to. Actually, I'm gathering supplies. Term starts in a week. He glanced at the bags they were carrying. A bit early for school shopping, isn't it? They can't be 11 yet. Preliminary research, Petunia replied vaguely. Best to be prepared. Always the planner, Severus commented. Well, I won't keep you. He inclined his head in a minimal gesture of farewell. I expect I'll be seeing young Mr. Potter and Miss Granger in a few years. Let us hope they inherit their academic aptitude from the right sources. With that ambiguous statement, he turned and walked away, his black robes billowing dramatically behind him. Who was that? Hermione demanded once they'd passed through the wall and re-entered the leaky cauldron. Professor Severus Snape, Petunia answered, her voice tight. Potions master at Hogwarts. And, as I mentioned last night, an old acquaintance of Lily's. He seemed to know you too, Harry pointed out. We grew up in the same neighborhood. She guided them toward the public flue. Our interactions were limited and rarely pleasant. He's going to be our professor someday? Hermione looked troubled by the prospect. Unfortunately, yes. Petunia's expression softened as she looked at them. But that's years away, and I'll make sure you're both more than prepared to handle Severus Snape when the time comes. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, silently agreeing there was far more to that story than Petunia was revealing. Back home, after the books were unpacked and properly organized, Hermione's insistence, Harry found Petunia sitting alone in the garden, a cup of tea cooling beside her as she stared unseeing at the roses. And Petunia? He approached cautiously. Are you okay? She looked up, smiling at the sight of him. Just thinking, dear. Today brought back a lot of memories. Harry sat beside her on the bench. Because of Professor Snape? Partly, she admitted. Seeing him with you was disconcerting. There's history there that's complicated. He knew my mum well, didn't he? Petunia nodded slowly. They were best friends as children. He was the one who told her she was a witch, years before her Hogwarts letter arrived. They remained close until their 5th year at school, when she trailed off. When what? Harry prompted. When he made choices that Lily couldn't accept. She finished carefully. Choices about the company he kept, the magic he pursued. He was friends with Death Eaters. Harry guessed. Eventually became one himself. Petunia confirmed. Though Dumbledore insists he changed sides before the end of the war. That's why he teaches at Hogwarts now, Dumbledore's protection. Harry frowned. But if he was a Death Eater, why would Dumbledore trust him? That, Petunia sighed, is a question many have asked. Dumbledore has his reasons, I'm sure, but he rarely shares them with others. They sat in silence for a moment, watching a butterfly dance among the flowers. Did you like Professor Snape? Harry finally asked. When you were kids? Petunia laughed, though there was little humor in it. No, Harry. Severus and I detested each other from the start. He thought I was a jealous, petty muggle, and I thought he was a shabby, strange boy taking my sister away from me. We were both partially right, I suppose. And now? Now we're adults with a complicated shared past. She rested a hand on his shoulder. But don't worry about Severus Snape. Whatever his history with Lily, whatever his feelings about me, he's a Hogwarts professor under Dumbledore's supervision. When you attend school, he'll treat you fairly enough. Harry wasn't convinced, but nodded anyway. There you are. Hermione's voice called from the back door. I've been looking everywhere. I think I've found something important in one of the new books. Harry and Petunia exchanged amused glances. Hermione discovering something important in a book was an almost daily occurrence. We're coming, Petunia called back, standing and retrieving her cold tea. To Harry, she added quietly, let's see what our resident scholar has uncovered this time. They found Hermione in the living room, surrounded by open books, her hair even wilder than usual from repeatedly running her hands through it in excitement. Look at this, she said without preamble, pointing to a passage in Magical Protections Through the Ages. It talks about sacrificial magic and blood wards. Petunia leaned over to read the indicated paragraph, her expression growing serious. Where did you find this section? It was in the chapter about ancient Egyptian protection rituals, but look, it specifically mentions that sacrificial protection can be anchored to blood relatives. Hermione's eyes were bright with discovery. That's why Harry came to live with you, isn't it? Because you share Lily's blood, so the protection continues. Petunia slowly sat down, looking at both children with a mixture of pride and concern. Yes. That's part of it. Dumbledore explained that the protection Lily created through her sacrifice would continue as long as Harry could call home a place where her blood dwelled. That's me. So the house is protected because you're here. Harry realized. That's why we have all those extra wards. The wards work with the blood protection. Petunia confirmed. Together, they create a sanctuary that dark magic, particularly Voldemort's magic, cannot penetrate. But Hermione doesn't share our blood. Harry pointed out, suddenly worried. Is she protected too? Of course she is, Petunia said firmly. The protections extend to all who dwell within the house as family. Blood started it, but love maintains it. The three of us, our bond, that's what powers the strongest wards now. Hermione beamed at this, visibly relieved. Besides, Petunia added with a small smile, I've added a few additional protections specific to Hermione. Did you think those weekly hair brushing sessions were just about taming those curls? You put protection spells in my hair? Hermione looked both impressed and slightly indignant. Hair carries magical properties. It's one of the most personal magical conductors. Those special conditioning treatments contain potion elements that strengthen certain defensive attributes. Petunia's smile widened at their astonished expressions. What? I do have some magical skill, you know. That's brilliant, Harry said admiringly. Why didn't you tell us? Hermione wanted to know. Some protective magic works better when it's not constantly examined or questioned. Petunia explained. And I wanted you both to have as normal a childhood as possible, not worrying about wards and protections and dark wizards. But you worry about those things all the time, Harry said softly. Petunia reached out to caress his cheek gently. That's what parents do, Harry. We worry so our children don't have to. The simple statement, and the love behind it, made Harry's throat tight. Petunia wasn't his mother. She never tried to replace Lily, but she was every bit his parent in the ways that mattered. Now, she said, straightening up and assuming her more practical tone, since you've discovered the secret of the blood wards, perhaps it's time I taught you both how to help maintain them. They're stronger with conscious participation. Hermione immediately sat up straighter, academic interest piqued. We can help strengthen the wards? How? Intent matters in magic. Knowing this is your home, that you belong here, that we are family, focus properly, those feelings can reinforce magical protections. She stood, drawing her wand. Come with me. We'll start with the cornerstone ward in the garden. As they followed her outside, Harry felt a surge of something powerful and warm in his chest. Not for the first time, he was struck by how fortunate he was in his misfortune. He'd lost his parents, yes, but found a different kind of family, one built on choice rather than just blood, on love freely given rather than obligation. And as the afternoon sun bathed the garden in golden light, Aunt Petunia began to teach them the ancient magic of home and hearth, of protection and belonging. Magic that would serve them well in the years to come, when darkness would once again rise to threaten their hard-won peace. 3 months later, on a crisp October evening, Petunia stood in the kitchen preparing dinner while Harry and Hermione sat at the table working on their magical theory homework, an essay on the fundamental differences between transfiguration and charm work. The doorbell rang, an unusual occurrence at this hour. Are we expecting anyone? Harry asked, looking up from his parchment. Petunia frowned, setting down her knife. No. Stay here, both of you. She withdrew her wand from her apron pocket and moved cautiously toward the front door. Through the kitchen doorway, the children watched as she cast a quick revealing spell, one that would show if magical concealment was being used by whoever stood outside. Apparently satisfied, she opened the door a few inches, keeping her body positioned to shield the interior of the house. Can I help you? They heard her ask. A man's voice responded, too low for them to make out the words. I see, Petunia said after a moment. And what business brings you here at this hour? More inaudible conversation followed. Hermione glanced at Harry, raising her eyebrows questioningly. He shrugged in response. Very well, Petunia finally said. But I'll need to see some identification first. There was a pause, then Petunia stepped back, opening the door wider. Come in, then. A tall man with dark skin and imposing presence entered the hallway. He wore the distinctive robes of an Auror, the wizarding world's equivalent of police. Children, Petunia called, her voice carefully controlled. This is Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. He needs to speak with us. Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances before getting up from the table. They moved to stand near Petunia, who automatically placed a protective hand on each of their shoulders. Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. The Auror greeted them with a deep, reassuring voice. I apologize for interrupting your evening. Is something wrong? Hermione asked, always direct. Shacklebolt's expression grew serious. I'm afraid there may be. We've received intelligence about potential threat activity related to past events. Death Eaters, Harry stated bluntly. The Auror looked momentarily surprised, then nodded. Yes. There was an incident at Azkaban yesterday. A visitor to the Lestranges managed to pass them something. We believe it may have been information related to your location. Petunia's grip on their shoulders tightened. How is that possible? This house is under the Fidelius charm in addition to the blood wards. The location itself remains protected, Shacklebolt assured her. But your patterns outside the home, shopping trips, visits to certain magical locations, these may have been documented. By whom? Petunia demanded. We're still investigating. But as a precaution, Director Bones has authorized me to place additional aura protection around your property and to review your security measures. Petunia nodded, her expression grim. Of course. Children, please return to your homework while Aura Shacklebolt and I discuss the details. But, Harry began to protest. No arguments, Harry. This is precisely why we practice defense, so you're prepared while the adults handle the specifics. Her tone left no room for discussion. Reluctantly, the children returned to the kitchen, though neither made any pretense of continuing their homework. Instead, they sat silently, straining to hear the murmured conversation in the hallway. This is serious, isn't it? Hermione whispered. Harry nodded. Has to be for an aura to come personally, especially this late. I'm scared, she admitted, a rare confession from someone who usually projected confidence. Harry reached across the table to squeeze her hand. Me too. But Aunt Petunia won't let anything happen to us. It's not us I'm worried about, Hermione replied softly. It's her. She's so focused on protecting us that she sometimes forgets to protect herself. It was a perceptive observation, and one that had occurred to Harry as well. For all her magical skill, Petunia had one significant vulnerability: her absolute dedication to their safety, sometimes at the expense of her own. The kitchen door opened, and Petunia re-entered with Aura Shacklebolt. We're going to be having some changes around here, she announced, her voice steady despite the tension evident in her posture. Aura Shacklebolt will be stationing protection details nearby, and we'll be limiting our trips to magical areas for the time being. What about our lessons with Mr. Lupin? Hermione asked. Remus Lupin, a friend of Harry's parents, had been teaching them basic defensive magic twice monthly. Those will continue, but here rather than at his cottage, Petunia explained. And we'll be adding some additional security measures to the house. Like what? Harry wanted to know. Shacklebolt stepped forward. Magical surveillance detection, anti-apparition jinxes extended to the entire street, and a direct alert system to Aura headquarters. Are we in that much danger? Hermione's voice was small. Petunia moved to her side, crouching down to meet her eyes. This is precautionary, Hermione. The best way to handle threats is to prevent them from becoming actual dangers. Is it because of me? Harry asked quietly. Because Voldemort's followers want revenge. A heavy silence fell. Petunia and Shacklebolt exchanged glances. Partially, the Aura finally admitted. But there may be other factors at play. Some of the intelligence suggests interest in both of you. In me? Hermione looked startled. But I'm just a Muggle-born. Why would Death Eaters care about me specifically? Another weighted silence. Hermione, Petunia said carefully, there are aspects of your parents' murder that suggest it wasn't random anti-Muggle violence as initially believed. What? Hermione's face had gone pale. You never told me that. I was waiting until you were older. But given the circumstances. Petunia glanced at Shacklebolt, who nodded encouragingly. The pattern of the attack, the specific wards that were breached, they indicate the Grangers were targeted deliberately, not simply because they were Muggles with a magical child. But why? Hermione's voice cracked. My parents were dentists. They weren't involved in the magical world at all except through me. That's what we're still trying to determine. Shacklebolt said gently. The case was never fully resolved. Harry reached for Hermione's hand again, finding it cold and trembling. So both Hermione's parents and mine were specifically targeted by Death Eaters? He asked, trying to understand. That can't be coincidence. No, Petunia agreed quietly. It likely isn't. Are there other children who were targeted? Hermione asked, her analytical mind still working despite her obvious distress. A pattern might help identify the motive. Shacklebolt looked impressed by her reasoning. There were several attacks on families with magical children during that period, but most were clearly motivated by blood status prejudice. The Potter and Granger cases share certain anomalies. Like what? Harry pressed. Petunia stood up, her expression firming. That's enough for tonight. You both need to understand the situation is serious, but the details can wait until tomorrow. Right now, we need to help Aura Shacklebolt set up the new protections. Though frustrated by the abrupt end to the revelations, either child argued. The gravity of the situation was clear from the adult's demeanor. Can we help? Hermione asked instead. Shacklebolt smiled for the first time since arriving. As a matter of fact, you can. The alert system works better when it's keyed to all residents of the house. Would you both be willing to provide a drop of blood for the enchantment? Yes, they answered simultaneously, then glanced at each other with small smiles despite the tension. Excellent, the aura said. Let's begin, then. The next hour was spent in focused magical work. Shacklebolt proved to be a patient teacher, explaining each protection as he and Petunia established it. The alert system, a small silver instrument that resembled a gyroscope, was placed in the center of the living room and activated with a drop of blood from each of them, binding it to their magical signatures. If danger approaches, Shacklebolt explained, this will detect it and immediately alert Aura headquarters. It can distinguish between casual visitors and those with harmful intent. How? Hermione asked, fascinated despite the circumstances. Intent matters in magic. Shacklebolt replied, echoing Petunia's frequent teaching. This device reads magical signatures but also emotional states and intentions. Dark magic always carries certain resonances. By the time they'd finished strengthening all the protections, it was well past the children's normal bedtime. Petunia, noticing their exhaustion, sent them upstairs to prepare for bed while she finished debriefing with Shacklebolt. As Harry changed into his pajamas, he could hear Hermione moving around in her room next door, her footsteps more agitated than usual. He wasn't surprised when she knocked softly on his door a few minutes later. I can't sleep, she said unnecessarily as she entered. Her eyes were red-rimmed, though she wasn't actively crying. Me neither, Harry admitted, making room for her on the bed. Want to talk about it? She sat beside him, pulling her knees to her chest. I always thought they died because they were muggles. That it was just bad luck. Part of the general violence during Voldemort's reign. Her voice wavered slightly. But if they were specifically targeted, it means someone had a reason. Harry finished for her. I've wondered the same thing about my parents. The official story never quite made sense. Why would Voldemort personally go after a baby? There's so much they're not telling us, Hermione said, frustration evident. We'll figure it out, Harry promised. Together. She nodded, some of her usual determination returning. Together. They sat in companionable silence for a while, listening to the distant murmur of voices downstairs and the occasional creak as the house settled. Harry, Hermione said eventually, do you ever wonder what it would have been like? If they had lived, I mean. He knew she meant their respective parents. It was a thought that had crossed his mind many times over the years. Sometimes, he admitted. But then I think about how we wouldn't be together if things had been different. And I can't imagine that. Hermione smiled softly, bumping her shoulder against his. Me neither. The conversation from downstairs grew louder briefly as someone approached the stairs. Moments later, Petunia appeared in the doorway, looking unsurprised to find them together. Aura Shacklebolt has left, she informed them. The protections are all in place, and there will be an aura watching the house tonight. Are we going to be okay? Hermione asked, her voice small again. Petunia crossed the room and sat on Harry's other side, putting an arm around each child. Yes, she said firmly. We're going to be absolutely fine. We have protections, we have allies, and most importantly, we have each other. She gave them both a squeeze. Nothing is more powerful than that. Harry leaned into her embrace, drawing comfort from her certainty. Whatever dangers might be approaching, whatever mystery still surrounded their parents' deaths, they would face it as they had faced everything else since becoming a family, together. And as the house settled around them, wrapped in layers of magical protection both ancient and new, Harry felt the fierce certainty that this unconventional, sometimes chaotic, always loving household, was exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 2: Letters and Legacies. The summer Harry turned 11 dawned bright with promise and the subtle shimmer of protective magic that had become a constant presence around number 8, Wisteria Lane. 3 years had passed since Oris Shacklebolt's unexpected visit, years filled with intensive magical training, historical research, and the gradual revelation of secrets long held. "They're late," Harry muttered, peering through his bedroom window at the empty sky for what felt like the 100th time that morning. From her spot on his bedroom floor, surrounded by books on magical education, Hermione rolled her eyes. "Hogwarts letters don't arrive on the stroke of midnight on your birthday, Harry. They come throughout July and early August." "Mine should come today," he insisted. "I'm 11 today. That's when you get your letter." "I've been 11 for months, and mine hasn't arrived yet," Hermione pointed out. "Yes, but—" A sharp rap at the door interrupted their bickering. Aunt Petunia entered, carrying a small stack of colorfully wrapped presents. "Happy birthday, Harry," she announced, setting the gifts on his bed. 11 at last. Harry grinned, momentarily forgetting his letter anxiety. "Thanks, Aunt Petunia. Mine's the one in green paper," Hermione said, scrambling up from the floor. "Open it first." Harry didn't need telling twice. He tore into the neatly wrapped package to reveal a handsome leather-bound journal with his initials embossed in gold on the cover. "It's charmed," Hermione explained proudly. "Only you can read what you write in it unless you specifically allow someone else. Aunt Petunia helped with the spells." "Brilliant!" Harry ran his fingers over the soft leather. "This is perfect for your Hogwarts notes, I know," Hermione finished, beaming. "And our research." The research had become their private project over the past few years, an investigation into the mysterious connections between their parents' murders and the vague threats that still surrounded them. Petunia had gradually shared more details as they'd grown older, but Harry and Hermione were convinced there was much still being kept from them. "Open the others," Petunia urged, settling on the edge of the bed. Harry worked his way through the small pile, a set of defensive magic books from Petunia, a handmade wand holster from Remus Lupin, a box of joke products from Nymphadora Tonks, now a full-fledged aura, and a mysterious package that turned out to contain his father's old Quidditch gloves, sent by someone identified only as an old friend, in an unsigned note. "These were Dad's?" Harry asked in awe, running his fingers over the supple leather gloves. They were well worn but beautifully maintained, the Potter family crest subtly embossed on each wrist. "Yes," Petunia smiled. "James was Gryffindor's star chaser for years. Those gloves saw many victories." "But who sent them?" Hermione asked, examining the anonymous note with suspicion. "And how did they know to send them today?" "I have my suspicions," Petunia replied vaguely. "Many of your parents' friends keep track of important dates, Harry, even if they don't remain in regular contact." Harry was about to press for more information when a distinctive tapping sound came from the window. All three heads whipped around to see a tawny owl perched on the sill, a letter clutched in its beak. "It's here!" Harry yelped, nearly knocking over his bedside lamp in his rush to the window. The owl deposited not one but 2 letters before accepting a treat from Petunia's outstretched hand and fluttering away. Harry stared at the envelopes, both bearing the unmistakable Hogwarts crest. "2," he said unnecessarily, his heart pounding. Hermione stepped forward, excitement making her voice higher than usual. "One must be mine!" Sure enough, the addresses confirmed it. Mr. H. Potter, the blue bedroom 8, Wisteria Lane, Brighton. Ms. H. Granger, the yellow bedroom 8, Wisteria Lane, Brighton. Together, Harry decided, holding out Hermione's letter to her. "On 3. 1, 2. They broke the wax seals simultaneously, unfolding the parchment with reverent care. Though they'd known this day would come, had been preparing for it for years, the actual moment felt monumentally significant. "Dear Mr. Potter," Harry read aloud, his voice wavering slightly with excitement. "We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We're going to Hogwarts," Hermione breathed, clutching her letter so tightly it crinkled. It's really happening. Petunia watched them with a bittersweet smile. I always knew you both would. Magic like yours couldn't go anywhere else. When can we go shopping for supplies? Harry asked, already scanning the equipment list. We need wands, real ones, finally, and robes and books. And a cat. Hermione interjected. It says we can bring a cat, an owl, or a toad. This weekend. Petunia promised. We'll make a proper day of it. But first, she added, her expression growing more serious, there are some things we need to discuss. Things I've been waiting until your Hogwarts letters arrived to share. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, instantly alert. This tone from Aunt Petunia usually preceded important revelations. About our parents? Hermione guessed. Partly. And about what you might face at Hogwarts. Petunia stood, gathering Harry's discarded wrapping paper. But that's for this evening. For now, let's celebrate Harry's birthday. There's cake downstairs, and I believe Remus will be joining us for lunch. As she left the room, Harry turned to Hermione, who was already reaching for a fresh piece of parchment. Make a list? He suggested unnecessarily. She nodded, quill already poised. Questions for tonight, supplies for Diagon Alley, and things to research before term starts. Harry grinned. Some things never changed, and Hermione's organizational enthusiasm was chief among them. Remus Lupin arrived precisely at noon, looking slightly less shabby than usual in honor of the occasion. His premature gray hair was neatly combed, and his patched robes had been replaced with newer ones in a pleasant shade of blue. Happy birthday, Harry. He smiled, presenting a small package wrapped in simple brown paper. Nothing fancy, I'm afraid, but perhaps useful. Inside was a slender wooden box containing what appeared to be ordinary drawing chalk in various colors. Detection chalk, Remus explained as Harry examined it curiously. Useful for marking temporary wards or revealing hidden magical signatures. The Marauders used it extensively for our explorations. Brilliant! Harry's eyes lit up. Thanks, Remus. I've also brought this, the older wizard added, pulling a thick envelope from his pocket. Photos of your parents from their school days. I thought you might like to have them before you go to Hogwarts yourself. This gift was even more precious. Harry opened the envelope with care, revealing dozens of magical photographs showing his parents at various ages. James with his fellow Marauders, Lily with her friends, the two of them together in later years. A few even included a younger Remus and a man Harry recognized as Sirius Black, his godfather who was currently traveling abroad on long-term assignment for Gringotts. Look, Hermione, Harry said, pointing to one photo of his mother surrounded by books in what appeared to be the Hogwarts library. Mum studied just like you. She was brilliant at charms, Remus confirmed. Top of our year. James excelled in transfiguration, though he rarely applied himself to anything except Quidditch and creative mischief. Lunch was a cheerful affair, filled with Remus's entertaining stories of Hogwarts and the Marauders' exploits. Petunia even contributed a few anecdotes about Lily's accidental magic before Hogwarts, turning teacups into toads, making flowers bloom in winter, once even floating down from a swing when she jumped too high. Your mother, Remus told Hermione during dessert, was in my year at school, though we didn't know each other well. Emma Green, as she was then, was a Ravenclaw prefect, quite brilliant at arithmancy. Hermione leaned forward eagerly. You knew my mother? Aunt Petunia never mentioned that. Only in passing, Remus admitted. But I remember she won the Arithmantic Achievement Award in our 7th year. Your father was a few years ahead of us, I believe. This casual mention of her birth parents brought a shadow of grief to Hermione's eyes, quickly blinked away. Harry reached under the table to squeeze her hand briefly, their silent code of support. After lunch, while Petunia and Remus discussed something in hushed tones in the kitchen, Harry and Hermione retreated to the garden with the photographs. I wonder how different Hogwarts will be now, Hermione mused, examining a picture of the castle in winter. These are from 20 years ago. Remus says Hogwarts hardly changes. Harry replied. That's what makes it special. Hermione's finger traced the outline of the ancient stone towers. Do you think we'll be in the same house? It was a question they'd debated many times over the years. Harry shrugged. Maybe. You've got Ravenclaw tendencies, though. And you've got Gryffindor written all over you. She countered with a smile. But it doesn't matter, does it? We'll still be us, no matter which houses we're in. Always. Harry agreed firmly. The afternoon passed pleasantly, with birthday cake and a friendly Quidditch match in the specially warded back garden where Petunia had installed hoops years ago. Remus proved surprisingly agile on a broomstick despite his generally frail appearance, challenging Harry to increasingly complex maneuvers while Petunia and Hermione watched from below, occasionally serving as reluctant chasers when called upon. As evening approached, Remus took his leave with promises to see them before term started. Once he'd gone, an expectant silence fell over the house. Harry and Hermione helped clean up from the festivities, waiting for Petunia to initiate the serious conversation she'd promised. Finally, after dinner was cleared away, she gestured for them to remain at the table. So, she began, her expression somber. Hogwarts. Harry and Hermione sat up straighter, instantly attentive. You've had your letters, and soon you'll be off to school. Before that happens, there are things you need to know, things I've protected you from, perhaps for too long. She reached for a leather portfolio that had been sitting on the sideboard. This contains documents I've gathered over the years, information about your parents, and the events surrounding their deaths. Some of it may be difficult. We're ready, Harry said firmly, Hermione nodding beside him. Petunia sighed. I know you think you are. Very well. Let's start with the prophecy. The one about Harry? Hermione asked, recalling previous mentions. Yes. Shortly before Harry was born, a prophecy was made to Albus Dumbledore by a seer named Sybil Trelawney. It concerned a child with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Petunia extracted a piece of parchment. I've never heard the exact wording myself. Dumbledore guards that closely. But James told Lily enough that she shared the essence of it with me after my magical abilities emerged. She handed the parchment to Harry, who read aloud. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That's all we know for certain. Petunia continued when Harry looked up. The rest is conjecture, but it was enough for Voldemort to target you specifically, Harry. But why me? Surely other children were born at the end of July to parents who opposed him. At least one other fit the criteria. Petunia confirmed. Neville Longbottom, you'll meet him at Hogwarts. But for reasons known only to Voldemort, he chose to attack you first. And my parents? Hermione asked quietly. What connected their deaths to this? Petunia hesitated. That's where things become murky. The attack on your family came years after Voldemort's fall, supposedly carried out by Death Eaters acting independently. But certain elements never added up. Your parents weren't random targets. Your father had been researching something related to ancient magical artifacts just before his death. Artifacts? Harry frowned. But Hermione's dad was a dentist. And an amateur archaeologist. Hermione supplied. I remember he had a study full of odd bits and pieces from excavation sites. I wasn't allowed to touch them. Petunia nodded. John Granger may have stumbled upon something magical during his explorations, something significant enough that it caught the attention of former Death Eaters. But what does that have to do with Harry and the prophecy? Hermione pressed, her analytical mind connecting dots. I don't know for certain, Petunia admitted. But I suspect, and Dumbledore has hinted, that both attacks were connected to Voldemort's efforts to ensure his own immortality. The Horcruxes. Harry realized. That's what you think this is about. Petunia's face tightened at the word. Possibly. If Voldemort created such abominations, and if John Granger unknowingly discovered one, that would explain why Death Eaters targeted my family years after Voldemort's fall. Hermione finished, her voice hollow. They were protecting his secrets. It's just a theory, Petunia cautioned. One of many. The point is that when you go to Hogwarts, you may find yourselves the subject of attention and speculation. Harry especially. The boy who lived is something of a legend in the wizarding world. We know about the fame thing, Harry said dismissively. You've warned us about that for years. It's more than fame, Harry. There are those who believe Voldemort isn't truly gone, that he'll return someday to finish what he started. Petunia's gaze was intense. At Hogwarts, you'll be beyond my direct protection for the first time. I need you both to promise me you'll be cautious, vigilant. We promise, they chorused, the response automatic after years of similar warnings. And no searching for Horcruxes or other dark artifacts, she added firmly. If you notice anything suspicious, you go directly to Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick. Not Dumbledore unless it's an emergency. He's often absent, and his priorities can be complex. This last instruction raised eyebrows from both children. Petunia's relationship with Hogwarts headmaster had always seemed strained, though she rarely criticized him directly. Is there something wrong with Professor Dumbledore? Hermione asked carefully. Not wrong, exactly. Albus Dumbledore is a great wizard and generally well-intentioned. But he plays a very long game, and individuals sometimes become pieces on his chessboard rather than people. Petunia's expression softened. He arranged for me to receive magical training after my abilities emerged, and he helped secure Hermione's placement with us. I'm grateful for both. But I've also seen how his grand strategies can overlook immediate dangers to those he's supposedly protecting. Like my parents, Harry guessed. Petunia nodded slowly. The Fidelius charm protecting your parents was powerful magic, but the secret keeper betrayed them. Dumbledore should have been more careful in who was trusted with such responsibility. Who was it? Harry asked, realizing he'd never been told this detail. Who betrayed them? Peter Pettigrew. Petunia answered, her voice hardening. A supposed friend. He passed information to Voldemort for months before finally revealing their location. And what happened to him? Hermione asked. Officially? He was killed by Sirius Black in a confrontation after your parents' deaths. 7 Muggles also died in the explosion Pettigrew caused. Harry caught the qualification. Officially? You mean that's not what really happened? Petunia sighed heavily. Sirius has always maintained that Pettigrew faked his own death after framing him for the betrayal and murders. For years, no one believed him. He spent 2 years in Azkaban before new evidence led to a retrial. Even now, many in the wizarding world view him with suspicion. That's why he travels so much, Harry realized. Not just for Gringotts' work. Partly, Petunia acknowledged. Britain holds painful memories for him. But he does care about you, Harry. All those international gifts over the years weren't just souvenirs. They were his way of being present in your life despite the distance. Harry thought of the collection of odd magical items from around the world that occupied a special shelf in his room, the miniature flying carpet from Morocco, the color-changing seashell from Brazil, the tiny dragon figurine from Romania that actually breathed harmless sparks. He'd always known they came from his godfather, but hadn't fully understood the story behind the man's prolonged absences. There's more information in these files, Petunia continued, gesturing to the portfolio. I've organized it as best I can. You're old enough now to know most of it, though some details I've still redacted. Review it carefully before term starts. Knowledge is protection. She pushed the portfolio across the table toward them. Now, unless you have immediate questions, I suggest an early night. We have a busy weekend ahead with Diagon Alley, and you'll want time to process all this. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, silently agreeing to save their myriad questions for after they'd reviewed the documents. Just one question, Harry said. Will it be dangerous at Hogwarts? For real, I mean, not just the normal stuff. Petunia considered this carefully. Hogwarts is one of the safest places in Wizarding Britain, protected by ancient magic. But yes, there could be dangers, not from external threats so much as from secrets hidden within the castle itself. Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years, accumulating mysteries and magical residue. Stay alert, stay together when possible, and remember your training. It wasn't entirely reassuring, but it was honest, which was all they'd ever asked of her. Later, curled side by side on Harry's bed with the portfolio open between them, they pored over the collection of reports, letters, and newspaper clippings Petunia had assembled. Some they'd seen before, others contained new and troubling information about the rise of Voldemort, the Wizarding War, and the aftermath of his defeat. "Look at this," Hermione murmured, pointing to a Prophet article dated just 6 months earlier. The headline read, "Gringotts break-in latest, investigation continues." Someone tried to rob Gringotts? Harry frowned, scanning the article. That's supposed to be impossible. Nothing was stolen, Hermione noted. The vault in question had been emptied earlier that day. But listen to this part. Sources close to the investigation suggest dark magic was used in the attempted theft, raising concerns about possible connection to former Death Eater activity. And here's Aunt Petunia's note. Harry pointed to a scribbled annotation beside the article, Vault 713 Flammel Connection. Ask Bathilda. Who's Flammel? Hermione wondered. And Bathilda? No idea. Another mystery to add to the list. They continued reading until well past midnight, piecing together a more complete picture of the world they were about to enter, a world still haunted by the shadows of a war supposedly ended a decade ago. Diagon Alley buzzed with preterm excitement as witches and wizards of all ages bustled between shops, arms laden with packages. The cobblestone street seemed narrower than Harry remembered from previous visits, crowded now with students preparing for the new school year. Stay close, Petunia instructed as they emerged from Gringotts, money pouches heavier after exchanging Muggle currency for galleons, sickles, and nuts. It's busier than I expected. Can we get our wands first? Harry asked eagerly. After years of training with practice wands, the prospect of holding his own, real wand felt momentous. Petunia shook her head. Ollivander's last, after we've finished everything else. Wand selection can take time, and I don't want to rush it. Instead, they started with robes at Madame Malkin's, where Harry found himself standing on a footstool beside a round-faced, nervous-looking boy while a witch pinned up their long black robes. Hogwarts too? The boy asked timidly. Yeah, Harry smiled. First year. You? Same. I'm Neville Longbottom. The boy looked even more nervous after stating his name, as if expecting a particular reaction. Harry's mind instantly connected the name to their conversation from the previous night. The other prophecy child. He blurted before he could stop himself. Neville's eyes widened in alarm. How do you know about that? He whispered. Sorry, Harry said quickly. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. My aunt told me there was another boy the prophecy might have referred to. Oh. Understanding dawned on Neville's face. You're Harry Potter. Gran said we might meet at school. She said we have things in common. Sounds like it. Harry agreed, feeling an immediate connection to this boy whose life might have been very different if Voldemort had chosen him instead. My Gran's over there. Neville nodded toward an imposing elderly witch examining fabric swatches with a critical eye. She's raised me since my parents couldn't anymore. There was a story there, Harry sensed, but before he could inquire further, Madame Malkin announced she was finished with his robes. Perhaps we could sit together on the train? Harry suggested as he stepped down from the stool. My sister, well, not really my sister, but we live together, Hermione and I will be looking for friendly faces. Neville brightened considerably. I'd like that. Gran's always saying I need to be more assertive and make connections. From Madame Malkin's they proceeded to the apothecary for potions ingredients, then to the cauldron shop, and on to various other establishments for telescopes, scales, and files. Each purchase brought them closer to the reality that in just a few weeks, they would be leaving home for Hogwarts. Just books and wands left now. Petunia noted, consulting their list as they approached Flourish and Blots. We'll need to get the standard texts, plus some supplementary readings I'd like you both to have. The bookshop was even more crowded than the street, filled with Hogwarts students and their parents gathering required textbooks. Harry and Hermione split up to collect different titles from their list, agreeing to meet at the counter. As Harry squeezed between shelves searching for a beginner's guide to transfiguration, he collided with a girl about his age with vivid red hair. "Sorry," they exclaimed simultaneously, then grinned at each other. "Hogwarts too?" the girl asked, noticing the books already in Harry's arms. "First year," he confirmed. "You? Next year for me." She sighed dramatically. "I'm here with my brothers, 3 of them are at Hogwarts already, and 1 starting this year with you. I'm Ginny Weasley, by the way." "Harry Potter." Her eyes widened comically. "Really? Wow. I've heard all about you, of course. Is it true you were raised by a witch who discovered her magic late in life?" "My Aunt Petunia, yes," Harry replied, somewhat bemused by her enthusiasm. "Though she wasn't that old when her magic emerged, 16. "That's amazing," Ginny said fervently. "Most magical ability shows up by age 7 or 8. "Ron! Ron, come here!" she called suddenly. "It's Harry Potter!" A tall, gangly boy with the same flaming red hair appeared around the corner of the bookshelf, looking somewhat embarrassed by his sister's excitement. Hi," he offered awkwardly. "I'm Ron. Ron Weasley." "Nice to meet you," Harry said, feeling equally awkward under the siblings' fascinated gazes. "Is it true you live in a house that's half Muggle, half magical?" Ron asked. "Dad would love to visit a place like that. He's mad about Muggle stuff." "It's just a normal house with magical protections," Harry explained, relaxing slightly at Ron's friendly curiosity rather than awestruck staring. "My aunt works with both worlds, so we have electricity and things alongside magical items." "Brilliant," Ron grinned. "Dad's always bringing home Muggle gadgets and trying to enchant them. Drives Mum mental. Are you here alone?" "No, my sister," Harry began. "You have a sister?" Ginny interrupted, looking confused. "The books don't mention a sister." "Not biologically," Harry clarified, wondering what books she was referring to. "Hermione's parents were killed by Death Eaters when she was young. My aunt took her in, so we've been raised together." "Oh?" Ginny's enthusiasm dimmed slightly at this sobering information. "That's awful about her parents." "There you are, Harry!" Hermione's voice came from behind him. "I've found nearly everything, but I can't reach the astronomy text. It's on the top shelf and there are no assistants around to." She stopped abruptly, noticing the Weasleys. "Hello? This is Hermione." Harry made quick introductions. "Hermione, this is Ron Weasley. He's starting Hogwarts this year too, and his sister Ginny." "Nice to meet you." Hermione smiled, shifting her towering stack of books to extend a hand. "Blimey, are you reading all those?" Ron looked impressed and slightly horrified at the number of volumes Hermione was carrying. "Some are supplementary texts," she explained. "The standard curriculum books don't cover enough practical applications of theory." Ron shot Harry a look that clearly asked if she was serious. Harry just grinned and shrugged, used to Hermione's academic enthusiasm. "Ron! Ginny! Where have you two disappeared to?" A plump, kind-faced woman with the same red hair appeared, followed by twin boys who looked about 13. "The queue's moving, and we still need to find Percy's Advanced Transfiguration text." "Mum, this is Harry Potter," Ginny announced, causing the woman to turn her attention to Harry with surprise. "Goodness! Harry Potter! Lovely to meet you, dear." She smiled warmly. "I'm Molly Weasley, Ron and Ginny's mother. And these are Fred and George." She indicated the twins, who grinned identically. "The famous Harry Potter," one twin said. "Pleasure to meet you, good sir," the other added with an exaggerated bow. "And this must be—" Mrs. Weasley looked questioningly at Hermione. "Hermione Granger," she supplied. "I live with Harry and his aunt, Petunia Evans," came Aunt Petunia's voice as she joined the group. "You must be Arthur's wife. I believe we met briefly years ago at the ministry when I was setting up the hospital liaison program." Oh, yes. I remember now. Mrs. Weasley's face lit with recognition. Arthur spoke very highly of your work connecting St. Mungo's with Muggle medical facilities. How lovely to meet you properly. The two women fell into conversation about the challenges of preparing children for Hogwarts, while the twins engaged Harry in a rapid-fire series of questions about his life, and Ron helped Hermione reach the astronomy text she'd been unable to get. By the time they'd paid for their books and parted from the Weasleys with promises to find each other on the Hogwarts Express, Harry felt a lightness he hadn't expected. Making friends already, normal friends, who treated him as just another first-year despite knowing who he was, gave him hope that Hogwarts might not be defined by his unwanted fame after all. Their final stop was Ollivander's, the narrow shop looking exactly as it had during their preliminary measurements 3 years earlier. The same musty smell of wood and magic, the same thousands of narrow boxes stacked to the ceiling, the same tinkling bell that announced their arrival. Mr. Ollivander emerged from the shadowy depths of the shop, his silvery eyes as unnerving as ever. Ah, right on schedule. Miss Evans, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. The time has come at last. We're here for their wands, Mr. Ollivander, Petunia said somewhat unnecessarily. Indeed you are. And I've been anticipating this day. He turned to Harry. Shall we begin with you, Mr. Potter? I remember every wand I've ever sold, including those to your parents. Lily Evans, 10¼ inches, willow, swishy, excellent for charm work. James Potter, 11 inches, mahogany, pliable, powerful and excellent for transfiguration. He began pulling boxes from the shelves, seemingly at random yet with purpose. Based on your measurements and magical signature, I have several candidates prepared. Let's start with this, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible. Harry took the wand, feeling foolish when nothing happened as he waved it. No, that's not right, Ollivander muttered, snatching it back almost immediately. Try this, maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy. This process continued, with Harry trying wand after wand while the pile of rejected ones grew steadily larger. Far from being discouraged, Ollivander seemed to grow more excited with each failure. Tricky customer, eh? Not to worry, the wand chooses the wizard, and somewhere here is your perfect match. Finally, after what felt like dozens of attempts, I wonder, yes, why not? An unusual combination, holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around this wand, he felt a sudden warmth. He raised it above his head and brought it swishing down, producing a stream of red and gold sparks that illuminated the dusty shop like fireworks. Oh, bravo! Ollivander cried, while Petunia and Hermione applauded. Curious, most curious. What's curious, sir? Harry asked, still marveling at the perfect fit of the wand in his hand. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. Every single wand. It so happens that the phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other. It is curious that you should be destined for this wand when its brother, why, its brother gave you that scar. A chill ran through the shop. Petunia stepped forward protectively. Are you saying Harry's wand shares a core with Voldemort's? The wand chooses the wizard, Miss Evans, Ollivander replied, unperturbed by her use of the name. We may expect great things from Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things, terrible, yes, but great. Is it dangerous? Hermione asked, voicing the concern Harry felt but couldn't articulate. Having a connected wand? Not dangerous, no, Ollivander assured them. Significant, certainly. The connection may manifest in unexpected ways, but the wand itself is merely a tool. Its nature depends entirely on the wizard who wields it. He turned his attention to Hermione. Now, Miss Granger, let's find your match. Hermione's selection process proved nearly as lengthy as Harry's, though for different reasons. Several wands produced effects, moving papers, lighting candles, generating sparks, but Ollivander deemed none of them satisfactory until, at last, he presented her with Vinewood and Dragon Heartstring, 10¾ inches, slightly yielding. The reaction was immediate and dramatic. A rush of wind circled the shop as Hermione raised the wand, and golden light seemed to illuminate her from within for a brief moment. "Excellent!" Ollivander exclaimed. "A perfect match for your analytical mind and hidden depths, Miss Granger. Vine wands are known to bond deeply with witches and wizards of unusual vision and purpose." Once the wands were paid for and carefully wrapped, the trio stepped back into the bustling street, their shopping complete. Harry couldn't stop running his fingers over the wand box in his pocket, eager to begin proper magic with his own wand rather than the practice ones they'd used for years. "Can we try them out when we get home?" he asked Petunia hopefully. She smiled indulgently. "A few basic spells only. The Ministry still monitors underage magic, though they make exceptions for educational purposes in magical households." "That's not fair to Muggle-born students," Hermione frowned. "They can't practice at all before school starts. One of many inequities in the system," Petunia agreed. "Perhaps you'll be the one to change that someday, Hermione." They made their way back toward the leaky cauldron, tired but satisfied with their productive day. As they passed quality Quidditch supplies, Harry couldn't help stopping to admire the gleaming Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window. "First years aren't allowed their own brooms," Petunia reminded him gently. "I know," Harry sighed. "But it's beautiful, isn't it? Perhaps next year," she promised. "If your marks are good and you stay out of trouble." Harry was about to respond when he noticed someone watching them from across the street. A tall, pale man with white blonde hair, Lucius Malfoy. Beside him stood his son Draco, whom they'd encountered years earlier in the bookshop. "And Petunia," Harry murmured, nodding discreetly in the Malfoy's direction. She stiffened almost imperceptibly but maintained her composure. "Just keep walking," she said quietly. "No need for confrontation today." They continued toward the leaky cauldron, but Harry could feel the Malfoy's eyes following them until they were out of sight. "Why does Mr. Malfoy watch us like that?" Hermione asked once they were safely through the brick wall. "Lucius Malfoy was a prominent Death Eater who claimed to be under the Imperious Curse after Voldemort fell," Petunia explained in a low voice as they traversed the pub. "He maintains significant influence in the Ministry despite his past. And he has particular views about blood purity and Voldemort's legacy. He's dangerous," Harry surmised. "Very," Petunia confirmed. "But also careful. He operates within the law, or at least is never caught breaking it." At Hogwarts, his son may well espouse similar views. Best to be polite but distant. With that sobering reminder, they departed Diagon Alley, their arms laden with packages containing all they would need for their first year at Hogwarts. The remaining weeks of summer passed in a flurry of preparation. Harry and Hermione devoured their textbooks, practiced basic spells with their new wands, under Petunia's careful supervision, and engaged in increasingly complex defensive magic training with both Remus and occasionally Tonks, whose aura expertise proved invaluable. "Shield charms are your best friends," Tonks emphasized during their final session before departure. "Quick to cast, versatile in application, and they can buy you precious seconds to assess a situation." "But offensive spells are important too, right?" Harry pressed, eager to learn more combat magic. "For qualified witches and wizards, yes," Remus interjected before Tonks could respond. "For first years, focus on defense and evasion. Most threats at Hogwarts can be handled by removing yourself from the situation and finding a professor." "Most threats," Hermione noted pointedly. "But not all?" The adults exchanged glances. It was Petunia who answered. "Hogwarts is generally safe, but it's also ancient and full of secrets. Generations of students have left their mark, not all benevolent. And the castle itself seems to have a certain consciousness that isn't always predictable." "What Petunia means," Tonks added with her characteristic directness, "is that sometimes weird stuff happens at Hogwarts that even the professors can't explain. Moving staircases, vanishing rooms, mysterious creatures in forgotten corners. But nothing you can't handle with proper caution and the training we've given you," Remus hastened to add, seeing the concern on Petunia's face. "Just stay alert and remember, Hogwarts rewards those who seek knowledge but can punish the reckless." The night before their departure, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat on his bedroom windowsill, gazing out at the star-filled sky, his thoughts a jumble of excitement and apprehension. A soft knock preceded Hermione's entry, her expression suggesting she shared his insomnia. "Nervous?" he asked unnecessarily as she perched beside him. "Terrified," she admitted with a small laugh. "But excited too. We've been preparing for this for years. What if we're in different houses?" Harry voiced the concern that had been growing as September 1st approached. "Then we'll make it work," Hermione said firmly. "Nothing says we can't be best friends across house lines. Besides, we'll still have classes together, meals, weekends. And our research," Harry added. "We still need to figure out what connected our parents' deaths." Hermione nodded solemnly. "And what this Flammel connection might be. I've been through all our books and can't find any reference to someone by that name." "Maybe there's information in the Hogwarts library," Harry suggested. "It's supposed to be enormous. With a restricted section," Hermione added, a glint in her eye that Harry recognized all too well. "Aunt Petunia would say that's exactly the kind of thing we're not supposed to be investigating on our own," he pointed out, though without much conviction. "We're not going to do anything dangerous," Hermione assured him. "Just research. Knowledge is protection, remember?" Harry smiled at her use of Petunia's favorite phrase. "Promise we'll stick together, whatever happens? Even if we're sorted into rival houses or make different friends?" "Always," Hermione said without hesitation, extending her pinky finger in the childish but sacred gesture they'd used since she first came to live with them. "Family first, no matter what." Harry linked his pinky with hers, sealing the promise. Family first. Platform 9 3/4 buzzed with activity as families bid farewell to students boarding the Scarlet Hogwarts Express. Owls hooted, cats hissed, and tearful goodbyes mingled with excited chatter about the upcoming term. Harry pushed his trolley through the barrier with practiced ease. They'd done trial runs in previous years to ensure they'd be comfortable with the process when the time came. Hermione followed close behind, her new cat carrier perched atop her trunk. Inside, Crookshanks, a massive orange feline with a squashed face and intelligent eyes whom she'd fallen in love with instantly at the magical menagerie, surveyed the chaos with regal disdain. Petunia emerged last, her expression a careful mask that didn't quite hide her emotional state. She'd been increasingly quiet as the departure date approached, caught between pride in their readiness and anxiety about their impending absence. "Let's find you a compartment before the rush," she suggested, guiding them along the platform. "Remember, the train departs precisely at 11. They located an empty compartment toward the middle of the train and loaded their trunks onto the overhead racks. Hedwig, the snowy owl Harry had received as an early birthday present, hooted softly from her cage, eager to be released once they reached Hogwarts. With their belongings secured, the moment for goodbyes could no longer be postponed. On the platform, Petunia pulled them both into a fierce hug. "Write at least weekly," she instructed, her voice thick with suppressed emotion. "Hedwig knows the way home. And remember, Professor McGonagall is your first point of contact for any concerns." "We know, Aunt Petunia," Harry assured her, swallowing the lump in his own throat. "We'll be careful," Hermione promised. "And we'll look out for each other." Petunia straightened up, brushing invisible lint from her jacket. "I know you will. You're both exceptional, and I couldn't be prouder." She reached into her handbag and extracted 2 small packages. "One last gift for each of you." Harry unwrapped his to find a handsome pocket watch with the Potter family crest on the cover. Inside, instead of a clock face, was what appeared to be a compass with multiple hands. "It's a waykeeper," Petunia explained. "Somewhat like a compass, but it points toward whatever you most need at the moment: safety, friends, knowledge. It belonged to your grandfather." Hermione's package contained a delicate silver bracelet set with small colored stones. "A communication charm," Petunia told her. "If you're ever in trouble and need me immediately, touch the center stone and think of home. I'll know instantly." "And Petunia," Hermione began, tears welling in her eyes. "No crying," Petunia said firmly, though her own eyes were suspiciously bright. This is a happy day. The beginning of your greatest adventure. The train whistle sounded, signaling 5 minutes until departure. All around them, last hugs were being exchanged, final warnings and encouragements called out. Go on then, Petunia urged, gently pushing them toward the train. Find your seats. And remember who you are, both of you. Not just your histories or your potential, but who you've become together. That's your real strength. With final hugs and promises to write, Harry and Hermione boarded the train. They leaned out the compartment window, waving until Petunia's figure grew small and finally disappeared as the Hogwarts Express rounded a bend. She'll be okay, right? Hermione asked, sitting down across from Harry. All alone in the house? She's got her work, and Remus visits regularly. Harry reassured her, though he shared the concern. The three of them had rarely been separated for more than a day or two in the past 7 years. Their compartment door slid open, revealing the round-faced boy they'd met in Madame Malkin's. Hi. Mind if I join you? Everywhere else is filling up. Neville. Harry greeted him enthusiastically. Of course, come in. This is Hermione. Hermione, this is Neville Longbottom. The other prophecy child. Hermione said immediately, then clapped her hand over her mouth. Sorry, that was rude. Neville, rather than being offended, looked relieved. It's fine. Actually, it's nice meeting people who already know. Gets the awkward explanation out of the way. He settled into the seat beside Hermione. Gran says we should stick together at school, that we have a shared destiny or something equally dramatic. Our aunt's the same. Harry grinned. Always hinting at connections and patterns we're too young to fully understand. Adults. Hermione rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Always protecting us from information that might actually help us navigate the world they're sending us into. Their conversation was interrupted by the compartment door sliding open again to reveal Ron Weasley, looking slightly harassed. Mind if I join you? My brothers are being prats, and everywhere else is full. Sure. Harry moved over to make room. Ron, this is Neville Longbottom. Neville, Ron Weasley. The 4 first years settled into easy conversation as the train picked up speed, leaving London behind. Ron shared stories about his large family and their expectations for him as the 6th Weasley brother to attend Hogwarts. Neville, gradually growing more comfortable, talked about his grandmother and his struggles with accidental magic. Everyone thought I might be a squib for ages. He confessed. No magical outbursts until I was 8. Great-Uncle Algy was so desperate to force some magic out of me that he dropped me out a window. Bounced all the way down the garden and into the road. That's terrible! Hermione exclaimed. He could have killed you. Neville shrugged, apparently untroubled by this near-death experience. Gran was furious, but so happy I showed magic that she forgave him. Got me my toad, Trevor, as a reward. His expression suddenly changed to alarm. Trevor. I've lost him again. Your toad's missing? Harry clarified. Neville nodded miserably. He keeps escaping. Gran says it's because I don't assert proper authority, whatever that means for a toad. We'll help you find him. Hermione offered immediately, standing up. Harry and I can check compartments in this direction, and you and Ron can go the other way. The search for Trevor provided an excellent opportunity to meet other students. As Harry and Hermione moved from compartment to compartment inquiring about the missing amphibian, they encountered a diverse cross-section of their future classmates, a group of Ravenclaw second years already in their robes, a compartment full of giggling Hufflepuff girls, several upper-year Slytherins who sneered at their inquiry, and many others. In one compartment they found a girl with dirty blonde hair reading a magazine upside down, who dreamily informed them that toads often seek water sources when transitioning to new magical environments, and suggested they check the bathroom sinks. In another, they met a boy named Dean Thomas and his friend Seamus Finnegan, who were attempting to turn a rat yellow with a spell that Harry strongly suspected wasn't real. As they neared the front of the train, they encountered Draco Malfoy flanked by 2 large, sullen-looking boys. Malfoy's eyes narrowed with recognition. "Potter," he drawled. "I heard you were on the train. And Granger, wasn't it? Still playing Happy Families, are you?" "We're looking for a toad," Harry said coolly, ignoring the jibe. "Have you seen one?" "Why would I care about some loser's pet?" Malfoy sneered. "You should be more careful about the company you keep, Potter. First a mudblood, now hanging around with toad losers? Your reputation will suffer." Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him at the slur. His own anger flared, but before either could respond, a new voice joined the conversation. "Problem here?" A tall, red-haired boy with a prefect badge approached, his expression stern. Based on the family resemblance, Harry guessed this was Percy Weasley, Ron's older brother. "No problem," Malfoy said smoothly. "Just getting acquainted with our new classmates." "Come on, Crabbe Goyle." He brushed past them, his cronies lumbering after him. "Ah, you must be Harry Potter," the prefect said, extending his hand. "Percy Weasley, fifth-year prefect. Ron mentioned meeting you. And you are Hermione Granger," she supplied, shaking his hand firmly. "Best continue your search elsewhere," Percy advised. "That lot won't be any help. And we'll be arriving soon, you should change into your robes." Taking his advice, they returned to their compartment, where Ron reported that Trevor remained elusive despite their best efforts. Neville looked despondent. "He'll turn up," Harry assured him as they changed into their school robes. "Pets always do at Hogwarts, according to Remus. The castle has ways of reuniting students with lost belongings." As darkness fell outside the windows, the train began to slow. An announcement informed them they would be reaching Hogsmeade Station in 5 minutes and instructed them to leave their luggage on the train for separate transport to the castle. Excitement and nervousness rippled through the compartment. This was it, the moment they'd been preparing for since receiving their letters. Harry caught Hermione's eye and gave her an encouraging smile, which she returned somewhat shakily. The platform at Hogsmeade was a chaos of black robes as students disembarked. A booming voice called over the crowd. "For his years! For his years over here!" The massive form of Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, towered above the sea of students, a lantern held high in his enormous hand. Harry and Hermione had met him briefly years earlier during a visit to Diagon Alley with Petunia, and he greeted them warmly. "All right there, Harry? Hermione? Excited for your first year?" His beetle-black eyes crinkled kindly beneath his wild hair and beard. "Very excited," Harry confirmed, feeling a surge of affection for the gentle giant. Once all the first years were gathered, Hagrid led them down a steep, narrow path toward the edge of a great black lake. As they rounded a bend, gasps and exclamations of awe erupted from the group. Perched atop a mountain on the far side of the lake, its windows sparkling in the night sky, stood Hogwarts Castle. Towers and turrets reached toward the stars, the ancient stone structure emanating an almost palpable sense of magic and history. "No more N4 to a boat," Hagrid called, directing them toward a fleet of small boats sitting at the water's edge. Harry, Hermione, Ron, and Neville claimed a boat together, settling in carefully. At Hagrid's command, the fleet moved off all at once, gliding across the glass-smooth surface of the lake toward the towering castle. "It's even more beautiful than the photos," Hermione whispered, her face upturned to take in the magnificent sight. Harry nodded, momentarily speechless. After years of hearing about Hogwarts, seeing it in pictures, and imagining what it would be like to finally arrive, the reality exceeded every expectation. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy into a dark tunnel that seemed to lead right underneath the castle, eventually reaching an underground harbor where they clambered out onto rocks and pebbles. Hagrid, checking the boats as they disembarked, gave a triumphant shout. "Oh, you there? Is this your toad?" he asked, holding up a squirming Trevor. "Trevor!" Neville cried, his face lighting up as he reclaimed his errant pet. "Thank you." From the harbor, they ascended a passageway and emerged onto smooth, damp grass in the shadow of the castle. Stone steps led to a huge oak front door, which swung open at Hagrid's knock to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in emerald-green robes, Professor McGonagall. The first year's Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. Thank you, Hagrid. I will take them from here. She led them into an entrance hall so vast Harry thought the entire ground floor of their home on Wisteria Lane could have fit inside it several times over. The stone walls were lit with flaming torches, the ceiling too high to make out clearly, and a magnificent marble staircase faced them, leading to the upper floors. Professor McGonagall guided them into a small, empty chamber off the hall, where they crowded together more closely than they would have under normal circumstances, peering about nervously. Welcome to Hogwarts, she began, her stern expression softening slightly as she surveyed the new students. The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats in the Great Hall, you will be sorted into your houses. As she explained the house system, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the points system, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. This was the moment that would potentially separate them for the first time in 7 years. The sorting ceremony will take place in a few minutes in front of the rest of the school, Professor McGonagall concluded. I shall return when we are ready for you. Please wait quietly. As soon as she left, nervous whispers broke out among the first years. How exactly do they sort us into houses? Harry heard a sandy-haired boy ask. Some sort of test, I think, Ron answered. Fred said it hurts a lot, but I think he was joking. It's not a test, Hermione whispered to Harry and Neville. It's the sorting hat, an enchanted object that reads your character and potential. Aunt Petunia told us about it. This information, overheard by several nearby students, spread quickly through the group, reducing some of the anxiety. Harry was grateful Hermione had spoken up. It seemed cruel to let the others worry unnecessarily. Professor McGonagall returned shortly and instructed them to form a line. With mounting excitement and trepidation, the first years followed her through the double doors into the Great Hall. Harry had heard descriptions of this room from both Remus and Aunt Petunia, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. Thousands of candles floated in midair above 4 long tables where the rest of the students sat. At the top of the hall was the high table where the teachers sat. And above it all, the ceiling opened to what appeared to be the night sky, velvety black and dotted with stars. It's bewitched to look like the sky outside, Hermione whispered. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history. Professor McGonagall placed a 4-legged stool in front of the first years, and atop it, an extremely old, patched, and frayed pointed wizard's hat. For a few seconds there was complete silence. Then a rip near the brim opened wide like a mouth, and the hat began to sing. The song explained the qualities each house valued: brave Gryffindor, loyal Hufflepuff, wise Ravenclaw, and cunning Slytherin. As it concluded to enthusiastic applause, Harry felt his palms sweating. The moment of truth had arrived. Professor McGonagall stepped forward holding a long roll of parchment. When I call your name, you will put on the hat and sit on the stool to be sorted. Abbott, Hannah! A pink-faced girl with blonde pigtails stumbled out of line, put on the hat, and sat down. After a moment's pause, Hufflepuff! Shouted the hat. The table on the right cheered and clapped as Hannah went to sit down. And so it began, with each student approaching the stool, some sorted quickly, others taking longer as the hat deliberated. Granger, Hermione! Hermione squeezed Harry's hand briefly before hurrying to the stool and jamming the hat eagerly on her head. Harry held his breath as the seconds ticked by, stretching into nearly a minute before. Gryffindor! Relief and surprise mingled in Harry's chest. He'd been almost certain Hermione would be a Ravenclaw given her intellectual nature. This development increased his own hopes for Gryffindor, where they might remain together. Neville's sorting also took nearly a minute before the hat declared him a Gryffindor, to his obvious astonishment. Malfoy, by contrast, was sorted into Slytherin almost before the hat touched his head. Finally, after what felt like an eternity. Potter, Harry! As Harry stepped forward, whispers broke out like little hissing fires all over the hall. Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter? He ignored them, focusing instead on Hermione's encouraging smile from the Gryffindor table as the hat dropped over his eyes, blocking his view. Said a small voice in his ear. Difficult. Very difficult. Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, oh my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting. But where to put you? Harry gripped the edges of the stool. He thought of Hermione in Gryffindor, of his parents who had both been Gryffindors, of the years of training to be brave in the face of potential danger. Gryffindor, eh? Said the small voice. You could be great, you know, it's all here in your head, and Slytherin would help you on the way to greatness, no doubt about that. No? Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The last word was shouted to the hall, and Harry removed the hat to thunderous applause from the Gryffindor table. He made his way there on shaky legs, dropping onto the bench beside Hermione, who immediately threw her arms around him. We did it! She whispered fiercely. We're together! The remaining students were sorted, including Ron, who joined them in Gryffindor to the obvious delight of his brothers. Once the final student, Zabini Blaze, Slytherin, took his seat, Professor McGonagall removed the stool and hat. At the center of the high table, Albus Dumbledore had gotten to his feet. He beamed at the students, arms opened wide in welcome. Welcome, he said. Welcome to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are, Nitwit, Blubber, Oddment, Tweak. Thank you. He sat back down to cheers and applause. Harry looked at Hermione questioningly. Is he a bit mad? He asked uncertainly. Genius and madness often coexist, she replied diplomatically, though she too looked somewhat concerned by the headmaster's odd behavior. Any further reflection was interrupted by the appearance of the feast, the platters before them suddenly filled with food of every description. Harry, who had been too nervous to eat much on the train, suddenly found himself famished. He loaded his plate with roast beef, Yorkshire pudding, and potatoes, savoring his first Hogwarts meal. As they ate, conversations sprung up around them. Introductions were made to fellow first years and to the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick. Percy Weasley informed them about classes and professors while Fred and George entertained with stories of their exploits. That's Professor Snape. Percy pointed out a hook-nosed, greasy-haired man in black robes. Head of Slytherin House and Potions Master. Favors his own house, but he's brilliant with potions. Harry studied the man who had once been friends with his mother. As if sensing his gaze, Snape looked directly at Harry, his black eyes cold and assessing. A sharp pain suddenly shot through Harry's scar. Ouch! He clapped a hand to his forehead. What's wrong? Asked Hermione immediately. Nothing, Harry said, the pain already fading. Just a twinge. He glanced back at Snape, who was now deep in conversation with a nervous-looking man in a purple turban whom Percy identified as Professor Quirrell, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. After dessert had been devoured and the plates cleared themselves, Dumbledore rose again to deliver start-of-term notices. Most were standard. The Forbidden Forest was off-limits, magic was not to be used in the corridors between classes, Quidditch trials would be held in the second week. And finally, he continued, I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death. Harry and Hermione exchanged alarmed glances. This seemed an unusual announcement even by magical standards. He's not serious, is he? Harry muttered to Percy. Must be. Percy frowned, looking puzzled. It's odd, because he usually gives us a reason why we're not allowed to go somewhere. The forest's full of dangerous beasts, everyone knows that. I do think he might have told us prefects, at least. The evening concluded with the school song, a cacophony of mismatched tunes as each student sang to their own preferred melody, before they were dismissed to their dormitories. Percy led the Gryffindor first years through the chattering crowds, out of the Great Hall, and up the marble staircase. The journey to Gryffindor Tower involved numerous staircases, some moving unexpectedly, corridors lined with talking portraits, and finally the revelation of the entrance behind the portrait of the fat lady, secured by a password, Caput Draconis. The Gryffindor common room was a cozy, round room full of squashy armchairs, with a fireplace dominating one wall and windows overlooking the grounds. Percy directed the girls through one door to their dormitory, and the boys through another. At the top of a spiral staircase, Harry found his bed, a four-poster hung with deep red, velvet curtains, in the first-year boys' dormitory along with Ron, Neville, Dean Thomas, and Seamus Finnegan. Too tired to talk much, they pulled on their pajamas and fell into bed. "Great food, isn't it?" Ron murmured sleepily to Harry through the curtains. "Get used to eating with your left hand, though. My brothers say the food's just as good, but the classes are brutal." Harry smiled into his pillow, too content to worry about future academic challenges. He was at Hogwarts at last, sorted into Gryffindor with Hermione and new friends already forming. Whatever mysteries and adventures awaited, he'd face them with the family he'd found and the skills Aunt Petunia had instilled. His last thought before drifting off was that he needed to write home first thing tomorrow, to let Petunia know they'd arrived safely, and together. Classes began the very next day, plunging the first years immediately into the complexities of magical education. Finding their way around the castle proved to be the first challenge, with 142 staircases that changed direction, doors that weren't really doors, or that wouldn't open unless asked politely, and portraits that visited each other rather than staying put as reliable landmarks. Navigation was a skill in itself. Harry and Hermione had an advantage thanks to Remus's detailed descriptions of the castle layout, but even they got lost several times during the first week. Peeves the poltergeist didn't help matters, delighting in misdirecting confused first years or dropping waste paper baskets on their heads. "I swear the castle rearranges itself overnight," Ron complained on Thursday morning when what should have been a direct route to the Great Hall somehow led them to the trophy room instead. The classes themselves ranged from fascinating to terrifying. Astronomy taught by Professor Sinistra involved studying the night skies through telescopes at midnight on Wednesdays. Herbology with Professor Sprout took place in the greenhouses behind the castle, where they learned to care for strange plants and fungi. History of Magic, taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, proved to be the only class where Hermione's detailed note-taking wasn't matched by enthusiastic participation. Even she struggled to maintain interest in Binns's monotonous delivery. Charms, taught by tiny Professor Flitwick who had to stand on a pile of books to see over his desk, quickly became a favorite. During roll call on their first day, he gave an excited squeak and toppled out of sight when he reached Harry's name, but recovered to deliver an engaging introduction to the fundamental principles of charm work. Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall lived up to its reputation for difficulty. After turning her desk into a pig and back again, eliciting gasps of admiration, she warned them that transfiguration was complex and dangerous magic, then set them to turning matches into needles. By the end of the lesson, only Hermione had made significant progress, earning her a rare smile from McGonagall. Defense against the dark arts, which many had looked forward to, proved disappointing. Professor Quirrell's classroom smelled strongly of garlic, supposedly to ward off a vampire he'd encountered in Romania. His turban, he told them, had been given to him by an African prince as a thank you for getting rid of a troublesome zombie, but when Seamus eagerly asked for details, Quirrell turned pink and started talking about the weather. "Something's off about him," Harry whispered to Hermione as they left the classroom after a particularly unfocused lesson on basic defensive theory. "Remus taught us more useful spells in one afternoon than Quirrell's entire curriculum seems to cover. And did you notice how he stutters more when discussing actual defensive magic, but speaks almost normally during tangents?" Hermione added. "It's like he's deliberately avoiding teaching us anything useful." The most anticipated, and dreaded, class was Friday's double potions with the Slytherins. Harry had been anxious about facing Professor Snape given the complex history between the potions master and his parents, and Snape's reputation for favoritism and harsh treatment. "Good luck," said Fred Weasley at breakfast. "Snape's always worse on Fridays, says it helps toughen us up for the weekend." Potions took place in the dungeons, which were colder than the main castle and decorated with floating specimens in glass jars that cast eerie shadows across the stone walls. Snape began class with roll call, pausing at Harry's name. "Ah, yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter." Our new celebrity. Malfoy and his friends Crabbe and Goyle sniggered behind their hands. Snape finished calling the names and looked up at the class, his eyes cold and empty. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. He began in barely more than a whisper, yet they caught every word. As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind and snaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach. Silence followed this pronouncement. Harry and Hermione exchanged impressed glances. Whatever his personality flaws, Snape clearly knew his subject deeply. Potter, Snape said suddenly. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's mind raced. Aunt Petunia had covered basic potions ingredients with them, and Hermione had insisted they memorize common combinations before term started. The draught of living death, sir, he answered carefully. A powerful sleeping potion. Something like surprise flickered across Snape's face before his expression hardened again. Correct. Let's try again. Granger, where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? In the stomach of a goat, sir. Hermione answered promptly. It's a stone that will protect against most poisons. Indeed. Snape's eyes narrowed. It seems someone has prepared you both unusually well. He scanned the room. Longbottom. What is the difference between Monkshood and Wolfsbane? Neville, who had been dreading being called upon, looked terrified but managed to stammer. And nothing, sir. They're the same plant, also called aconite. Snape's eyebrows rose fractionally. Correct. Well, why aren't you all copying that down? There was a sudden rummaging for quills and parchment. Over the noise, Snape added, and a point to Gryffindor for each correct answer. Apparently this year's class has marginally more potential than usual. This grudging award of points was so unexpected that several students looked up in shock, inkwells nearly toppling. They were soon set to mixing a simple potion to cure boils, working in pairs under Snape's critical eye. He swept around the room, criticizing almost everyone except Malfoy, whom he seemed to favor. When Neville nearly added porcupine quills before taking his cauldron off the fire, Harry, partnered with him, managed to stop the mistake just in time. Careful, Harry muttered. That would have caused a nasty accident. Snape, passing by at that moment, observed the intervention with a calculating look. A timely save, Potter. Perhaps you inherited something of your mother's talent, after all. Before Harry could respond to this backhanded compliment, Snape moved on, calling out, Weasley! Your chopping technique is atrocious. Those slugs should be uniformly sliced, not mangled. By the end of the lesson, Harry felt cautiously optimistic. While Snape had been far from friendly, his treatment had been less antagonistic than Harry had feared based on their previous encounter in Diagon Alley years ago. That wasn't as bad as the twins made it sound, Ron commented as they climbed the steps out of the dungeon. At least no one lost points or melted a cauldron. He seemed surprised that we knew the answers, Hermione noted. As if he was expecting to embarrass us. Probably was, Harry agreed. But Aunt Petunia made sure we'd be prepared. She said Snape likes to target unprepared students on the first day to establish dominance. Weird that he gave points to Gryffindor, though, Ron mused. Fred and George say he never gives points outside Slytherin. Maybe we caught him on a good day, Hermione suggested optimistically. Harry wasn't so sure. There had been something calculating in Snape's assessment of him, as if the professor was re-evaluating a previously held assumption. Whether that would ultimately work in Harry's favor remained to be seen. The first month at Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, homework, and gradual acclimation to castle life. Harry wrote to Aunt Petunia twice weekly, sharing everything from their sorting to class experiences to new friendships forming. Her replies were prompt and full of both practical advice and obvious affection, though Harry detected an underlying concern in her questions about Professor Quirrell and the forbidden third-floor corridor. "She's worried about something specific," Harry told Hermione as they read her latest letter together in the common room. "Look how she phrases this. Keep your distance from Quirrell when possible, and absolutely do not investigate whatever is being hidden at Hogwarts this year." "Being hidden?" Hermione repeated, frowning. "She knows something about the third-floor corridor." "But how could she?" Ron asked, looking up from his charms homework. "It's not like Dumbledore announces these things to the public. She has connections," Harry explained vaguely, unwilling to elaborate on Petunia's network of magical contacts that included members of the Order of the Phoenix, the secret group that had fought against Voldemort. "Whatever's there must be valuable or dangerous," Hermione reasoned. "Or both. Probably just school stuff." Ron shrugged. "Dad says Hogwarts has all sorts of dangerous magical artifacts locked away from students. Ancient relics, cursed objects, that kind of thing." Harry and Hermione exchanged meaningful glances. In their research of Voldemort and their parents' deaths, they'd encountered references to powerful objects that the Dark Lord had sought during his rise to power. "Maybe we should ask Hagrid," Harry suggested. "He might know something." They'd been visiting the gamekeeper regularly since their second week, finding his cozy cabin a welcome break from castle pressures. Despite his gruff exterior, Hagrid had proven to be kind and informative, sharing stories about Harry's parents and life at Hogwarts through the years. "Worth a try," Hermione agreed. "We're due to visit him tomorrow anyway." The following afternoon found the trio trekking across the grounds to Hagrid's cabin near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Fawn, Hagrid's enormous boarhound, greeted them enthusiastically, nearly knocking Ron over in his excitement. "Down, ya great lump," Hagrid chuckled, pulling the dog away by his collar. Come in, come in. Just made fresh rock cakes." They settled around Hagrid's massive table, politely declining the rock cakes, which lived up to their name in hardness, in favor of tea. After chatting about their week in classes, Harry carefully steered the conversation toward the forbidden corridor. "Hagrid, what's being kept on the third floor?" "In the corridor Dumbledore warned us about." Hagrid's bushy eyebrows shot up. "Now, how did ye?" "No, don't tell me. Shouldn't be a skin about that, Harry. That's strictly between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel." "Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione repeated quickly, catching the slip. Hagrid looked furious with himself. "I shouldn't have said that. Forget I mentioned it, all of ye. What's on the third floor is none of your business. It's dangerous, and it's being well protected for good reason. But if it's dangerous, shouldn't students know what to avoid?" Hermione pressed logically. "That's why it's off limits," Hagrid countered. "Ye avoid the whole corridor, and there's no problem." Despite further attempts, they couldn't get anything more from Hagrid about either Nicholas Flamel or what might be hidden in the school. As they walked back to the castle, however, they had a new name to research. Nicholas Flamel. Hermione mused. "Why does that sound familiar?" "No idea," Ron said. "Never heard of him." Aunt Petunia mentioned a Flamel connection in her notes about the Gringotts break-in. Harry recalled suddenly. It must be related. To the library, then? Hermione decided, her step quickening with academic purpose. The Hogwarts Library became their research headquarters over the following weeks as they searched for information about Nicholas Flamel between classes and homework. Despite Hermione's methodical approach, checking reference books, famous wizards of the 20th century, notable magical names of our time, and even great wizards of the modern age, they found no mention of him. "He can't be that famous if he's not in any of these books," Ron grumbled after a particularly unproductive research session. "Or he's older than modern history," Hermione suggested. "We should check medieval sources next." Their research was temporarily interrupted by the arrival of Halloween and the excitement of their first major feast at Hogwarts. The Great Hall had been decorated with live bats that swooped and fluttered among the floating candles, while enormous pumpkins carved with grotesque faces leered from every corner. The feast itself was underway, platters of seasonal delicacies just appearing on the tables, when Professor Quirrell came sprinting into the hall, his turban askew and terror on his face. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." He gasped out these words before collapsing in a dead faint. Chaos erupted as students panicked, only quieting when several deafening purple firecrackers exploded from Dumbledore's wand. "Prefects," he rumbled, "lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately." Percy Weasley sprang into action, calling for Gryffindor first years to stay close as he guided them toward the tower. Harry and Hermione followed with the others, but as they joined the throng of Hufflepuffs heading in the opposite direction, Harry suddenly grabbed Hermione's arm. "Neville!" he hissed urgently. He wasn't at the feast, he was in the hospital wing after that accident in herbology. He doesn't know about the troll. Hermione's eyes widened in alarm. "We have to warn him. The hospital wing is on this floor. We can slip away here and be back at the tower before anyone notices." "Are you mental?" Ron exclaimed, overhearing them. "There's a troll loose." "Quirrell said it's in the dungeons," Harry pointed out. "The hospital wing is nowhere near there. We'll be quick, just warn Neville and come straight back." Ron looked torn, then sighed resignedly. "Fine, but if we die, I'm going to kill you both." They ducked down a deserted side corridor and hurried toward the hospital wing. The corridors were eerily silent, most students already secured in their dormitories. As they turned a corner, they heard quick footsteps behind them. "Percy," Ron whispered, pulling his friends behind a large stone griffin. But it wasn't Percy who appeared, it was Professor Snape. He crossed the corridor and disappeared from view, moving with purpose. "What's he doing?" Hermione whispered. "Why isn't he in the dungeons with the other teachers?" "No idea," Harry frowned. "But he's heading toward the third floor." "You don't think," Ron began, but was interrupted by a revolting stench that suddenly assaulted their nostrils. And then they heard it, a low grunting, and the shuffling of enormous feet. At the end of the passage, something huge was moving toward them. They shrank into the shadows as it emerged into a patch of moonlight streaming through a window. It was a horrible sight, 12 feet tall, its skin a dull, granite gray, its great lumpy body like a boulder with a small bald head perched on top like a coconut. It had short legs thick as tree trunks with flat, horny feet. The smell coming from it was incredible. It was holding a huge wooden club, which dragged along the floor due to its long arms. "The troll's not in the dungeons anymore," Ron squeaked. The troll stopped next to a doorway and peered inside. It waggled its long ears, apparently making up its tiny mind, then slouched slowly into the room. "The key's in the lock," Harry observed. "We could lock it in." "Good idea," Ron agreed nervously. They edged toward the open door, mouths dry, praying the troll wouldn't come back out. With a lunge, Harry grabbed the key, slammed the door, and turned the key in the lock. "Yes!" they exclaimed, high-fiving each other. Their victory was short-lived, cut off by a high, petrified scream from within the locked room. "Oh no!" Hermione gasped in horror. "That's the girls' bathroom! Someone's in there!" Harry yanked the door back open, his training with Aunt Petunia kicking in. "Ron, go get help! Hermione, shields ready!" He darted inside without waiting for a response, Hermione right behind him, her wand already raised. The scene inside was terrifying. A girl cowered against the far wall as the troll advanced on her, knocking sinks off the walls as it went. "Confuse it!" Harry shouted, picking up a broken tap and throwing it as hard as he could against the wall. The troll stopped, blinking stupidly, then turned its ugly snout toward the noise. It spotted Harry and hesitated, then decided to go for him instead, lifting its club. "Protego!" Hermione cast, creating a shield between Harry and the troll, but the creature's club merely slowed momentarily before pushing through, the shield too weak against such physical force. Harry dodged the club, which smashed into the stall behind where he'd been standing. "Get the girl!" he called to Hermione, remembering their training scenarios. "I'll distract it." Hermione darted around the edge of the room toward the terrified girl while Harry continued throwing debris at the troll, keeping its attention. This worked until Hermione's movement caught the troll's eye. It lumbered toward her instead, cutting off her path. "Hey, pea-brain!" Ron's voice suddenly yelled from the doorway as he threw a metal pipe at the troll's head. The distraction worked. The troll turned toward Ron, giving Hermione the chance to reach the girl and pull her toward the door. But the troll, enraged now, swung wildly, its club smashing through the remaining stalls and blocking their escape route. Harry made a split-second decision based on years of impulsive training exercises. He took a running jump and managed to fasten his arms around the troll's neck from behind. The troll couldn't feel Harry hanging there, but it certainly noticed when Harry's wand, still in his hand, went straight up one of its nostrils. Howling with pain, the troll twisted and flailed its club, with Harry clinging on for dear life. It was only a matter of time before the troll would grab him or smash him with its club. "Ron!" Hermione shouted desperately. "The levitation charm! Use it on the club!" Ron, who had been struggling with this particular charm in class, looked terrified but raised his wand. Wingardium Leviosa! The club flew suddenly out of the troll's hand, rose high, high up into the air, turned slowly over, and dropped, with a sickening crack, onto its owner's head. The troll swayed on the spot and then fell flat on its face, with a thud that made the whole room tremble. Harry got to his feet, shaking and out of breath. Ron was standing there with his wand still raised, looking stunned at what he had done. Hermione helped the girl to her feet. Padma Patil, a Ravenclaw first year they recognized from joint classes. "Is it dead?" Padma asked shakily. "I don't think so," Harry answered, pulling his wand out of the troll's nose with a grimace. "Just knocked out." A sudden slamming and loud footsteps made the four of them look up. They hadn't realized what a racket they had been making, but of course, someone downstairs must have heard the crashes and the troll's roars. A moment later, Professor McGonagall burst into the room, closely followed by Snape, with Quirrell bringing up the rear. Quirrell took one look at the troll, let out a faint whimper, and sat quickly down on a toilet, clutching his heart. Snape bent over the troll, checking its pulse, while McGonagall fixed the students with a furious stare. "What on earth were you thinking?" she demanded, cold fury in her voice. "You're lucky you weren't killed. Why aren't you in your dormitories?" "Please, Professor," Hermione began, but was interrupted. "It was my fault," Padma said in a small voice. "I'd been in here crying and didn't know about the troll. They came to warn me and ended up saving my life." She looked at the three Gryffindors with unmistakable gratitude. "I would have been killed if they hadn't found me." McGonagall's expression softened marginally. "Miss Patil, are you injured?" "No, Professor." "Then please return to your dormitory. I'll have Professor Flitwick check on you shortly." As Padma hurried out, McGonagall turned back to the trio. "While I understand your intentions were noble, your actions were extremely dangerous. Why didn't you fetch a teacher immediately?" "There wasn't time," Harry explained truthfully. "The troll was already going into the bathroom when we spotted it. And we didn't know anyone was in there until we heard the scream," Ron added. "We had actually locked it in before we realized." McGonagall studied them intently, seeming to weigh their explanation. Finally, she sighed. "I suppose not many first years could have taken on a full-grown mountain troll and lived to tell the tale. That was exceptional spellwork, Mr. Weasley, to bring it down with a levitation charm." Ron turned pink with pride. "Professor," Snape interjected, his voice silky as he rose from examining the troll, "don't you find it curious that these particular students happen to be in this specific corridor rather than on their way to Gryffindor Tower?" His dark eyes bored into Harry's, who met the gaze steadily. "We were on our way to warn Neville Longbottom in the hospital wing," Harry explained calmly. "He didn't know about the troll. Mr. Longbottom was released before dinner," Snape countered. "Had you attended the feast, you would have seen him there." Harry blinked in surprise. He genuinely hadn't known this. "We didn't see him," Hermione admitted. "We were worried when we couldn't find him at the feast and thought he might still be in the hospital wing." McGonagall's expression indicated she believed them, but Snape looked far from convinced. Before he could press further, Quirrell, who had been remarkably quiet, suddenly spoke up. Perhaps we should get these students back to their dormitory, he suggested, eyeing the unconscious troll nervously. Before it wakes up. Yes, of course, McGonagall agreed. 5 points each to Gryffindor for sheer dumb luck and unexpected bravery. Now, back to your common room immediately. They didn't need telling twice. As they hurried away, Harry glanced back to see Snape watching them with a calculating expression, while Quirrell still sat trembling on the toilet seat. That was close, Ron breathed once they were a safe distance away. Brilliant thinking with the levitation charm, Hermione. You executed it perfectly, she replied, genuinely impressed. I wasn't sure if, Hermione, Harry interrupted urgently, pulling them into an alcove. Did you notice Snape's leg? His leg? She repeated, confused. It was bleeding, Harry explained in a whisper. When he bent over the troll, his robe shifted. There was a nasty gash on his calf, fresh and bleeding through his trouser leg. So? Ron shrugged. He probably got hurt fighting the troll. Or, Harry said significantly, he got hurt trying to get past whatever's guarding the 3rd floor. Remember, we saw him heading that way while the other teachers were supposed to be in the dungeons. Hermione's eyes widened. You think he let the troll in as a diversion? So he could try to steal whatever's being hidden? It's possible, Harry acknowledged. But why would Snape, a Hogwarts professor, try to steal something Dumbledore's protecting? I don't trust him, Ron declared flatly. My brothers say he's always wanted the defense against the dark arts job and hates that Quirrell got it instead. That's hardly motive for theft, Hermione reasoned. There must be more to it. Whatever the reason, Harry said grimly, we need to find out what's being hidden and who Nicholas Flamel is. I have a feeling they're connected to something much bigger than just school's security. They continued to the Gryffindor common room in thoughtful silence, each processing the night's events. The troll incident had shifted something in their dynamic. Facing danger together had cemented a friendship that transcended their initial connections. Ron, who had been friendly but somewhat peripheral to Harry and Hermione's tight-knit unit, was now undeniably part of their circle. And as they entered the packed common room where anxious Gryffindors bombarded them with questions about the troll, Harry realized their quest for answers had taken on new urgency. Whatever was hidden at Hogwarts, whatever connection it had to Nicholas Flamel, someone was willing to risk a great deal to obtain it, and that someone might be inside the castle itself. Nicholas Flamel, Hermione announced triumphantly one evening in mid-December, is the only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone. She slammed an enormous old book onto the table where Harry and Ron were struggling through astronomy homework. Several weeks of fruitless research had passed since the troll incident, during which Hermione had systematically worked her way through increasingly obscure sections of the library. The what? Ron asked blankly. The Philosopher's Stone, she repeated impatiently. I knew I'd read the name somewhere before. Listen to this. Nicholas Flamel is the noted alchemist and only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary substance with astonishing powers. The stone transforms any metal into pure gold and produces the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. Mr. Flamel, who celebrated his 665th birthday last year, enjoys a quiet life in Devon with his wife, Perenelle. Immortality? Harry's mind raced with the implications. No wonder someone's trying to steal it. If Voldemort's followers got hold of something that could bring him back, or extend his life indefinitely, Hermione added grimly. Remember what Aunt Petunia said about him seeking ways to ensure his own immortality? Ron looked pale. You really think you know who is behind this? But he's gone, isn't he? Some believe he found ways to prevent true death. Harry quoted from Petunia's explanation years earlier. That's why his followers have remained active all these years. They're waiting for his return. And the Philosopher's Stone could be the key. Hermione concluded. That's what Dumbledore is hiding on the 3rd floor. Flamel must have asked him to protect it. But is it Snape trying to steal it? Ron wondered. Or someone else? Harry considered this. Snape definitely tried to get past the third-floor corridor that night, but Quirrell's been acting strange all term too. Remember how Aunt Petunia warned us specifically about him? We need more information. Hermione decided. About the protections on the stone, about who might be trying to steal it, and whether there's any connection to Voldemort. Ron flinched at the name. Could you not say the name? It's creepy. Fear of a name only increases fear of the thing itself. Hermione quoted. Aunt Petunia always says that. Your aunt says a lot of wise things, Ron grumbled. But I still don't like hearing the name. Their discussion was interrupted by the arrival of Fred and George, who announced that a blizzard had settled in, making the grounds treacherous but perfect for enchanted snowball fights. Research was temporarily abandoned as they joined their housemates outside, where the Weasley twins had charmed snowballs to follow specific targets. As Christmas approached, Hogwarts transformed into a winter wonderland. 12 towering Christmas trees decorated the Great Hall, festooned with everything from luminous holly berries to tiny, hooting, golden owls. Everlasting icicles attached themselves to the banisters of the marble staircase, and enchanted snow fell gently from the ceiling in the corridors without ever reaching the floor. With most students returning home for the holidays, Harry had expected to travel back to Wisteria Lane with Hermione. He was surprised when Aunt Petunia's letter suggested a change in plans. Given the circumstances, I believe it's safer for you both to remain at Hogwarts over Christmas. Andromeda, Tonks, and I will join you there for the holiday celebration. Dumbledore has approved our visit, and we've arranged accommodations in Hogsmeade. This will allow us to discuss certain developments in person rather than by owl, which is becoming increasingly unreliable for sensitive information. What developments do you think she means? Harry asked Hermione after sharing the letter. No idea, but it must be serious if she's concerned about owl security. Hermione frowned thoughtfully. And for her to come to Hogwarts rather than bringing us home, something's definitely happening. Ron, who had also opted to remain at school while his parents visited his brother Charlie in Romania, was delighted they'd be staying. Christmas at Hogwarts is brilliant, according to Fred and George. And now I won't be stuck with Percy as my only company. The final week of term passed quickly, with professors assigning holiday homework while students exchanged cards and small gifts before departures. Hagrid invited the trio for tea on the last afternoon before break officially began, and they gladly accepted, hoping he might have more information about the Philosopher's Stone now that they knew what to ask. Hagrid's cabin was as warm and inviting as ever, decorated for the season with holly branches and a small tree adorned with what appeared to be shrunken apples and bird nests. Made those ornaments myself, he said proudly as they admired the tree. Got a knack for naturalistic decorations, if I do say so. After serving them tea and his signature rock cakes, which they pretended to enjoy, Hagrid asked about their holiday plans. Actually, my aunt is coming to Hogwarts, Harry told him. Along with friends of the family. They're staying in Hogsmeade. Petunia Evans? Hagrid looked surprised. Haven't seen her in years. Remarkable which, considerin' her late start. Lily would have been proud of how she raised ye. Hagrid, Hermione began carefully. Now that we know about Nicholas Flamel and the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid nearly spilled his tea. How did ye? Keep your voice down. We figured it out, Harry said quickly. And we know that's what's hidden on the third floor. What we don't understand is why it's here at Hogwarts now, when it's been safe with Flamel for centuries. Hagrid sighed heavily, apparently realizing denial was pointless. There was concern it might be Target. Gringotts had a break-in, as ye might have heard, though they didn't get nothin'. I'd already moved the package to Hogwarts on Dumbledore's orders. Safest place there is, Hogwarts. But someone is trying to steal it. Harry pressed. Maybe even someone inside the castle. Nonsense, Hagrid said firmly. No one here would try to steal it. The teachers are helping protect it, for one thing, each added their own enchantment. Yet need to get past Fluffy first anyhow, and only Dumbledore and I know how to do that. Fluffy? Ron repeated incredulously. Yeah, he's mine. Bought him off a Greek chappie I met in the pub last year, Dumbledore borrowed him to guard the trapdoor. So there are multiple protections, Hermione noted, mentally cataloging this information. Fluffy, which is three-headed dog, Hagrid said casually, then immediately looked horrified at himself. I shouldn't have told you that. Forget I said it. That's top secret, that is. Of course, Harry assured him, though his mind was racing. We're just concerned about safety, that's all. The stone is perfectly safe, Hagrid insisted. Protected by Fluffy and spells from all the teachers, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, Quirrell, Snape, and Dumbledore himself did something too. See? Nothing to worry about. As they walked back to the castle afterward, they discussed this new information in hushed tones. A three-headed dog, Ron said, shaking his head in disbelief. Only Hagrid would name something like that, Fluffy. More importantly, Hermione pointed out, we know all the teachers contributed protections, which means if one of them is trying to steal the stone, they know most of the protections already. Harry finished grimly. They just need to figure out how to get past Fluffy and any challenge they didn't create themselves. So it's down to Snape or Quirrell, Ron concluded. My money's on Snape. But we don't have proof either way, Hermione reminded them. And there could be other possibilities we haven't considered. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Let's see what Aunt Petunia knows when she arrives. If anyone can help us make sense of this, it's her. With that tentative plan in place, they returned to the warmth of the castle, their minds filled with three-headed dogs, philosopher's stones, and the disquieting possibility that someone at Hogwarts was working to restore the darkest wizard of modern times. Chapter 3: Blood and Choices. Harry jolted awake in the hospital wing, heart racing. Blurry memories crashed through his mind, the trapdoor, devil's snare, flying keys, the giant chess set where Ron sacrificed himself, the potions riddle, and finally Quirrell and the mirror of Ariste. Most disturbing of all, Voldemort's face protruding from the back of Quirrell's head. Easy there, came a familiar voice, and Harry felt his glasses being pressed into his hand. He put them on to find Aunt Petunia sitting beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept much. How long? Harry croaked, throat dry. 3 days. She passed him a glass of water. You've had us quite worried. Harry drank deeply, then looked around. The hospital wing was quiet except for soft breathing from the next bed over, where Hermione slept curled on her side, a book fallen open beside her. She refused to leave, Petunia explained, following his gaze. Madame Pomfrey finally gave up trying to enforce visiting hours. And Ron? Released yesterday. Minor concussion and some impressive bruises, but otherwise intact. Petunia's expression tightened. Unlike you? The judgment in her tone made Harry wince. We had to stop Quirrell from getting the stone. Did you? 3 first years against a defense professor possessed by the darkest wizard of our time? Her voice remained quiet but gained intensity. You could have died, Harry. All 3 of you. We told McGonagall something was wrong, but she wouldn't listen. Harry defended, though guilt churned in his stomach. And Dumbledore was gone. We didn't have a choice. There's always a choice, Petunia countered. Staying safe would have been one. And let Voldemort get the Philosopher's Stone. Let him come back to power? Petunia's face softened slightly. I understand why you did it. Your parents would have done the same. She took his hand, her grip surprisingly strong. But I'm not your parents, Harry. I'm the one who has raised you, who has spent the last 10 years trying to keep you safe. When Dumbledore's Patronus arrived telling me you were unconscious after confronting Quirrell. She didn't finish, but Harry saw the fear and exhaustion in her eyes. Before he could respond, Hermione stirred and sat up, blinking sleepily. Harry! She scrambled to his bedside. You're awake. How do you feel? Does your head still hurt? Madame Pomfrey said the magical exhaustion was severe, but your vitals were improving yesterday, and, Hermione. Harry laughed. Breathe. She flung her arms around him in a tight hug, then pulled back, suddenly serious. Don't ever do that again. Going through that last doorway alone, I was terrified. Not my brightest move, Harry admitted. Obviously not, came Ron's voice as he strolled in with a basket of sweets. The boy who lived nearly died. Gave us a right scare, mate. Petunia stood, straightening her robes. Now that Harry's awake, I'll inform Madame Pomfrey and Professor Dumbledore. They'll have questions. Her gaze swept across all three of them. As do I, but those can wait until you're properly recovered. After she left, Ron dumped his contraband sweets onto Harry's bed. Your aunt's been here since they brought you in. Proper scary when she first arrived, made Snape look positively cuddly. Dumbledore himself looked nervous. She was worried. Hermione defended, though she couldn't quite hide a smile. You should have seen how fast the hospital wing cleared when she started demanding answers. Harry could imagine it perfectly. Aunt Petunia in full protective mode was a force of nature, magical or not. So what happened after you went through the flames? Ron asked eagerly. Hermione got me out and raised the alarm, but by then Dumbledore was already racing back to the castle. Harry told them everything, Quirrell unwrapping his turban to reveal Voldemort's face, the mirror of Eris that somehow placed the stone in Harry's pocket, and the mysterious protection that caused Quirrell to burn at Harry's touch. It was my mother's sacrifice, Harry explained. That's what Dumbledore told me when I woke up briefly yesterday. The love protection that saved me as a baby lives in my blood, and Voldemort can't touch me because of it. That's ancient magic, Hermione whispered, awed. The kind Aunt Petunia always says is the most powerful. Mental. Ron shook his head. Absolutely mental. And the stone? What happened to it? Destroyed, Harry said. Dumbledore convinced Flammel it was too dangerous to keep existing. But without the elixir of life, Hermione began. Flammel will die, Harry confirmed. Dumbledore said for someone as old as Flammel, it's like going to bed after a very, very long day. Their discussion was interrupted as Madame Pomfrey bustled in, followed by Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, with Petunia close behind. After a thorough examination that pronounced Harry on the mend but in need of another day's rest, the adults pulled chairs around his bed. I believe we all have questions, Dumbledore began, his blue eyes missing their usual twinkle. Perhaps we should start with how 3 first-years discovered what was hidden at Hogwarts, and why they felt compelled to pursue it themselves rather than leaving the matter to their professors. The trio exchanged glances. Hermione spoke first, detailing their investigation after Halloween, learning about Nicholas Flamel, connecting the dots between the Gringotts break-in and the Forbidden Corridor, and their suspicions about who might be after the stone. We did try to tell Professor McGonagall, Ron added, when we realized someone was going after the stone the night Dumbledore left. McGonagall's lips thinned. You provided no evidence, only wild theories about theft. Because we didn't think you'd believe the full story, Harry said. We'd been warned all year to stay away from the corridor, so admitting we knew what was inside seemed like asking for detention, not help. A fair assessment, Dumbledore acknowledged. We adults sometimes forget that our rules and warnings can create barriers to communication. He turned to Petunia. Your nephew shows remarkable courage and resourcefulness, albeit with a concerning disregard for personal safety. A family trait, Petunia replied dryly. One I've tried to temper with caution, apparently without success. She fixed Harry with a pointed look. Though I suspect certain influences at Hogwarts encourage adventurous risk-taking rather than prudent restraint. The subtle criticism wasn't lost on Dumbledore, whose smile dimmed slightly. Different philosophies of education, perhaps. But the fact remains that Harry's actions, however reckless, prevented Voldemort from acquiring the stone. At what cost? Petunia demanded. 3 children traumatized, 1 nearly killed? There were a dozen better ways to protect that stone, starting with not announcing its presence to the entire school at the welcome feast. Petunia. McGonagall interjected. We had numerous protections in place, protections designed to be overcome by first years, apparently. Petunia snapped. Devil's snare, which any student paying attention in herbology would recognize. Flying keys for a seeker? A chess set for a strategic mind? These weren't security measures, they were challenges. Almost as if you expected someone to try. A heavy silence fell. Harry glanced between the adults, noting Dumbledore's thoughtful expression and McGonagall's growing discomfort. The best traps, Dumbledore finally said, are those the quarry willingly enters, believing themselves clever enough to escape. So my nephew was bait? Petunia's voice dropped dangerously low. Not bait, Dumbledore corrected gently. But I suspected Voldemort would eventually find a way to infiltrate Hogwarts in search of the stone. The protections were designed not primarily to prevent theft, but to delay and identify the thief. And the risk to students? To Harry specifically? Calculated, but minimal, Dumbledore assured her. Had circumstances not drawn me away at the critical moment, Quirrell would have been apprehended before reaching the final chamber. Circumstances you now suspect were engineered. Hermione chimed in, her analytical mind connecting dots. The urgent message from the Ministry, that was a diversion, wasn't it? Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. Quite astute, Miss Granger. Yes, it appears the supposed emergency was fabricated to lure me from the castle. And you didn't find that suspicious? Petunia pressed. Of course I did, Dumbledore replied calmly. Why do you think I returned so quickly? But by then, these three had already embarked on their rescue mission. Further discussion was prevented by Madame Pomfrey, who declared the interrogation over and her patient in need of rest. The adults withdrew, though Petunia remained behind briefly. We'll continue this conversation at home, she told the trio. For now, Harry needs recovery and you all need to complete your final week of term without further adventures. She softened slightly, touching Harry's cheek. I am proud of your bravery, even while I despair of your judgment. With that mixed blessing, she departed, leaving the three friends to exchange relieved glances. Could have gone worse, Ron observed. At least she didn't pull you out of school on the spot. She considered it, Harry said grimly. I could see it in her eyes. She's scared, Hermione said quietly. We all knew Voldemort might return someday, but facing it as reality rather than theory. She shivered. It changes things. Harry nodded, feeling the weight of that change settling over them. Their adventure with the Philosopher's Stone had crossed the line. Childhood games of preparation had become a real battle with real stakes. And while they'd emerged victorious this time, Harry couldn't shake the feeling that it was merely the opening skirmish in a much longer war. The end of term passed in a blur of whispers and pointed looks as rumors spread about Harry's confrontation with Quirrell. The official story mentioned only that the defense professor had taken ill and resigned, but students pieced together enough from hospital wing gossip and the sudden appearance of Harry's formidable aunt to know something more significant had occurred. The year-end feast featured Slytherin decorations, as they'd led the House Cup standings before the final points were awarded. But Dumbledore's last-minute additions, 50 points each to Harry, Ron, and Hermione for pure nerve and outstanding courage, plus 10 to Neville for standing up to friends, tipped the balance to Gryffindor, creating an uproar of celebration at their table and resentful glares from the Slytherins. Bit unfair, isn't it? Hermione whispered to Harry as the hall erupted. Announcing it this way after they thought they'd won? Harry, while thrilled by their victory, had to agree. Dumbledore has an odd sense of timing. On the train ride home, compartments filled with excited chatter about summer plans. Neville would be visiting relatives in Scotland, Ron's family was planning a trip to Egypt if his father's bonus came through, and Hermione and Harry were looking forward to what they assumed would be intensive training with Aunt Petunia. She'll have us drilling shield charms morning till night after what happened, Harry predicted. I wouldn't mind, Hermione admitted. Our shields weren't strong enough against some of those challenges. And after seeing what Voldemort is willing to do to return, possessing a teacher, drinking unicorn blood, we need every advantage. Mental that you're actually looking forward to summer homework, Ron marveled. Though I suppose fighting you-know-who puts things in perspective. It does, Harry agreed, gazing out the window as the countryside flashed by. Everything feels different now. More real. We're still kids, Ron pointed out. It's not like we'll be fighting dark wizards all summer. Even Harry Potter gets to have a normal holiday sometimes, right? Harry smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. Normal had never been an option, not really. And after the stone incident, he suspected normal would become an increasingly distant concept. Platform 9 3/4 bustled with the usual end-of-term chaos as parents reunited with children and trunks were loaded onto carts. Petunia stood slightly apart from the crowd, her expression softening as Harry and Hermione disembarked. "Welcome home," she said, embracing them both. "The house has been too quiet without you." After bidding goodbye to Ron with promises to write, they followed Petunia through the barrier and out to a waiting ministry car, a security precaution, she explained, after recent events. "Is the house safe?" Harry asked as they drove through London. "Safer than ever," Petunia assured them. "I've spent the past week reinforcing the wards with help from Andromeda and Kingsley. We've added specific repellents against possession and spiritual intrusion, given what happened with Quirrell." "You think Voldemort might try to possess someone else?" Hermione asked, alarmed. "We can't rule it out. Without a body, possession may be one of his few available methods of action." Petunia's grip on her handbag tightened. "But that's a discussion for when we're securely home." The remainder of the journey passed in lighter conversation about exam results, Hermione top of the year, naturally, and end-of-term festivities. It wasn't until they'd arrived at number 8, Wisteria Lane, passed through multiple layers of magical security, and settled in the kitchen with tea and sandwiches that Petunia broached the subject they'd all been anticipating. "I've spoken extensively with Dumbledore about what happened with the stone," she began. "While I disagree with many of his methods, I can't deny that Voldemort's attempt to return is deeply concerning." "He'll try again, won't he?" Harry said. "Almost certainly. The question is how and when." Petunia sipped her tea thoughtfully. "Dumbledore believes, and I reluctantly agree, that your continued attendance at Hogwarts is necessary despite the risks." Hermione sat up straighter. "You considered removing us from school?" "Of course I did. My first instinct was to pack you both off to Beaux Batons or someplace equally distant from Britain's troubles." Petunia sighed. But practical considerations prevailed. Hogwarts, for all its dangers, provides certain protections that can't be replicated elsewhere. And keeping Harry visible in Wizarding Britain serves strategic purposes in this emerging conflict. "What about me?" Hermione asked quietly. "I'm not bound by prophecy or famous for surviving killing curses." "You," Petunia said firmly, "are family. Where Harry goes, you go, unless you prefer otherwise. Beyond that, you're brilliant in your own right and likely high on any list of people Voldemort would target simply for being Muggle-born and exceptional." Harry reached for Hermione's hand under the table, squeezing it in solidarity. "So what now?" he asked. "We just go back to Hogwarts in September, and hope Voldemort doesn't possess another teacher?" "No," Petunia said, standing to retrieve a stack of books from a nearby shelf. "We prepare more thoroughly than before. Your experiences this year highlighted specific areas for improvement: protective magic, detection of dark arts, strategic thinking under pressure. We'll address all of them." She laid out a summer schedule that made even Hermione's eyes widen: daily defensive training, weekly sessions with various specialists including Remus and Kingsley, intensive study of magical theory focusing on ancient protections, and physical conditioning to improve stamina and reflexes. "This seems intense," Harry ventured. "War is coming, Harry," Petunia said bluntly. "Maybe not tomorrow or next year, but it's coming. Voldemort's attempt to secure the stone was just the beginning. The next time you face him, and there will be a next time, I want you both better equipped to survive." Summer settled into a demanding but oddly satisfying rhythm. Mornings began with physical training, running, reflexive movement drills, even basic martial arts taught by a squib instructor who specialized in blending magical and Muggle defense. Afternoons focused on magical practice, with Petunia overseeing increasingly complex shielding and protective enchantments. "Again," she called as Harry's shield charm wavered under her assault. Visualize it as solid light, not just a barrier. Intent shapes the magic. Harry gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead as he reinforced the shield. Protego Maxima! The shield stabilized, gaining a deeper blue tint as its strength increased. Better! Petunia nodded approvingly. Hermione, your turn. Evenings brought research and theory, with the dining table disappearing under stacks of books about ancient protective magic, blood-based enchantments, and the historical records of Voldemort's first rise to power. Petunia had secured access to restricted texts through her contacts at St. Mungo's and the Department of Mysteries, where she occasionally consulted on cases involving magical Muggle medical interactions. The protection your mother created, she explained one night, tracing complex diagrams in a dusty tome, draws on principles similar to these Egyptian blood wards. Self-sacrifice as the anchor, love as the power source, blood relation as the vessel. That's why Voldemort couldn't touch me, Harry recalled. Because Mum's protection lives in my blood. Precisely. And it's why you were placed with me after their deaths, to maintain that protection through blood connection. Petunia's expression softened. Though I'd like to think I'd have taken you regardless. What about me? Hermione asked. I don't share that blood connection. Family isn't just blood, Petunia reminded her. The protections have evolved to include you through the bonds we've formed. Magic recognizes chosen family as readily as birth relations, sometimes more powerfully because the connection is deliberate rather than accidental. Despite the intensive training, they still found moments for normal summer activities, trips to the cinema, visits from Ron and Neville, even a weekend at the seaside where they pretended, briefly, to be an ordinary family without the shadow of dark wizards looming over them. In late July, Harry's birthday was celebrated with a proper party. The Weasleys arrived en masse. Neville came with his formidable grandmother. Tonks brought color-changing streamers that formed animated animals when thrown, and even Andromeda and Ted joined the festivities. The garden was transformed with fairy lights and enchanted decorations, while inside, the dining room groaned under the weight of Petunia's feast. Brilliant party, mate, Ron said, helping himself to a third slice of cake. Makes our place look positively boring. It's not usually like this, Harry admitted. Aunt Petunia's gone all out this year. Because you nearly died. Ginny Weasley piped up, then blushed furiously when Harry looked at her. She'd barely spoken directly to him all day, seeming starstruck despite Ron's exasperated attempts to treat him normally. Blunt but accurate, Fred, or possibly George, commented. Nothing says glad you're alive like excessive birthday celebrations. As the party wound down and guests departed, Harry found himself alone with Petunia in the kitchen, helping with the final cleanup. Thank you, he said quietly. For today. It was perfect. You deserve perfect days, Harry. She set down the dish she was drying and faced him fully. I know this summer has been demanding, but I understand why, he interrupted. After what happened with Quirrell and the stone. I get it now. This isn't just training for some distant possibility. It's preparation for what's already starting. Petunia studied him, pride and sorrow mingling in her expression. You're growing up faster than you should have to. Just like your mother did during the First War. At least I have you, Harry said. Mum was on her own at Hogwarts, being Muggle-born. Not entirely on her own. She had your father eventually, and Remus, and others who stood against the darkness. Petunia hesitated, then added, and Severus for a time. Professor Snape. Harry clarified, still finding it odd to connect the bitter potions master with his mother's childhood friend. He barely tolerates me in class, you know. Less so after the House Cup went to Gryffindor. Severus has complicated feelings about your father. And you look remarkably like James. Except my eyes, Harry said automatically, having heard this countless times. Your mother's eyes, Petunia confirmed. Which probably doesn't make it easier for him. She resumed drying dishes, signaling an end to that particular conversation. Your Hogwarts letters should arrive any day now. We'll plan a trip to Diagon Alley once they do. The letters arrived the following week, bringing the usual book lists and a surprise, a permission form for third-year students and above to visit Hogsmeade Village on designated weekends. But I'm only going into second year, Harry said, confused as he examined the extra parchment. Administrative error, most likely. Petunia frowned, taking the form. Though Hogwarts' magical addressing system is usually flawless. Hermione, meanwhile, was reviewing the book list with growing excitement. We've got all of Gilderoy Lockhart's books on here. He's written almost the entire curriculum for defense against the dark arts. Lockhart? Petunia's frown deepened. The peacock with the perfect hair who claims to have defeated everything from banshees to werewolves? You don't sound impressed, Hermione observed, surprised. His books are bestsellers, and he's won Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile award 5 times running. I'm sure his dental hygiene is impeccable, Petunia said dryly. It's his alleged magical accomplishments that strain credulity. The timeline alone makes half his adventures physically impossible, unless he's mastered time travel alongside everything else. Their trip to Diagon Alley the next day proved chaotic. Flourish and Blotz was hosting a Lockhart book signing, drawing a crowd that spilled into the street. Inside, the man himself presided in forget-me-not blue robes that matched his eyes, his golden hair perfectly coiffed as he signed copies of his autobiography, Magical Me. It's him, Hermione whispered, joining the largely female crowd pushing forward. Harry hung back with Petunia, watching the spectacle with bemusement. Their relative anonymity ended abruptly when a photographer for the Daily Prophet backed into Harry, then did a double-take at his scar. "It can't be Harry Potter?" the man exclaimed loudly. The crowd parted, whispers spreading like wildfire, and before Harry could retreat, Lockhart had spotted him. With practiced swiftness, the author lunged forward, seizing Harry's arm and pulling him to the front. Flashbulbs popped as Lockhart threw an arm around Harry's shoulders. "Nice big smile, Harry," Lockhart said through gleaming teeth. "Together you and I are worth the front page." Harry stood frozen, mortified, as the photographer snapped away. Lockhart kept a firm grip while announcing to the crowd that he would be taking up the post of defense against the dark arts teacher at Hogwarts that September. As a small gift, he presented Harry with his complete works before finally releasing him. Staggering under the weight of the books, Harry retreated to where Petunia waited, her expression caught between amusement and irritation. "Enjoyed your spotlight moment?" she asked. "Thrilled," Harry muttered sarcastically. "Here, you take these. I'll find my actual schoolbooks." He handed the Lockhart collection to Petunia and was making his way toward a quieter section when he encountered Ginny Weasley standing alone with her cauldron. "Hello, Ginny. Are you starting Hogwarts this year?" She nodded, blushing furiously but managing a small "yes." "It's brilliant, you'll love it," Harry assured her, trying to put her at ease. "Except maybe history of magic. And potions, depending how Snape feels about you." "Potter," drawled a familiar voice. "Can't even go into a bookshop without making the front page?" Draco Malfoy appeared beside them, his habitual sneer firmly in place. "Leave him alone," Ginny said suddenly. "He didn't want all that." "Look, Potter, you've got yourself a girlfriend," Malfoy cackled. Ginny turned scarlet. Harry felt his own face heating but kept his voice level. "Jealous, Malfoy? I don't recall seeing anyone voluntarily hanging around you except Crabbe and Goyle, and they're paid in cupcakes." Malfoy's pale face flushed with anger. "Watch yourself, Potter. This year won't be all heroics and special treatment. Things are changing at Hogwarts." "Is that a threat?" Harry asked quietly. "It's a promise," Malfoy replied, his gray eyes glittering. "Father says, what's going on here?" Ron appeared with Hermione, both carrying stacks of books. "What are you doing, Malfoy?" "Weasley," Malfoy sneered. "I'm surprised your parents let you buy new books. They'll go hungry for a month to pay for that lot." Ron flushed and dropped his books into Ginny's cauldron, lunging forward, but Harry and Hermione caught him before he could reach Malfoy. "Ron!" "Mr. Weasley called, struggling through the crowd with Fred and George. "What are you doing?" It's madness in here, let's go outside. Well, 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 Arthur Weasley. A tall man with the same platinum blonde hair as Draco appeared, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. His cold gray eyes took in the scene with obvious disdain. Lucius. Mr. Weasley nodded stiffly. Busy time at the ministry, I hear, Mr. Malfoy said. All those raids. I hope they're paying you overtime? He reached into Ginny's cauldron and extracted a very old, very battered copy of A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration. Obviously not, he said softly. Dear me, what's the use of being a disgrace to the name of wizard if they don't even pay you well for it? Mr. Weasley flushed darker than Ron. We have a very different idea of what disgraces the name of wizard, Malfoy. Clearly. Lucius's gaze drifted to Hermione and her parents, who were watching nervously nearby. The company you keep. But I thought you could sink no lower. There was a thud as Ginny's cauldron went flying. Mr. Weasley had launched himself at Mr. Malfoy, knocking him backward into a bookshelf. Dozens of heavy spell books came thundering down on their heads as they grappled. Get him, Dad! Fred or George shouted, while Mrs. Weasley shrieked. No, Arthur, no! The crowd stampeded backward, knocking more shelves over. The shop assistant cried, Gentlemen, please, please, but was drowned out by the commotion. Then a cool, clear voice cut through the chaos. That's enough. Petunia stood at the edge of the clearing, her wand raised but not pointed directly at anyone. A subtle shimmer in the air suggested some kind of containment charm. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy froze mid-scuffle. There are children present, Petunia continued calmly, who deserve better examples than grown men brawling like schoolboys. Her gaze fixed on Lucius Malfoy, particularly from those who professed to value wizarding dignity. Malfoy straightened, smoothing his hair back. Miss Evans, he acknowledged coldly. Still interfering in matters that don't concern you, I see. The safety and well-being of my nephew and his friends very much concerns me, Lucius. Petunia's smile was razor-sharp. As does the spectacle of a school governor assaulting the parent of a student. How would the other governors view such behavior, I wonder? A tense silence followed. Finally, Malfoy thrust Ginny's old textbook back at her, his eyes glittering with malice. Here, girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you. With a final contemptuous glance at the assembled Weasleys, he beckoned to Draco and swept from the shop. Bloody hell! Ron breathed once they'd gone. That was brilliant, Miss Evans. Language, Ronald. Petunia admonished, though her lips twitched. And while I appreciate the sentiment, escalating conflicts with the Malfoys is rarely wise. She glanced at Mr. Weasley, who was being fussed over by his wife. Though sometimes it is satisfying. As they completed their shopping and prepared to leave Diagon Alley, Harry noticed a preoccupied expression on Petunia's face. What's wrong? He asked quietly. Something Malfoy said about changes at Hogwarts, she replied. Combined with Lockhart's appointment and some other rumors I've heard. I'm concerned this year may bring new challenges. After Voldemort in the back of Quirrell's head, how bad could it be? Harry tried to joke, but Petunia didn't smile. There are many kinds of danger, Harry. Not all of them announce themselves with turbans and mysterious packages. She squeezed his shoulder. Just promise me you'll be even more vigilant this year. And for Merlin's sake, try to stay away from Lockhart. That level of narcissism is usually compensating for something worrying. September 1st arrived with the usual last-minute scramble to pack forgotten items and ensure Hedwig and Crookshanks were securely caged for the journey. The ministry car returned to transport them to King's Cross, where they found the Weasleys already gathering near the barrier to platform 9 3/4. There you are, Mrs. Weasley called warmly. We were hoping to see you before boarding. Arthur's been called away to work, some emergency with regurgitating toilets, but he sends his regards. As the large group prepared to pass through the barrier in pairs, Harry found himself partnered with Ron for the final crossing. They took a run at the barrier together, but instead of passing smoothly through to the platform, they crashed spectacularly into solid brick. Trolleys smashed, luggage flew, Hedwig's cage bounced to the floor as she shrieked indignantly, and several nearby muggles turned to stare. What in blazes? A station guard shouted, hurrying over. What do you think you're doing? Lost control of the trolley. Harry gasped, clutching his ribs where they'd slammed against the handle. Ron scrambled to retrieve Hedwig's cage while Harry righted their trolleys, both shooting worried glances at the barrier. It appeared perfectly solid, no trace of the magical portal that should allow passage to the platform. The barrier sealed itself. Ron whispered once the guard moved away. We're stuck. But why? And what about the others? Harry pressed his hand cautiously against the wall, meeting unyielding brick. They got through before us, Ron said. It's nearly 11, the train leaves in minutes. We're going to miss it. Harry's mind raced through options. We need to get word to your parents or Aunt Petunia. Maybe we could send Hedwig, or… Ron interrupted, his eyes suddenly lighting up. We could take the car. What car? Dad's car. The Ford Anglia he enchanted to fly. Fred and George mentioned it's parked just outside the station because Dad needed the space for all our trunks in the ministry cars. We could fly it to Hogwarts. Ron, we can't steal your dad's car. Harry protested. And fly it? That's got to break about 50 magical laws. It's not stealing, it's borrowing in an emergency. Ron countered. And we're stuck. How else are we going to get to school? Harry hesitated. It was a terrible idea, reckless, illegal, and exactly the sort of thing Aunt Petunia had warned against. But the alternative was missing the train and causing panic when they didn't arrive at Hogwarts. Let's at least check if the barrier opens again, Harry suggested. And see if we can contact anyone magical first. But 10 minutes of attempts proved fruitless. The barrier remained solid, the station's payphones yielded no answer at the Weasleys' home, and Harry didn't know Aunt Petunia's exact location on platform 9 3/4 to risk sending Hedwig through the crowds. We're running out of options, Ron pressed. The train's gone by now. Harry made a split-second decision he was fairly certain he would regret. All right. Where's the car? The pale blue Ford Anglia was parked in a far corner of the station lot. They loaded their trunks, placed Hedwig's cage securely in the back seat, and Ron took the driver's position, explaining he'd watched his brothers drive it several times. It's got special features, he explained, tapping various buttons. Invisibility booster, expandable interior, and a modified engine for flight. Dad's mad about Muggle things, loves taking them apart and adding magic. Is that legal? Harry asked, buckling his seatbelt nervously. Probably not, Ron admitted, starting the engine. There's a loophole if you're not intending to fly it, but… He shrugged and pressed the silver button on the dashboard. With a grinding shudder, the car rose into the air. Hang on! They soared above the station, London spreading beneath them. Ron activated the invisibility booster, which seemed to work initially but began to falter as they followed the Hogwarts Express northward. Temperamental, Ron muttered, repeatedly smacking the dashboard as the car flickered between visibility and invisibility. We'd better go higher, above the clouds, so Muggles don't spot us. As they climbed, Harry couldn't help enjoying the sensation despite his misgivings. Flying in an enchanted car was different from a broomstick, more stable but less maneuverable, with the added comfort of cushioned seats and protection from the wind. Their enjoyment diminished as hours passed. The temperature dropped, chocolate frogs they'd packed melted in the sun-baked car, and Hedwig gave them reproachful looks from her cage. By late afternoon, both boys were cramped, hungry, and increasingly concerned about their reception at Hogwarts. We should be getting close, Ron said, squinting at the railway tracks they'd been following. Hogwarts Express usually arrives after dark. As if on cue, the car began to sputter and lose altitude. It's probably tired, Ron said unconvincingly. It's never flown this far before. The engine whined protestingly as they descended toward the darkening landscape. Mountains and forests came into view, then finally the familiar outline of Hogwarts Castle perched on its cliff above the lake. There! Harry pointed. We've made it! Too soon. The car gave a nasty wobble, steam billowing from under the hood. "Come on," Ron urged, patting the dashboard. "Nearly there." They cleared the lake but continued sinking rapidly. Ron aimed for the open grounds, but the car had other ideas. With a sickening lurch, it veered toward the castle wall, missing it by inches, then plummeted toward a large tree at the edge of the grounds. "Mind that tree!" Harry yelled, grabbing for the wheel, but it was too late. With a deafening crunch, they collided with the trunk, then bounced off to hit several massive branches before crashing to the ground. The hood crumpled, steam poured from the engine, and Hedwig screeched in terror. "Are you okay?" Harry asked, checking himself for injuries. "My wand," Ron moaned, holding up a nearly severed piece of wood, now dangling by a few splinters. "Look at my wand." "Be thankful it's not your neck," Harry said, then froze. "Ron, that tree." The tree they'd hit was moving. Its branches, thick as pythons, were whipping back and forth as if in pain or rage. One massive limb pounded the ground where the car had landed seconds earlier. "We've hit the Whomping Willow!" Ron gasped. "Of all the trees on the grounds, we had to hit the one that hits back." The tree attacked with renewed vigor, branches smashing against the car windows. Just as a particularly large bough was descending toward them, the car's engine roared back to life. It reversed rapidly, narrowly avoiding the blow, and sped away from the violent tree toward the castle. Then, with a mind of its own, the car ejected them. The doors flew open, the seats tipped sideways, and Harry and Ron were dumped unceremoniously onto the grass alongside their trunks and Hedwig's cage. With a final indignant backfire, the car trundled off toward the forbidden forest and disappeared among the trees. "Dad'll kill me," Ron said hollowly, staring after it. "That car was his pride and joy." "Forget the car," Harry said, looking toward the castle. "We've got bigger problems." The start of term feast was clearly underway. Lights spilled from the great hall's windows, and the sound of hundreds of voices drifted across the grounds. But approaching from the entrance steps was a tall, black-robed figure with a distinctive billowing walk. "Out of all the teachers to find us," Ron whispered in horror. "Why did it have to be Snape?" Snape's fury was cold and precise as he led them through the entrance hall and down to his office in the dungeons rather than to the feast. His speech about their arrogant disregard for school rules and flagrant violation of the decree for the restriction of underage wizardry culminated in his producing a copy of the Evening Prophet with the headline, "Flying Ford Anglia Mystifies Muggles." The article detailed numerous sightings of the flying car from London to Scotland, complete with quotes from bewildered eyewitnesses. "You were seen," Snape hissed, "by no fewer than 7 Muggles. Your father." He glared at Ron, faces in inquiry at work. "And as for you, Potter." His eyes glittered maliciously. "I would have expected better judgment from someone whose guardian is supposedly so concerned with your safety." Harry's stomach plummeted. Aunt Petunia would be furious, and worse, disappointed. "I think," Snape continued silkily, "that this finally justifies expulsion for both of you." "That will be for their heads of house to decide, Severus." Professor McGonagall appeared in the doorway, her expression as severe as Harry had ever seen it. What followed was equally unpleasant: explanations about the sealed barrier, which apparently reopened moments after the train departed, lectures about the proper procedures they should have followed, sending a message with Hedwig to the school or waiting by the car for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, and the assignment of separate detentions. "You will also each write letters home explaining your behavior," McGonagall concluded. "I've already sent an owl to both families, but they deserve to hear directly from you." They were dismissed with sandwiches and pumpkin juice but no permission to join the feast. Instead, they made their way to Gryffindor Tower, encountering Hermione in the common room where she was waiting anxiously. "There you are. Everyone's saying you were expelled for crashing a flying car." "Not expelled," Harry assured her. "Just detention and letters of apology." "Well, that's something." She huffed. "Honestly, what were you thinking? A flying car? The barrier malfunction was obviously magical. You should have waited for help or contacted the school." "That's what McGonagall said," Ron grumbled. Easy to say now. I was worried sick. Hermione continued. When you didn't show up on the train, Aunt Petunia nearly went to the ministry right then. Dumbledore had to assure her you'd probably just missed the train and would arrive by alternative means. Is she very angry? Harry asked tentatively. Hermione's expression softened slightly. Worried more than angry, I think. Though that might change when she hears about the flying car part. The common room gradually filled as the feast ended, and to Harry and Ron's surprise, they received a hero's welcome. Fellow Gryffindors clapped them on the back, demanded details of the journey and crash, and treated them like conquering adventurers rather than rule-breakers. Why is everyone so impressed? Harry whispered to Hermione as Percy lectured nearby first years about responsibility and proper conduct. Because it's outrageous, she replied, rolling her eyes. You could have died, but instead you had a grand adventure. It plays into every rebellious fantasy these idiots have. Despite her words, there was a hint of admiration in her voice. It was incredibly dangerous and stupid, but I suppose also a bit brilliant. Coming from Hermione, this was high praise indeed. The celebratory atmosphere couldn't completely ease Harry's dread about Aunt Petunia's response. He drafted and redrafted his letter several times before settling on a straightforward account that acknowledged his poor judgment without making excuses. Hedwig gave him a reproachful look when he sent her off with it the next morning, clearly still upset about her traumatic car journey. Classes began the next day. Herbology with the Hufflepuffs involved repotting mandrakes, screaming, baby-like plants whose cry could be fatal to anyone hearing it. Fortunately, as they were still young, their cries would only knock someone out for several hours, but the class still wore earmuffs as protection while wrestling the ugly plants into larger pots. Transfiguration proved challenging as they attempted to turn beetles into buttons, with Ron's broken wand causing problems. Rather than transforming his beetle, it produced thick gray smoke and a smell of rotten eggs. By lunchtime, Ron's mood was sour and Harry's anxiety about Aunt Petunia's response was growing. She'll write back, right? He asked Hermione as they headed to Defense Against the Dark Arts. I mean, she wouldn't just come to the school or something? I doubt she'd leave work for that. Hermione reassured him. Though prepare for a strongly worded letter at minimum. Their first lesson with Gilderoy Lockhart did nothing to improve Harry's mood. The classroom walls were covered with portraits of Lockhart himself, all winking and flashing dazzling smiles. The real Lockhart, in robes of forget-me-not blue that perfectly matched his eyes, waited until the entire class was seated before lifting Neville's copy of Travels with Trolls and pointing to his winking portrait on the front. Me, he said, pointing at it and winking as well. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the abandoned banshee by smiling at her. He waited for laughter. A few people smiled weakly. I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in. He handed out test papers and returned to the front of the class. You have 30 minutes. Start, now. Harry looked down at his paper and read, What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? What, in your opinion, is Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? The questions continued for 3 sides of paper, right down to, when is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Hermione was scribbling frantically, but Harry exchanged disgusted looks with Ron and several others. This wasn't defense education, it was celebrity worship. He answered minimally, inventing responses for questions he couldn't recall from his reluctant skimming of the texts. After collecting and reviewing the papers, with special praise for Hermione who got full marks, Lockhart unveiled a covered cage on his desk. Now, be warned! It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizardkind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. Despite himself, Harry leaned forward slightly. The cage shook ominously. I must ask you not to scream, Lockhart said in a low voice. It might provoke them. He whipped off the cover with a flourish. Yes. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Seamus Finnegan couldn't control himself. He let out a snort of laughter which Lockhart mistook for a shriek of terror. Yes? Well, they're devilishly tricky little blighters. Let's see what you make of them. And he opened the cage. It was pandemonium. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. Two seized Neville by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several more shattered the windows and sprayed the class with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom, shredding books, spraying ink, tearing pictures from the walls, appending the waste bin, and grabbing bags and books to throw out the broken windows. Within minutes, most of the class had taken shelter under desks while Neville swung from the iron chandelier. Lockhart rolled up his sleeves, brandished his wand, and bellowed, Pesca pixie pesternemy! This had absolutely no effect. One pixie seized Lockhart's wand and threw it out the window too. Lockhart gulped, dived under his own desk, narrowly avoiding being squashed by Neville, who fell a second later as the chandelier gave way. The bell rang and there was a mad rush for the exit. In the relative calm that followed, Lockhart straightened up and noticed Harry, Ron, and Hermione still in the room. Well, I'll ask you three to just nip the rest of them back into their cage, he said, sweeping toward the door. I've got to, urgent matters, classroom management experience. And he was gone. Can you believe him? Roared Ron as one of the remaining pixies bit him painfully on the ear. He just wants to give us some hands-on experience, Hermione said, immobilizing two pixies at once with a clever freezing charm and stuffing them back into their cage. Hands-on? Harry repeated incredulously, attempting to grab a pixie dancing out of reach. Hermione, he didn't have a clue what he was doing. Rubbish, Hermione replied. You've read his books. Look at all those amazing things he's done. He says he's done, Ron muttered, ducking as a pixie dive-bombed him. By the time they'd rounded up the last pixie, they were late for lunch and Harry's frustration with Lockhart had temporarily overshadowed his concern about Aunt Petunia's response. That reprieve ended when they entered the great hall to find Hedwig waiting with a letter. Moment of truth, Ron said sympathetically as Harry took the envelope with trepidation. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment, relieved to find it contained a normal-length letter rather than a howler like the one Mrs. Weasley had sent round that morning, which had shouted about disgracing the family and endangering lives loudly enough for the entire hall to hear. Petunia's handwriting was neat and precise. Dear Harry, I received your letter explaining the flying car incident. While I appreciate your honesty in taking responsibility, I am deeply disappointed by your lack of judgment. You had multiple safer options available, sending Hedwig with a message, waiting by the barrier for magical assistance, or even telephoning our home from King's Cross. Your decision to steal and fly an illegally enchanted vehicle shows precisely the reckless disregard for safety and rules that I've warned against. This behavior is not what we've trained for. Our preparations are meant to help you handle genuine threats, not create unnecessary dangers. I am, however, relieved you arrived safely, if dramatically. The barrier malfunction troubles me. Such coincidences rarely are. Hermione says you suspected someone deliberately sealed it. Trust those instincts, but channel them toward caution rather than spectacular rule-breaking next time. Your detentions are well-deserved. I expect you to complete them without complaint and to make amends to Mr. Weasley, whose car and professional reputation have suffered from your adventure. Stay vigilant, but please, try to have a normal, uneventful term. No more flying vehicles, three-headed dogs, or possessed professors. With concern and love, Aunt Petunia P.S. Your Hogsmeade form was indeed sent in error. Professor McGonagall has been notified to disregard it until next year. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. She's disappointed but not furious, he summarized for Ron and Hermione. And concerned about why the barrier sealed itself. Smart woman, Ron nodded. Maybe it wasn't just a malfunction. Hermione took the letter, scanning it quickly. She's right about the coincidence factor. With everything that happened last year, we should be especially alert to unusual occurrences. Like Lockhart releasing pixies in class? Harry suggested dryly. That's just per teaching, Hermione defended, though with less conviction than before. Though I admit his spell didn't seem to work at all. As they finished lunch and headed to their afternoon classes, Harry couldn't help reflecting that despite Aunt Petunia's wishes for a normal term, something told him this year at Hogwarts would be anything but uneventful. September gave way to October, bringing stormy weather that turned the grounds into mud fields and filled the hospital wing with students suffering colds. Madame Pomfrey's pepper-up potion cured them instantly, though it left the drinker smoking from the ears for hours afterward. Harry's detention with Filch involved polishing the trophy room without magic, a tedious task made worse by repeated vomiting as he scrubbed award plaques bearing Tom Riddle's name, an unfortunate side effect of slug-belching hexes from Ron's broken wand during an altercation with Malfoy. Ron's detention with Professor Snape was equally unpleasant, cleaning bedpans in the hospital wing without magic. What a waste of an evening! Ron sighed as they met back in the common room afterward. Quidditch practice added another demand on Harry's time. Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor captain, had developed an almost fanatical determination to win the Quidditch Cup in his final year, scheduling practices at dawn several days a week despite the increasingly foul weather. Returning muddy and exhausted from one such early morning session, Harry encountered nearly headless Nick, Gryffindor's resident ghost, looking unusually gloomy. "Something wrong, Sir Nicholas?" Harry asked politely. The ghost sniffed. "Ah, Mr. Potter. Troubles of a spectral nature, I'm afraid. Once again, my application to join the Headless Hunt has been rejected." He pulled a letter from his doublet and handed it to Harry, who read, "We can only accept huntsmen whose heads have parted company with their bodies. You will appreciate that it would be impossible otherwise for members to participate in hunt activities such as horseback head juggling and head polo. With the greatest regret, therefore, I must inform you that you do not fulfill our requirements. With very best wishes, Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore." Half an inch of skin and sinew holding my head on, and they call that insufficiently decapitated, Nick fumed, reclaiming the letter. "I mean, nobody wishes more than I do that it had been quick and clean. I'd have given anything to die properly." An idea struck him suddenly, his face brightening. "Perhaps you could help, Mr. Potter. My Death Day party is on Halloween, 500 years, quite the milestone. Sir Patrick will be attending, and if you were to mention how impressive and frightening you find me..." Sure," Harry agreed, unable to think of a polite refusal. "Though, what exactly is a Death Day party?" "The anniversary of my death," Nick explained proudly. "Not many living attend such events, but your presence would add considerable prestige. Sir Patrick would be most impressed if Harry Potter were among my guests." "I'll be there," Harry promised, immediately regretting it as Nick floated away cheerfully. "You did what?" Ron exclaimed when Harry explained at breakfast. "But the Halloween feast is that night, one of the best of the year." "I said I'd go." Harry sighed. "I can't back out now." "I think it sounds fascinating," Hermione said predictably. "I bet there aren't many living people who can say they've attended a Death Day party." "It'll be educational. That's one word for it," Ron muttered. On Halloween evening, they reluctantly bypassed the Great Hall with its floating jack-o'-lanterns and delicious feast smells, heading instead toward the dungeons where Nick's party was being held. The temperature dropped with each step, and eventually they could hear what sounded like fingernails scraping a blackboard. "Is that supposed to be music?" Ron whispered. They turned a corner to find a doorway hung with black velvet drapes. Nearly headless Nick stood there, looking both mournful and pleased to see them. "My dear friends, welcome, welcome, so pleased you could come." He swept off his plumed hat and bowed them inside. The dungeon was filled with hundreds of pearly white, translucent ghosts, drifting around a crowded dance floor where a musical saw quartet played on a raised platform. The room was freezing cold, their breath rising in mist before them. Black candles burned with blue flames, casting an eerie light over the spectral gathering. "Shall we look around?" Hermione suggested, shivering slightly. "Careful not to walk through anyone," Ron advised nervously. They skirted the dance floor, passing a group of gloomy nuns and a ragged man wearing chains, the Bloody Baron, Slytherin's intimidating ghost, whom everyone gave a wide berth. To Harry's discomfort, many ghosts broke off conversations to stare as they passed, several floating over to greet him specifically. "The famous Harry Potter," one elderly ghost declared. "An honor to meet the boy who defeated he who must not be named." Word of his presence spread quickly through the ghostly gathering. Harry tried to remain polite, while wishing desperately he'd worn a thicker cloak in the frigid dungeon. "Look, food," Ron said hopefully, pointing to a long table draped in black velvet. Their hopes were immediately crushed. The feast laid out for the ghosts consisted of rotten fish, burned cakes, maggoty haggis, moldy cheese, and a grey cake shaped like a tombstone with tarry icing spelling, "Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, died October 31st, 1492. "Charming!" Hermione whispered weakly. They watched in horrified fascination as a portly ghost glided toward the table, crouched low, and walked through it, mouth open wide, presumably to gain some semblance of flavor from the putrefying food. "Can we leave soon?" Ron pleaded. "My toes are numb." "Not yet," Harry murmured. "I haven't helped Nick impress the headless hunt." As if on cue, hunting horns sounded, and through the dungeon wall burst about 20 ghosts on ghostly horses. The assembled spectres applauded as the headless hunt dismounted, led by Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore, whose head was under his arm. "Nick! How are you? Head still hanging in there?" Sir Patrick boomed, clapping nearly headless Nick on the shoulder and prompting his head to wobble dangerously. "Welcome, Sir Patrick," Nick replied stiffly. "Live UNS!" Sir Patrick spotted Harry and company, feigning a jump of surprise that sent his head tumbling off his neck. The crowd howled with laughter. "Very amusing," Nick said darkly. "Don't mind Nick," Sir Patrick's head shouted from the floor. "Still upset we won't let him join the hunt. But I mean to say, look at the fellow, I think," Harry interrupted loudly. "Nearly headless Nick is very frightening and impressive. More so than someone who lost their head completely, if you asked me. There's something especially disturbing about seeing the head almost detached but still attached. Makes it more gruesome." The headless hunt fell silent, staring at Harry. Nick beamed with delight. "Absolutely." Hermione jumped in, catching on. "Sir Nicholas's partial decapitation requires a far more detailed explanation than a simple beheading. Historically speaking, it's a much more noteworthy death." Sir Patrick's head looked affronted, but before he could respond, nearly headless Nick floated forward importantly. "As my young friend indicates, my death possesses a certain theatrical quality a simple decapitation lacks. Now, it's time for my speech." He drifted toward the podium, but the headless hunt had already lost interest, starting an impromptu game of head hockey that quickly drew the crowd's attention. Nick's face fell as the ghostly audience turned away from him. "I think we've done all we can," Harry whispered to the others. "Shall we go?" As they edged toward the door, Harry suddenly froze. A strange, cold voice echoed through the dungeon, but it seemed to come from the walls themselves rather than any of the ghosts. "Rip, tear, kill." "Harry?" Hermione asked, concerned. "What's wrong?" "That voice," Harry began, looking around wildly. "What voice?" Ron asked, confused. "Listen," Harry insisted. "So hungry for so long." "It's moving," Harry said, backing toward the door. "I think it's going to kill someone." He bolted from the dungeon, Ron and Hermione hurrying after him in confusion. The voice grew fainter as they climbed the stairs to the entrance hall, then stronger as Harry sprinted up the marble staircase to the first floor. "Harry, wait!" Hermione called. "We can't hear anything." "I smell blood." "I smell blood." "It's going to kill someone!" Harry shouted, racing along the first-floor corridor, up another staircase, and on to the second floor, his friends panting behind him. He skidded to a halt at the last deserted passage, listening intently. "Harry, what's going on?" Ron gasped, catching up. "I couldn't hear anything." "Look!" Hermione interrupted, pointing down the corridor. Something was shining on the wall ahead. They approached slowly, squinting through the darkness. Foot-high words had been daubed on the wall between two windows, gleaming in the light cast by flaming torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. What's that thing, hanging underneath? Ron asked, voice quavering. As they edged nearer, Harry nearly slipped in a large puddle of water on the floor. They inched forward, eyes fixed on a dark shadow beneath the message. All three recognized it at once, and leapt backward with a splash. Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's cat, was hanging by her tail from the torch bracket. She was stiff as a board, her eyes wide and staring. For a few seconds none of them moved. Then Ron said, "Let's get out of here." "Shouldn't we try to help?" Harry began. "Trust me," Ron cut in. "We don't want to be found here." But it was too late. The sound of the Halloween feast ending reached them, hundreds of feet climbing stairs, laughter and chatter echoing through the corridors. From either end of the passage, students flooded in, cheerful conversation dying as they spotted the hanging cat and the glistening message. Silence fell as students pressed forward, drawn by macabre curiosity. Then someone shouted through the quiet. "Enemies of the air, beware! You'll be next, mudbloods!" It was Draco Malfoy, who had pushed to the front of the crowd, his cold eyes alive with malice. "What's going on here? Make way, make way!" Filch arrived, summoned by the commotion, then froze at the sight of his cat. "My cat! My cat! What's happened to Mrs. Norris?" His bulging eyes fell on Harry. "You!" he shrieked. "You've murdered my cat! You've killed her! I'll kill you! I'll Argus!" Dumbledore had arrived, followed by several other teachers. He swiftly detached Mrs. Norris from the torch bracket. "Come with me, Argus. You too, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger." Lockhart stepped forward eagerly. "My office is nearest, Headmaster, just upstairs. Please feel free. Thank you, Gilderoy," Dumbledore said. The silent crowd parted as Dumbledore carried Mrs. Norris, with Filch sobbing alongside. Lockhart followed excitedly, with Professors McGonagall and Snape behind. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged nervous glances as they trailed the procession, acutely aware of the whispers starting up in their wake. Lockhart's office was brightly lit, his many portraits of himself dodging out of frame with curlers in their hair or half-removed facial masks. Dumbledore laid Mrs. Norris on the polished desk and began examining her. McGonagall bent close beside him. Snape loomed in the shadows, watching with an unreadable expression, while Filch slumped in a chair, face in his hands. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged nervous glances as Dumbledore prodded and poked, muttering strange words under his breath. Lockhart hovered around, making suggestions about obscure curses that might have caused the cat's condition. "She's not dead, Argus," Dumbledore finally announced. "She has been petrified. But how, I cannot say." "Ask him!" Filch shrieked, pointing at Harry. "He did it! He wrote that threat on the wall. No second year could have done this," Dumbledore said firmly. "This is advanced dark magic. He did it!" Filch spat. "He knows I'm a squib. I never touched Mrs. Norris," Harry protested. "I don't even know what a squib is." "Rubbish!" snarled Filch. "You saw my quick spell letter." "If I might speak, Headmaster," Snape said from the shadows, "Potter and his friends may simply have been in the wrong place at the wrong time." His lip curled, suggesting he didn't believe this himself. "However, their presence requires explanation. Why were they in that corridor instead of the Halloween feast?" The trio explained about the Death Day party. "But why not join the feast afterward?" Snape pressed, black eyes glittering. "Why go to that particular corridor?" Harry hesitated, reluctant to mention the disembodied voice no one else could hear. "We were tired and heading back to our dormitory," he said finally. "Without any supper?" Snape's smile grew more twisted. "I didn't realize ghosts provided food fit for the living at their parties." "We weren't hungry," Ron said quickly, but his stomach chose that moment to growl loudly. Snape's smile widened, but Dumbledore intervened. I do not believe Harry petrified Mrs. Norris, he said firmly to Filch. My cat has been petrified. Filch shrieked. I want to see some punishment. We will be able to cure her, Argus. Dumbledore continued patiently. Professor Sprout has recently managed to procure some mandrakes, which will be used to create a restorative draught once they mature. I'll make it, Lockhart butted in. I must have done it 100 times. I could whip up a mandrake restorative draught in my sleep. Excuse me, Snape interjected icily. But I believe I am the potions master at this school. An awkward pause followed. You may go, Dumbledore said to Harry, Ron, and Hermione. They left as quickly as possible, hurrying to an empty classroom before speaking. Do you think I should have told them about the voice I heard? Harry asked. No, Ron said immediately. Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world. But there's something else that bothers me. Hermione frowned. The Chamber of Secrets. I'm sure I've read something about it. It sounds familiar. Harry agreed. Maybe something Aunt Petunia mentioned during our history lessons? We need to research it, Hermione decided. First thing tomorrow. Why do we always need to research terrifying things that want to kill people? Ron sighed. Just once, couldn't the monster be something obvious like a dragon that everyone already knows about? Despite his complaints, they agreed to visit the library the next day. As they headed back to Gryffindor Tower, Harry couldn't shake the connection between the murderous voice he'd heard and the ominous message on the wall. Something dangerous had awakened at Hogwarts, and somehow, he suspected he was hearing it when others couldn't, a thought that troubled him deeply as he tried to sleep that night. For the next few days, the school talked of nothing but the attack on Mrs. Norris. Filch kept it fresh in everyone's minds by pacing the spot where she had been found, as if the attacker might return. Harry had seen him scrubbing the message on the wall with Mrs. Scour's all-purpose magical mess remover. But to no effect, the words gleamed as brightly as ever. When Filch wasn't guarding the scene, he was skulking through corridors, trying to put students in detention for infractions like breathing loudly and looking happy. Ginny Weasley seemed especially disturbed by Mrs. Norris's fate, according to Ron. She's a great cat lover, he explained, though Harry had noticed Ginny seemed generally distracted and pale since term began. Their research into the Chamber of Secrets hit an immediate obstacle: Hogwarts, a history, which Hermione insisted contained references to the chamber, had a months-long waiting list at the library. I can't believe I left my copy at home, she lamented. With all of Lockhart's books, there wasn't room in my trunk. Write to Aunt Petunia, Harry suggested. Ask her to send your copy. I already did, Hermione said. But it might take days to arrive. Meanwhile, interest in the chamber spread through the school like wildfire. Increasingly outlandish theories circulated about what the chamber contained, who the heir might be, and what enemies were being targeted. The phrase "enemies of the heir," combined with Malfoy's shout about mudbloods, led to heightened anxiety among Muggle-born students. By mid-November, interest had grown so intense that Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic and never deviated from his lecture notes, was finally derailed by persistent questioning. Professor, Hermione interrupted his drone about the International Warlock Convention of 1289. Could you tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Binns blinked in surprise, peering at her as if a student had never asked a question before. The entire class perked up, suddenly alert. Miss, sir? Granger, sir? I was wondering if you could tell us about the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione repeated clearly. My subject is history of magic, Binns said in his dry, wheezy voice. I deal with facts, Miss Granger, not myths and legends. He made to resume his notes, but Hermione persisted. But don't legends always have a basis in fact? Binns looked so astonished at student engagement that Harry suspected no class had ever interrupted his lectures in 50 years of teaching. Well, he said slowly. Yes, one could argue that, I suppose. He gazed at the class, which hung on his every word. Very well. The Chamber of Secrets. You all know, of course, that Hogwarts was founded over 1,000 years ago by the 4 greatest witches and wizards of the age: Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. They built this castle together, far from Muggle eyes, for it was an age when magic was feared by common people, and witches and wizards suffered persecution. He paused, looking around the room. For the first time ever, he had the class's complete attention. For a few years, the founders worked in harmony, seeking out youngsters who showed signs of magic and bringing them to the castle to be educated. But then disagreements arose. A rift began to grow between Slytherin and the others. Slytherin wished to be more selective about the students admitted to Hogwarts. He believed magical learning should be kept within all magic families, what you would call pureblood families. He disliked taking students of Muggle parentage, believing them untrustworthy. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances. The prejudice they'd encountered from certain pureblood families clearly had ancient roots. After a while, there was a serious argument on the subject between Slytherin and Gryffindor, and Slytherin left the school. Now, this is where historical fact ends and legend begins. According to the legend, Slytherin had built a hidden chamber in the castle, known as the Chamber of Secrets. He sealed it so that none would be able to open it until his own true heir arrived at the school. The heir alone would be able to unseal the chamber and unleash the horror within, to purge the school of all those who were unworthy to study magic. Silence fell as he finished, but it wasn't his usual, sleepy silence. An unease had filled the room. The whole thing is errant nonsense, of course, Binns added, sounding irritated. The school has been searched many times by the most learned witches and wizards. It does not exist. But, sir, Seamus Finnegan spoke up. What exactly does legend say is in the chamber? A monster, Binns replied drily. Some sort of creature which only the heir of Slytherin can control. But I assure you, it does not exist. There is no chamber and no monster. But, sir, Parvati Patil said, if the chamber can only be opened by Slytherin's heir, no one else would be able to find it, would they? Nonsense, Miss Patil, Binns dismissed. If a long succession of Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses haven't found any such thing, but, Professor, Hermione interjected, you'd probably have to use dark magic to open it. Just because a wizard doesn't use dark magic doesn't mean he can't. Binns snapped. I repeat, the chamber does not exist. Now we will return to solid, verifiable historical fact. And he drifted back into his lecture, the class's attention immediately evaporating. But Harry noticed the worried looks exchanged by many students, particularly those of Muggle descent. I always knew Salazar Slytherin was a twisted old loony, Ron told Harry and Hermione as they fought their way through the crowded corridor after class. But I never knew he started all this pureblood stuff. I wouldn't be in his house if you paid me. Honestly, if the Sorting Hat had tried to put me in Slytherin, I'd have left for Beauxbatons straight away. The Sorting Hat considered Slytherin for me, Harry said quietly. Said I could be great there. Ron looked flabbergasted. Seriously? It gave me a choice, though, Harry continued. And I chose Gryffindor. Which proves you're not Slytherin's heir, Hermione said logically. If you were, the hat would have put you there regardless. Besides, you can't be related to Slytherin, Ron added. Your family's not even on the sacred 28 list of pureblood families. The Potters have always had half-bloods and Muggleborns in their line. And your mother was Muggleborn, Hermione pointed out. So there's really no way you could be the heir. While this analysis was reassuring, Harry couldn't help connecting the voice he alone had heard with the attack. If the chamber's monster was something only the heir could control, why could he hear it when others couldn't? The next morning, Harry woke early to find Hedwig tapping at his dormitory window. She carried a letter from Aunt Petunia, not an unusual occurrence, as they corresponded weekly, but the timing seemed significant given recent events. Dear Harry and Hermione, who I'm certain will read this, your most recent letter troubled me deeply. The Chamber of Secrets is not merely legend, despite what your history professor claims. During my accelerated magical education, I studied extensively with Bathilda Bagshot, who shared historical records not included in standard texts. The chamber has been opened once before, 50 years ago. A Muggle-born student died, and the school nearly closed. The culprit was supposedly caught and expelled, but many details remained suspicious. Dumbledore, then a Transfiguration professor, never seemed convinced the right person was punished. The horror within is believed to be a creature only the air can control, likely a serpent, given Slytherin's affinity for them. This connects to your mention of voices others cannot hear. Harry, I must ask directly, are you a Parselmouth? Can you understand and speak to snakes? This ability is rare and often associated with dark wizards, including Salazar Slytherin, but in itself is merely an inherited trait like any other. If you do possess this gift, it would explain why you alone hear what may be the chamber's creature. It does not make you Slytherin's heir or in any way responsible for these events. Please respond immediately confirming whether you can communicate with snakes. And both of you, exercise extreme caution. If Muggle-borns are being targeted, Hermione is in danger. Travel in groups, avoid isolated areas, and report anything unusual to professors immediately. I've contacted Dumbledore separately about these concerns and am researching protective measures. The enclosed bracelets are emergency port keys. They'll activate with the password, Wisteria, and transport you home if absolutely necessary. Wear them at all times. With love and concern, Aunt Petunia. Harry lowered the letter, a cold weight settling in his stomach. The small velvet pouch that had accompanied the letter contained 2 simple braided leather bracelets with silver clasps. What is it? Ron asked, noticing Harry's expression as he dressed. Letter from my aunt, Harry said, pocketing the bracelets to share with Hermione later. About the chamber. He found Hermione in the common room, already studying. After making sure they were alone, he handed her the letter and watched her face grow progressively paler as she read. Parselmouth? She whispered, looking up. Can you? Talk to snakes, I mean? Harry hesitated, then nodded. I think so. I set a boa constrictor on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once, before I knew I was a wizard. The snake understood me, and I understood it. You never told me that. Hermione looked hurt. It never seemed important, Harry defended. And when Aunt Petunia explained about magic, she never mentioned snake speaking as a specific ability. I thought maybe all wizards could do it. It's extremely rare, Hermione said, her academic knowledge overriding her momentary hurt. And troubling, given the circumstances. If the monster is a serpent that you can hear. I'm not the heir, Harry stated firmly. Just because I can understand snakes doesn't mean I'm setting one on people. Of course not, Hermione agreed quickly. But it's significant that you can hear it when no one else can. And concerning that your ability connects to Slytherin's line. Harry took back the letter, folding it carefully. Let's keep this between us for now, and Ron. I don't want the whole school thinking I'm Slytherin's heir because I can talk to snakes. Agreed, Hermione said, though she looked troubled. We should write back to Aunt Petunia immediately. And Harry. She hesitated. We need to take this seriously. If the chamber really has been opened again. I know, Harry said grimly. We need to figure out what the monster is and who's controlling it before someone gets hurt, or worse. The attack on Mrs. Norris seemed to mark a shift in the castle's atmosphere. Students moved in tighter groups, Muggle-borns looked over their shoulders in corridors, and Filch's increasingly erratic behavior added to the general tension. Ginny Weasley appeared especially affected. Already pale and quiet since term began, she now seemed positively ill, with dark circles under her eyes and a jumpiness that concerned her brothers. Percy's been force-feeding her pepper-up potion, Ron told Harry and Hermione. Thinks she's coming down with something. That's why her ears were smoking at breakfast yesterday. A week after the attack, Harry found himself alone in the library researching snakes that could petrify their victims. Hermione had gone to Professor McGonagall's office to request a pass for the restricted section, while Ron had Quidditch practice. As he flipped through Serpents of the Ancient World, a hesitant voice interrupted his concentration. Harry? He looked up to find Ginny standing nervously beside his table, clutching a worn black book to her chest. Oh, hi, Ginny. He smiled, trying to put her at ease. Everything all right? You look a bit peaky. I'm fine, she said automatically, though she was anything but. Her face was paper white, freckles standing out starkly, and she kept glancing around as if afraid of being overheard. I wanted to ask you something. Sure, go ahead, Harry encouraged, closing his book. She bit her lip, then blurted. Have you ever had something happen that you couldn't explain? Like maybe you did something but can't remember doing it? Alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. What do you mean, Ginny? Are you having memory problems? No. I mean, not exactly. She gripped the black book tighter. Just sometimes I find myself places and don't remember going there. Or I feel like I've been asleep when I should have been in class. That doesn't sound normal, Harry said carefully. Have you told Madame Pomfrey? Or Percy? No. Panic flashed across her face. You can't tell anyone. I shouldn't have. It's probably nothing. Forget I said anything. She turned to flee, but Harry gently caught her wrist. Ginny, wait. If something's wrong, you should get help. Memory loss could be serious. For a moment, she seemed on the verge of confiding in him. Then her expression closed, and she pulled away. It's nothing. I'm just tired. Forget it, please. Before Harry could respond, she hurried away, still clutching the black book protectively. He stared after her, troubled by the encounter. Something was clearly wrong with Ron's sister, but he wasn't sure what to do about it. His contemplation was interrupted by Hermione's return, looking frustrated. McGonagall refused the pass, she reported, dropping into the chair opposite. Said we needed a more specific research focus than petrifying serpents. What were you just looking at so intently? Ginny Weasley, Harry replied, explaining the strange conversation. She was acting really odd, asked about memory loss and finding herself places she doesn't remember going. Hermione frowned. That's concerning. Memory charms? Or maybe some kind of magical influence. Should we tell someone? Harry wondered. Ron, maybe? Let's watch her first, Hermione decided. If it continues or gets worse, we'll talk to Percy or a professor. It could just be stress. She is a first year away from home for the first time during some pretty frightening events. They returned to their research, but Harry found it difficult to concentrate. Between the voice only he could hear, the petrified cat, and now Ginny's troubling behavior, he couldn't shake the feeling that these elements were somehow connected, pieces of a puzzle he couldn't yet see clearly. November's gloom deepened into December, bringing with it the first Quidditch match of the season, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Tensions ran high, particularly after it became known that Lucius Malfoy had donated 7 top-of-the-line Nimbus 2001 brooms to the Slytherin team, coincidentally right after his son was made Seeker. Bought his way onto the team, Ron grumbled as they watched the Slytherins practicing on their new brooms. Even Fred and George's old cleansweeps look like toys compared to those racing brooms. Harry, still flying his reliable Nimbus 2000, wasn't intimidated by the equipment advantage. It's not about the broom, he reminded his friends. It's about the flyer. Wood, however, was less philosophical, driving the team through increasingly grueling practices regardless of weather conditions. The morning of the match dawned cold and bright, a welcome change from the recent storms. Perfect Quidditch conditions, Wood declared at breakfast, refusing to let his team eat in peace as he outlined tactics one final time. Harry, it's down to you to outfly Malfoy to the snitch. Show him that a better broom doesn't make a better seeker. No pressure, Harry thought, pushing porridge around his bowl without eating much. His nerves always acted up before matches, though they typically vanished once he was in the air. In the changing rooms, Wood's pre-game speech grew increasingly fervent. We're going to win. I know it. His eyes gleamed with a slightly maniacal light that made Harry exchange worried glances with Fred and George. The teams walked onto the field to tumultuous applause. Madame Hooch made Flint and Wood shake hands, or rather, attempt to crush each other's fingers, before the 14 players mounted their brooms. At the whistle, Harry kicked off, soaring higher than the rest to survey the pitch from above while keeping an eye on Malfoy. The Slytherin Seeker's superior broom was immediately apparent as he shot past Harry, sneering. "All right there, Scarhead," he taunted. Harry had no time to reply. At that exact moment, a heavy black bludger came pelting toward him. He avoided it so narrowly it ruffled his hair as it passed. "Close one, Harry!" called George, streaking past with his club raised, ready to knock the bludger toward a Slytherin. Harry saw George give the bludger a powerful whack in Adrian Pusey's direction, but the bludger changed course in midair and shot straight back at Harry. He dropped quickly to avoid it, and George managed to hit it toward Malfoy. Again, the bludger swerved like a boomerang and shot at Harry's head. Harry accelerated toward the other end of the pitch, hearing the bludger whistling along behind him. What was going on? Bludgers never concentrated on one player like this. Their job was to try to unseat as many people as possible. Fred was waiting for the bludger at the other end. Harry ducked as Fred swung at it with all his might, knocking it off course. "Someone's tampered with this bludger!" Fred called as the bludger again changed direction and shot straight at Harry. Rain began to fall as Harry performed a series of dives, twirls, zigzags, and rolls to avoid the persistent bludger. Meanwhile, the Slytherin team's superior brooms were telling. They were leading 60 points to 0. "Time out!" Wood yelled, and Madame Hooch's whistle rang through the rain. The Gryffindor team huddled at the edge of the field under a large umbrella. Fred and George were trying to catch the rogue bludger, which was still attempting to attack Harry. "Someone's fixed it," Wood said grimly. "The Slytherins must have done something. But the balls have been locked in Madame Hooch's office since our last practice," Alicia Spinnet pointed out. "And there was nothing wrong with them then." "Listen," Harry said urgently as Madame Hooch headed toward them. "With you two flying around me all the time, the only way I'm going to catch the snitch is if it flies up my sleeve. Go back to the rest of the team and let me deal with the rogue one." "Don't be thick," Fred objected. "It'll take your head off." "We're not letting you face that thing alone," George agreed. "The team's being slaughtered without you two protecting the others," Harry argued. "We can't afford to lose this match. If you focus on the rest of the team, I'll focus on getting the snitch quickly before this bludger does too much damage." Wood looked torn between concern for his seeker and desire to win. "This is crazy, Harry," he said finally. "But if you're sure..." "I'm sure," Harry nodded firmly. The game resumed in increasingly heavy rain. True to his word, Harry began an elaborate aerial dance with the bludger, twisting, turning, spiraling, zigzagging, performing loop-the-loops while scanning for the snitch. Through the rain, he heard laughter from the crowd as he ducked, weaved, and rolled to avoid the relentless bludger. A glint of gold caught his eye, the snitch, hovering near Malfoy, who was too busy mocking Harry's evasive maneuvers to notice. Harry hung in midair for a second too long. The bludger smashed into his elbow with a sickening crack. Through waves of pain, he determined his arm was broken, but his other arm still worked. He dived straight at Malfoy, who scrambled aside, thinking Harry was attacking. "What the?" Malfoy gasped. Harry took his remaining good hand off his broom and made a wild snatch. He felt his fingers close around the cold snitch just as a second blow from the bludger hit his intact arm. Dimly, he heard the crowd roaring as he headed straight for the ground, trying desperately to stay on his broom. With a splattering thud, he hit the mud and rolled off his broom, his arm hanging at an odd angle. Through a haze of rain and pain, he saw the bludger making one final attempt to finish him off. Before it could reach him, it exploded into black dust, and Harry looked up to see Hermione, wand raised, face white with terror. "Harry!" She sprinted toward him, kneeling in the mud. "Are you all right? Your arm might win the match." He grinned faintly, showing her the snitch still clutched in his good hand before promptly fainting. When he came to, he was still lying on the field in the pouring rain, surrounded by concerned faces. "Stand back, give him air!" Wood was saying. "No, no, no," came another voice. "Let me through, I'm the defense professor. I know exactly what to do." To Harry's horror, Lockhart was kneeling beside him, beaming confidently. "No, don't." Harry tried to protest, but Lockhart was already rolling up his jade-green sleeves. "Doesn't know what he's saying," Lockhart announced to the anxious crowd. "Not to worry, Harry. I'm about to fix your arm." "No," Harry said more forcefully. "I'll keep it like this until I get to the hospital wing." But Lockhart was already twirling his wand, and Harry felt a peculiar sensation as though his arm had been deflated. He didn't dare look. He could hear gasps and Hermione's horrified, "Oh!" Gathering his courage, he glanced down at his right side. Where his arm had been was now something that resembled a flesh-colored rubber glove. Lockhart hadn't mended his bones, he'd removed them entirely. "Ah," Lockhart said, not looking remotely abashed. "Yes, well, that can sometimes happen. The point is, the bones are no longer broken. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley, perhaps you could escort him to the hospital wing? Madame Pomfrey will be able to, tidy him up a bit." As Ron and Hermione helped Harry to his feet, he felt lightheaded with pain and fury. His arm, though no longer painful, hung limply at his side, completely useless. "Should have come straight to me," Madame Pomfrey raged when they arrived at the hospital wing. "I can mend bones in a second, but growing them back, you will be able to, won't you?" Hermione asked anxiously. "I'll be able to, certainly, but it will be painful," Madame Pomfrey said grimly, throwing Harry a pair of pajamas. "You'll have to stay the night." Hermione waited outside the curtain while Ron helped Harry into his pajamas, an arduous process with only one working arm. "How can you stick up for Lockhart now?" Ron called to Hermione as he pulled Harry's limp fingers through the sleeve. If Harry had wanted deadening, he would have asked. "Anyone can make a mistake," Hermione replied through the curtain. "And it doesn't hurt any more, does it, Harry?" "No," Harry admitted, settling onto the bed. "But it doesn't do anything else either," Madame Pomfrey returned, holding a large bottle labeled Skilgrow and a steaming beaker. "You're in for a rough night," she warned, pouring the liquid into the beaker. "Regrowing bones is nasty business." The Skilgrow burned Harry's mouth and throat as he swallowed, making him cough and splutter. "Now out," Madame Pomfrey ordered Ron and Hermione. "This boy has 33 bones to regrow. He needs rest." His friends reluctantly departed, promising to visit the next day. Hours later, Harry lay awake in the darkened hospital wing, his arm burning with what felt like splinters being driven into his fingertips. The enchanted ceiling showed a night sky heavy with clouds, occasionally illuminated by distant lightning. A noise disturbed his painful vigil. Someone was sponging his forehead. "Hermione?" he whispered, but it wasn't her. A small creature with bat-like ears, bulging green eyes, and a long, pencil-thin nose was perched on his bed. Harry recognized it immediately as a house elf, having encountered them in the Hogwarts kitchens during an exploration with Fred and George the previous year. "Harry Potter came back to school," the elf whispered miserably. "Dobby warned and warned Harry Potter. Why didn't he heed Dobby? Why didn't Harry Potter go home when he missed the train?" Harry stared. "How did you know I missed the train?" Dobby's lip trembled, and Harry was seized by a sudden suspicion. "It was you," he said. "You stopped the barrier from letting us through." "Indeed, yes, sir," Dobby nodded vigorously. "Dobby hid and watched for Harry Potter and sealed the gateway. Dobby had to iron his hands afterward." He showed Harry 10 long, bandaged fingers. "But Dobby didn't care, sir, for he thought Harry Potter was safe. Never did Dobby dream that Harry Potter would find another way to school." "You nearly got Ron and me expelled," Harry said fiercely. "You'd better clear off before my bones grow back, or I might strangle you. Dobby is used to death threats, sir. Dobby gets them 5 times a day at home." The elf blew his nose on the filthy pillowcase he wore. Dobby only wanted Harry Potter to be safe. Better send home, grievously injured, than remain here, sir. History is to repeat itself, sir. The Chamber of Secrets is open once more. Harry grabbed for the elf with his good arm, but Dobby easily dodged. So there is a chamber? Harry pressed. And it was opened before? Tell me, Dobby. Ask no more of poor Dobby, the elf moaned. Dark deeds are planned in this place, but Harry Potter must not be here when they happen. Go home, Harry Potter. Go home. I'm not going anywhere, Harry said firmly. My friend is Muggleborn. I'm not abandoning her. Who's opened it, Dobby? Who opened it last time? Dobby can't, sir, Dobby mustn't tell. The elf looked around wildly, then seized the water jug from Harry's bedside table and cracked it over his own head, toppling out of sight. A second later he crawled back onto the bed, cross-eyed and muttering, Bad Dobby, very bad Dobby. You're not from a family that thinks Muggleborns are scum, are you? Harry asked, suddenly connecting the dots. No, 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 Dobby moaned. Dobby cannot say, sir. Dobby. He froze, bat ears quivering. Dobby must go. With a loud crack, the elf vanished. Harry slumped back against his pillows, mind racing with new information. The chamber had been opened before, confirming what Aunt Petunia had written. And now a house elf from a family that clearly despised Muggleborns was trying to save him by driving him from the school. Before he could process further, he heard footsteps approaching. Pretending to be asleep, he watched through barely open eyes as Dumbledore entered, walking backward, dressed in a long woolly dressing gown and nightcap. He appeared to be supporting one end of what looked like a statue. Professor McGonagall appeared a second later, carrying the statue's feet. Together, they heaved it onto a bed. Get Madame Pomfrey, Dumbledore whispered, and McGonagall hurried past Harry's bed. He lay quite still, feigning sleep. He heard urgent voices, then a gasp from Madame Pomfrey. What happened? She asked softly. Another attack, said Dumbledore. Minerva found him on the stairs. There was a bunch of grapes next to him, said Professor McGonagall. We think he was trying to sneak up here to visit Potter. Harry's stomach gave a horrible lurch. Slowly and carefully, he raised himself a few inches to look at the statue on the bed. A ray of moonlight illuminated the victim's face. Colin Creevey, a first-year who had been following Harry around with a camera since term began. His eyes were wide and his hands were stuck up in front of him, holding his camera. Petrified? Whispered Madame Pomfrey. Yes, said Professor McGonagall. But I shudder to think. If Albus hadn't been on the way downstairs for hot chocolate, who knows what might have? The three of them stared down at Colin. Then Dumbledore reached out and wrenched the camera out of the boy's rigid grip. You don't think he managed to get a picture of his attacker? Said Professor McGonagall eagerly. Dumbledore opened the back of the camera. A jet of steam hissed out, and Harry caught the acrid smell of burnt plastic. Melted, said Madame Pomfrey wonderingly. All melted. What does this mean, Albus? Professor McGonagall asked urgently. It means, said Dumbledore, that the Chamber of Secrets is indeed open again. Madame Pomfrey clapped a hand to her mouth. Professor McGonagall stared at Dumbledore. But Albus, surely, who? The question is not who, said Dumbledore, his eyes fixed on Colin. The question is how. Harry didn't understand this distinction, but from Professor McGonagall's confused expression, she didn't either. After the teachers departed, Harry lay awake for hours, his mind churning with the implications of what he'd heard. The chamber was open again, another student had been petrified, and somewhere in the castle lurked a monster only he could hear. Sunday morning found the hospital wing flooded with visitors bringing flowers, cards, and sweets for Harry, along with rampant speculation about Colin's attack. Fred and George tried to cheer Harry up by reenacting Lockhart's disastrous healing attempt, while Ron and Hermione sat close by his bed, their expressions grave. We need to talk, Hermione whispered once the others had gone. About what happened to Colin. Harry described everything he'd seen and heard the previous night, from Dobby's visit to the teacher's conversation. The chamber has been opened before? Ron repeated, stunned. That confirms what Aunt Petunia wrote. Hermione nodded grimly. And this house elf, Dobby, he was warning you specifically, which means whatever's happening could involve you directly. But how? Harry wondered. I'm not the heir of Slytherin, we've established that. And I didn't open any chamber or release any monster. Maybe the danger isn't that you'll be attacked, Hermione reasoned, but that you'll be blamed. You can speak Parseltongue, you were at the scene when Mrs. Norris was found, and with the bludger incident, someone's clearly targeting you. We need to figure out who the heir could be, Ron said determinedly. Any ideas? Malfoy, Harry suggested immediately. His whole family's been in Slytherin for generations, they all think Muggleborns are scum, and remember what he said when we found Mrs. Norris. You'll be next, mudbloods? Sounds like someone who knows what's happening. It's possible, Hermione acknowledged. And we know his father was at Hogwarts around 50 years ago, when the chamber was last opened. So how do we prove it? Ron asked. Hermione bit her lip, clearly contemplating something radical. We could use Polyjuice Potion. What's that? Harry and Ron asked in unison. It transforms you into someone else temporarily. We could become Slytherins, Crabbe and Goyle, for instance, and get Malfoy to tell us if he's the heir. That sounds incredibly advanced, Harry said doubtfully. And probably against about 50 school rules. 63, actually, Hermione replied. But it's our best chance for concrete information. The potion takes about a month to brew, though, and the recipe's in a book called Most Potenti Potions, which is definitely in the restricted section. So we need a teacher's permission. Harry frowned. Who'd be thick enough to sign for something like that? Ron smiled suddenly. Isn't it obvious? Lockhart would sign anything if you flatter him enough. Brilliant. Harry grinned, his spirit lifting despite the dire circumstances. Hermione, that's your department. He absolutely loves you. Hermione blushed furiously but didn't deny it. I'll get the signature tomorrow. The real challenge will be brewing the potion itself. It's incredibly complex. As they discussed logistics, Harry couldn't help feeling a surge of gratitude for his friend's loyalty. Despite the dangers, despite his unnerving ability to speak to snakes, they remained steadfastly by his side, ready to break school rules and brew illegal potions to help solve the mystery. The only shadow on this solidarity was his growing concern for Hermione herself. If the heir of Slytherin was targeting Muggleborns, she could be in grave danger. He made a silent vow to solve this mystery quickly, before the chamber's monster could claim any more victims. By the time Harry was released from the hospital wing Monday morning, the entire school knew about Colin's attack. Theories circulated wildly, from ancient curses to vengeful ghosts, but the prevailing mood was one of fear. First years now moved in tight-knit groups, as if safety lay in numbers, while older students offered to escort younger ones between classes. Ginny Weasley, who sat next to Colin in Charms, was especially distraught. According to Ron, she'd been crying since the news broke. Fred and George tried cheering her up by covering themselves in fur and boils and jumping out at her from behind statues, but this only seemed to worsen her condition. Meanwhile, a brisk trade in protective talismans and amulets sprang up among more gullible students, everything from evil-repelling crystals to putrid-smelling, protective onions. Neville Longbottom bought several items despite Harry pointing out that he, as a pureblood, should be safe from the heir's attacks. They went for Filch first. Neville reminded him nervously. And everyone knows I'm almost a squib. Their plan to interrogate Malfoy via Polyjuice Potion progressed smoothly at first. Hermione easily obtained Lockhart's signature for Most Potenti Potions by fluttering her eyelashes and claiming interest in his more theoretical work mentioned in Gaddying with Ghouls. The book itself proved as nightmarish as its location in the restricted section suggested. Illustrations showed people in various stages of grotesque transformation, their faces contorted in pain. The Polyjuice instructions spanned multiple pages of dense, complex directions and warnings. This is the most complicated potion I've ever seen, Hermione whispered as they examined it in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, an out-of-order facility haunted by a miserable ghost, which guaranteed privacy for their illicit brewing. Lacewing flies, leeches, flux swede, knotgrass, these are fairly common, but look, powdered horn of bicorn, shredded skin of boomslang, these will be tricky to get. And of course we'll need whoever we're changing into. Excuse me? Said Ron sharply. What do you mean, we'll need part of the people we're changing into? I'm drinking nothing with crab's toenails in it. We just need a small bit of them. Hair will do. Hermione continued, ignoring his disgust. The potion will be useless without it. We add it right at the end. I don't fancy explaining to Madame Pomfrey how we managed to poison ourselves. Ron muttered. This seems really risky. If you're worried, we can just tell Malfoy we suspect him to his face. Harry suggested sarcastically. I'm sure he'll confess immediately. Fine. Ron sighed. But how do we get the rare ingredients? Rob Snape's private stores? Actually, Hermione said with uncharacteristic hesitation, I think that's exactly what we'll have to do. 2 weeks later, they put this audacious plan into action during potions class. Harry deliberately caused a distraction by dropping a filibuster firework into Goyle's cauldron, while Hermione slipped into Snape's office and emerged minutes later, her robes bulging. He'll know someone broke in, she whispered anxiously as they hurried back to Myrtle's bathroom to add the stolen ingredients. But I don't think he can prove it was us. As November faded into December, the potion bubbled slowly in its hidden location, gradually changing color and consistency according to the meticulous instructions. Hermione tended it obsessively between classes, checking temperatures and stirring patterns with scientific precision. It'll be ready in about 2 weeks, she announced mid-December as they checked on the cauldron during lunch break. Just before the Christmas holidays. Perfect timing, since most students will be gone, giving us more freedom to move around. Their excitement about the approaching completion of the potion was tempered by the announcement of a dueling club, which sparked immediate interest throughout the school. With the chamber's monster still unidentified, many students were eager to learn defensive magic. Could be useful, Ron said as they examined the notice. Shall we go? At 8 o'clock that evening, they hurried to the Great Hall, finding the long dining tables vanished and a golden stage erected along one wall. The room was packed with students carrying wands and looking excited. I wonder who'll be teaching us? Hermione said. Someone said Flitwick was a dueling champion when he was young. As long as it's not. Harry began, but he ended in a groan as Gilderoy Lockhart walked onto the stage, resplendent in robes of deep plum, accompanied by none other than Snape, wearing his usual black. Lockhart waved for silence. Gather round, gather round. Can everyone see me? Can you all hear me? Excellent. Now, Professor Dumbledore has granted me permission to start this little dueling club, to train you all in case you ever need to defend yourselves as I myself have done on countless occasions. For full details, see my published works. He flashed his winning smile. Let me introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. He continued, gesturing to the potions master, whose expression suggested he'd rather be anywhere else. He tells me he knows a tiny little bit about dueling himself, and has sportingly agreed to help me with a short demonstration before we begin. Wouldn't it be good if they finished each other off? Ron muttered to Harry. The two professors faced each other and bowed, Lockhart with flourishing twirls of his hands, Snape with an irritable jerk of his head. They raised their wands in combative positions. As you see, we are holding our wands in the accepted combative position, Lockhart explained. On the count of 3, we will cast our first spells. Neither of us will be aiming to kill, of course. I wouldn't bet on that, Harry murmured, watching Snape baring his teeth. 1, 2, 3. Both swung their wands above their heads and pointed them at their opponent. Snape cried, Expelliarmus! A dazzling flash of scarlet light erupted from his wand, blasting Lockhart off his feet. He flew backward off the stage, smashed into the wall, and slid down it to sprawl on the floor. Malfoy and some other Slytherins cheered. Hermione was dancing on tiptoes. Do you think he's all right? she squealed. Who cares? Said Harry and Ron together. Lockhart unsteadily regained his feet, his hat gone and his wavy hair standing on end. Well, there you have it, he said, tottering back onto the platform. That was a disarming charm. As you see, I've lost my wand. Ah, thank you, Miss Brown. Yes, an excellent idea to show them that, Professor Snape, but if you don't mind my saying so, it was pretty obvious what you were about to do. If I had wanted to stop you, it would have been only too easy. Snape looked murderous, and possibly Lockhart noticed, because he quickly changed tack. Enough demonstrating. I'm going to come amongst you now and put you all into pairs. Professor Snape, if you'd like to help me. They moved through the crowd, matching up partners. Lockhart paired Neville with Justin Finch-Fletchley, while Snape reached Harry and Ron first. Time to split up the dream team, I think. He sneered. Weasley, you can partner with Finnegan. Potter. He looked around. Mr. Malfoy, come over here. Let's see what you make of the famous Potter. Malfoy strutted over, smirking. Behind him, Snape paired Hermione with Millicent Bulstrode, a large, square Slytherin girl who reminded Harry of a female crab. Face your partners, called Lockhart. Bow. Harry and Malfoy barely inclined their heads, not taking their eyes off each other. Wands at the ready. When I count to 3, disarm your opponents. Only disarm them. We don't want any accidents. 1, 2, 3. Malfoy struck on. 2. Sending a spell straight at Harry that felt like being hit over the head with a saucepan. He staggered but recovered quickly, pointing his wand at Malfoy and shouting, Ricta Sempra. A jet of silver light hit Malfoy in the stomach, and he doubled over, wheezing with involuntary laughter. Harry had hit him with the tickling charm. I said disarm only. Lockhart shouted in alarm as chaos erupted throughout the hall. Neville and Justin were lying on the floor gasping. Ron was holding up a ashen-faced Seamus, apologizing for whatever his broken wand had done, and Hermione and Millicent had abandoned magic entirely. Millicent had Hermione in a headlock, and Hermione was whimpering in pain. Harry leapt forward and pulled Millicent off Hermione, which proved difficult as the Slytherin girl was considerably larger than him. Stop! Stop! Screamed Lockhart, but Snape took charge. Finite incantatem, he shouted. A greenish haze fell over the scene, revealing the aftermath of numerous badly executed spells. Hermione rubbed her throat where Millicent had gripped her, looking shaken. Dear, dear, Lockhart said, skittering through the crowd. I think I'd better teach you how to block unfriendly spells. Let's have a volunteer pair, Longbottom and Finch-Fletchley. How about you? A bad idea, Professor Lockhart. Snape interjected silkily. Longbottom causes devastation with the simplest spells. We'll be sending what's left of Finch-Fletchley up to the hospital wing in a matchbox. Neville's round, pink face went pinker. How about Malfoy and Potter? Snape suggested with a twisted smile. Excellent idea, said Lockhart, gesturing Harry and Malfoy into the middle of the hall as the crowd backed away to give them room. Now, Harry, said Lockhart, when Draco points his wand at you, you do this. He raised his wand, attempted a complicated sort of wiggling action, and dropped it. Snape smirked as Lockhart quickly picked it up, saying, Whoops, my wand is a little overexcited. Snape moved closer to Malfoy, bent down, and whispered something in his ear. Malfoy smirked too. Harry looked nervously at Lockhart. Professor, could you show me that blocking thing again? Just do what I did, Harry. Lockhart encouraged. What, drop my wand? But Lockhart wasn't listening. 3, 2, 1, go, he shouted. Malfoy raised his wand quickly and bellowed. Serpensortia. The end of his wand exploded. Harry watched, aghast, as a long black snake shot out of it, fell heavily onto the floor between them, and raised itself, ready to strike. There were screams as the crowd backed swiftly away. Don't move, Potter, said Snape lazily. I'll get rid of it. Allow me, shouted Lockhart. He brandished his wand at the snake, and there was a loud bang. The snake, rather than vanishing, flew 10 feet into the air and fell back to the floor with a loud smack. Enraged, hissing furiously, it slithered straight toward Justin Finch-Fletchley and raised itself again, fangs exposed, poised to strike. Without thinking, Harry moved toward the snake and shouted, "Leave him alone!" To his astonishment, the serpent slumped to the floor, docile as a garden hose, its eyes now on Harry. He felt the fear drain out of him, knowing somehow the snake wouldn't attack anyone now. He looked up at Justin, expecting to see relief or gratitude. Instead, the boy looked angry and scared. "What are you playing at?" he shouted, before turning and storming out of the hall. Harry stared, bewildered, then became aware of an ominous muttering around him. Snape stepped forward, waved his wand, and the snake vanished in a puff of black smoke. The potion's master gave Harry a calculating, shrewd look that made him uncomfortable. Ron tugged at Harry's robes. "Come on," he muttered. "Move, come on." Ron steered him out of the hall, Hermione hurrying alongside them. As they went through the doors, the people on either side drew away as though they were frightened of catching something. Harry didn't understand what was happening, and neither Ron nor Hermione explained anything until they had dragged him all the way up to the empty Gryffindor common room. "You're a Parselmouth," Ron said finally. "Why didn't you tell us?" "I'm a what?" Harry asked, genuinely confused by their reactions. "A Parselmouth," said Ron. "You can talk to snakes." "I know," said Harry. "I accidentally set a boa constrictor on my cousin Dudley at the zoo once. Aunt Petunia asked about it in her letter, remember? But so what? I bet loads of people here can do it." "No, they can't," said Ron. "It's not a common gift. This is really bad, Harry." "What's bad?" said Harry, starting to feel quite angry. "What's wrong with everyone? If I hadn't told that snake not to attack Justin, so that's what you said to it?" Ron asked. "You were there. You heard me." "I heard you speaking Parseltongue," said Ron. "Snake language? You could have been saying anything. No wonder Justin looked scared. It sounded like you were egging the snake on or something." Harry gaped at him. "I spoke a different language? But I didn't realize. How can I speak a language without knowing I can?" "I don't know," said Ron. "But it sounded creepy, mate. Like some kind of hissing and spitting." Harry still couldn't understand what he'd done wrong, but the look on Ron's face, and the way the whole hall had gone quiet, told him it had been something serious. "This is exactly what Aunt Petunia warned about," Hermione said quietly. "Being a Parselmouth is what Salazar Slytherin was famous for. That's why the Slytherin symbol is a serpent." "Exactly," said Ron. "And now the whole school's going to think you're his great-great-great-great-grandson or something, but I'm not," said Harry, panic rising. "You'll find that hard to prove," said Hermione. "He lived about 1,000 years ago. For all we know, you could be." The next day, Harry woke to find the dormitory deserted. A blizzard had developed overnight, and the last day of term had been cancelled. Grateful for the break from classes and stares, he remained in the common room with Ron and Hermione, the three of them sitting close to the fire as the polyjuice potion simmered in its hidden location. "I should go explain to Justin what really happened," Harry said suddenly, unable to shake his concern over the Hufflepuff boy's reaction. "Wait for the blizzard to clear," Hermione advised. "And Harry, be careful. People are frightened. The timing of you revealing your ability to speak Parseltongue right when the chamber has been opened. It's just making things worse," Ron agreed. "Fred and George are joking about it, but most people are genuinely scared of you now." "This is ridiculous," Harry said angrily. "I'm not attacking anyone. And I saved Justin from that snake." "We know that," Hermione said soothingly. "But remember, people always fear what they don't understand. And Parseltongue has dark associations." Unable to sit still with the weight of unjust suspicion hanging over him, Harry decided to search for Justin anyway. He left the common room and headed toward the library, where many students had gathered to wait out the blizzard. He found a group of Hufflepuffs huddled at a table, heads close together in intense conversation. Moving closer to ask about Justin, Harry concealed himself behind a bookshelf, suddenly hesitant as he caught snatches of their discussion. So anyway, a stout boy was saying, I told Justin to hide in our dormitory. I mean, if Potter's marked him down as his next victim, it's better if he keeps a low profile for a while. But why would he want to attack Justin? Asked a girl with blonde pigtails. Well, Justin let slip to Potter that he was Muggleborn. The stout boy replied. And you know Potter had some kind of run-in with Filch. Next thing we know, Filch's cat's been attacked. And that first year, Creevy was annoying Potter with his camera at the Quidditch match. Potter gets irritated and boom, Creevy's attacked. He always seems so nice, though. The blonde girl said uncertainly. And he's the one who got rid of you-know-who. He can't be that bad, can he? The stout boy lowered his voice dramatically. That's probably why you-know-who wanted to kill him in the first place. Didn't want another Dark Lord competing with him. Harry couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped out from behind the bookshelves, face burning with anger. The Hufflepuffs looked up, spotted him, and every one of them turned paper white. Hello, he said. I'm looking for Justin Finch Fletchley. The Hufflepuffs' worst fears were confirmed. They stared at Harry as though he were about to pull out a wand and curse them all. What do you want with him? The stout boy asked in a quavering voice. I wanted to explain what really happened with that snake at the dueling club, Harry said. We were all there. The boy replied stiffly. We saw what happened. Then you noticed that after I spoke to it, the snake backed off? Harry pressed. All I saw, the boy insisted, was you speaking Parseltongue and chasing the snake toward Justin. I didn't chase it at him. Harry protested. It didn't even touch him. It was a very near miss, said the boy. And in case you're getting ideas, he added hastily, I might tell you that you can trace my family back through 9 generations of witches and warlocks, and my blood's as pure as anyone's, so I don't care what sort of blood you've got, said Harry fiercely. Why would I want to attack Muggleborns? My best friend is Muggleborn. My mother was Muggleborn. The Hufflepuffs looked unconvinced and uncomfortable. Harry turned on his heel and stormed out of the library, barely noticing where he was going until he collided heavily with Hagrid's massive form. Oh, hello, Harry, Hagrid said, brushing snow from his coat. Why aren't you in class? Cancelled, Harry replied shortly. What are you doing here? Hagrid held up a limp rooster. Second one killed this term, he explained. It's either foxes or a blood-sucking bugbear. Need the headmaster's permission to put a charm around the hen coop. He peered more closely at Harry. Yes, sure, Yeri, all right? Ya look all hot and bothered. Harry couldn't bring himself to repeat the Hufflepuff's accusations. It's nothing, he muttered. I'd better get going, Hagrid, I've got Transfiguration next. He walked off, mind only half registering Hagrid's puzzled look. He was so preoccupied that he barely noticed the dark hallway he'd entered until he tripped over something. He turned to squint at what he'd fallen over and felt as though his stomach had dissolved. Justin Finch Fletchley was lying on the floor, rigid and cold, a look of shock frozen on his face, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. And that wasn't all. Next to him was another figure, the strangest sight Harry had ever seen. It was nearly headless Nick, no longer pearly white and transparent, but black and smoky, floating immobile and horizontal, 6 inches off the floor. His head was half off and his face wore an expression of shock identical to Justin's. Harry stood frozen, panic rising in his chest. One student and one ghost, both petrified just yards from where he stood. It was the worst possible scenario. Voices drifted down the corridor. The class changeover was starting. Terror seized him as he realized how this would look. Caught in the act! Came Peeves' gleeful voice as the poltergeist materialized. Attack! Attack! Another attack! No mortal or ghost is safe. Run for your lives. Aduak! Doors banged open along the corridor. Students flooded out, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. Harry stood paralyzed as people screamed and jostled around him. Professor McGonagall arrived, shooting a loud purple firecracker from her wand to restore order. Caught in the act. Ernie the Hufflepuff yelled, pointing dramatically at Harry. That will do, Macmillan, said Professor McGonagall sharply. Peeves bobbed overhead, delighted by the chaos, singing a little ditty. Oh, Potter, you rotter, what have you done? You're killing off students, you think it's good fun. That's enough, Peeves, barked Professor McGonagall. She turned to Harry. This way, Potter. Professor. Harry protested immediately. I didn't, this is out of my hands, Potter, she said curtly. He followed her in miserable silence, away from the muttering crowd. They walked to a large, ugly stone gargoyle. Lemon drop, Professor McGonagall said. The gargoyle sprang to life and hopped aside as the wall behind split in two, revealing a spiral staircase. They stepped onto it, and with a grinding noise the staircase moved upward like an escalator. At the top, they faced a gleaming oak door with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. Harry realized they must be at Dumbledore's office. As McGonagall knocked and ushered him inside, he felt his chances of convincing anyone of his innocence rapidly dwindling. Wait here, Potter, Professor McGonagall said, leaving Harry alone in what must be Dumbledore's office. The circular room was beautiful and strange, filled with silver instruments that emitted puffs of colored smoke, portraits of previous headmasters and headmistresses, most currently asleep in their frames, and an enormous claw-footed desk. Behind it sat the Sorting Hat on a shelf. A decrepit bird that looked like a half-plucked turkey perched on a golden stand by the door. As Harry stared at it, the bird burst into flames. No! Harry gasped, frantically looking around for water, but the bird had already collapsed into a smoking pile of ash. The office door opened and Dumbledore came in, looking somber. Professor! Harry stammered. Your bird, I couldn't do anything, he just caught fire. To Harry's shock, Dumbledore smiled. About time, too. He's been looking dreadful for days. I've been telling him to get a move on. At Harry's bewildered expression, he explained. Fawkes is a phoenix, Harry. Phoenixes burst into flame when it's time for them to die, and then they are reborn from the ashes. As he spoke, a tiny, wrinkled newborn bird poked its head out of the ashes. Dumbledore stroked its head gently. It's a shame you had to see him on a burning day, he said. He's usually quite beautiful, with magnificent red and gold plumage. Harry was momentarily distracted from his dire situation, but reality crashed back as Hagrid burst through the door, still clutching the dead rooster. It was Harry, Professor Dumbledore, he said urgently. I was talking to him seconds before that boy was found. He never had time, Hagrid. Dumbledore tried to interject, but Hagrid continued ranting, waving the limp rooster around in his agitation, feathers flying everywhere. Couldn't we bin him? I'll swear it in front o' the Ministry o' Magic if I have to, Hagrid, Dumbledore said loudly. I do not think that Harry has attacked anyone. Oh, said Hagrid, the rooster falling limply at his side. Right. I'll wait outside then, Headmaster. He stumped out looking embarrassed. You don't think it was me, Professor? Harry repeated hopefully. No, Harry, I don't, said Dumbledore, brushing rooster feathers from his desk. But I still want to talk to you. Harry waited nervously. Dumbledore studied him over the top of his half-moon spectacles. I must ask you, Harry, whether there is anything you'd like to tell me, he said gently. Anything at all. Harry thought about the disembodied voice no one but he could hear, about his Parseltongue ability that Aunt Petunia had confirmed, about the polyjuice potion currently brewing in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. No, he said. There's nothing, Professor. The double attack on Justin and nearly headless Nick turned the trickle of nervous students leaving for Christmas holidays into a flood. The Weasleys, however, remained at school along with Hermione and Harry, allowing their polyjuice plan to proceed without interference. Christmas morning dawned cold and white. Harry was woken by Ron throwing his pillow at him. Wake up. Presents. Harry reached for his glasses and squinted through the dawn light at the pile of packages at the foot of his bed. Ron was already ripping the paper off his own presents. Another sweater from Mum, maroon again, see if you've got one. Harry had indeed received a hand-knitted sweater from Mrs. Weasley in emerald green, along with a large plum cake. Aunt Petunia had sent a beautiful handcrafted wand holster with protective charms embedded in the leather. Hermione gave him a luxury eagle feather quill set, and Ron had given him a book called Flying with the Cannons, featuring his favorite Quidditch team. The rest of Christmas Day passed pleasantly, with a magnificent feast in the Great Hall and an epic snowball fight on the grounds afterward. Soaked and exhausted, they returned to the common room for tea and cake before the fire until, finally, it was time for the something went wrong with this response. Please try again. Trace ID, A3F67C9AD98CCH3 The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.